Lights go out and send us racing. Saxfield from the pole, moves across immediately to cover off the line, turns in the wheel, and it's all understeer to try and lead the field out on this opening lap, but he will lead. Oh, we're going to couple off, and that's 2 off. 1 backwards into the sand. And Cruz has gone around as well, so 3 off in the opening couple of corners. That's unfortunate here, but everyone turns around and gets it going, with the exception of 2 of the karts caught in the sand trap, but Cruz got it turned around and kept going. Gone to the days of the direct drive engines where if you spun, you were out. Those were the days in the 90s and the early 2000s that today's professional race car drivers were brought up on that kind of racing, really. I mean, we talk about it, it was 20 years ago, but that's what it was like before the dawn of the strike clutch as a modular clap system that came in to fit onto any of the Yamaha-based engines, the J's and the S's from Strike Engineering, run by the one and only Ken Sieber out of Wangara here in Western Australia. And they took the country by storm in Australian karting as the 17 machine of Emerson Watson turns it around again at turn 2, rejoining behind Cruz Priolo now in the 8 BRM kart. Oh, Cruiser goes around it once we get him on camera as well. It's pretty tricky out here in these conditions. And while it may look like a punish for these young drivers, it's forging in the flames and the fire and teaching them how to handle a kart in slippery conditions. And this helps develop their kart control, their driving skill, and they can build on those talents over the years. I mean, think about it. Some of these kids are at the young ages of 7 and 8 going racing here. So it's awesome to have them in the youngest class of karting, Cadet 9s, out on the racetrack. Picking up your race leader, Chase Saxhill down the main straightaway, leading things out. This time across the line, leading out from Georgella in the second spot. 1.7 seconds is the gap between the 2 KF karts out front. Valentino back there into the second spot, and Taj Mcdonnell into third. Emerson Watson P4, Cruz Priolo P5, having a couple of spins each in the race so far. 3 laps completed and 7 to go here in Cadet 9s. It wasn't until, the teens, I think it was 2013 or so, where the new regulations came in. We made the switch from running Yamaha engines to these 60cc Vortex mini rock power plants that rev and scream. Of course, restricted for the Cadet 9s, unrestricted for Cadet 12s, running on the very narrow Cadet tyres for these miniature go-karts. Perfectly suited for any young and budding race car driver looking to forge themselves a career in motorsports, or just get out and have some fun with the family and friends in racing. That's what it's all about. As we follow Cruz Priolo around the right-hander and down the main straight, we jump across to Emerson Watson, the 17 flat-out karts machine, into turn 2. Emerson grabbing big bites of opposite lock, trying to steer it nice and straight here. And the karts start to slip around. You can see the body language here from Chase. He's driving off the bottom of the wheel, trying to steer the kart into the corner, get it turned in, leaning in the kart, and trying to generate some grip on those outside tyres to get the kart to turn. But at the same time, being quite nervous on the wheel with bites of opposite lock here and there as the kart wants to break traction. Running it right on the limit of adhesion. And Taj Mcdonnell, actually the quickest on the racetrack, has dropped Valentino Georgella down a spot. Valentino must have had a spin with a 54-second lap last time across. As your leader coming down the main straightaway now, the number 3 machine, Chase Saxfield, with 4 laps to go. Stretching things out here for young Chase. This youngster will be eyeing off a step into Cadet 12s sometime soon as he gets old enough. Not sure how old exactly Chase is, but definitely be looking for a step into the 12s ranks to go racing with the slightly older kids with a bit more horsepower underneath him. Coming up now to put a lap on Cruz Priolo, who's on the other end of the spectrum. Cruz is relatively new to karting and looking to forge his way in a karting career here in WA. As Chase gets past the BRM kart down the main straightaway. 3 laps remaining this time across. Oh, and Cruz has gotten in a little hot. The red mist may have descended and found himself looking at the inside of your race leader. Got a bit of a spin on here in the BRM kart. The number 2 kart of Taj Mcdonnell. The Swiss Hutless machine. Rocking around here for Taj. Taj, a younger brother of Jet, who made his presence well and truly felt in these cadet ranks. Now pushing through the junior ranks. The McDonnell family do a bit of dirt karting here and there as well. Stories tell that Dad's a bit of a gun when he gets in a kart too. As Chase donning the wetsuit over the top of the team colours with 2 to go last time across the line. You can see the difference in driving lines here. Chase taking a very wide approach to the corner. Taj keeping it relatively mid-track in the Swiss Hutless kart and trying to stay away from those painted white lines on the edges of the racetrack where things get a little bit slippery out there. You're driving on the paint. You ever walk through a car park in a pair of thongs when it's rained and stood on the painted white line? You'll be on your backside in about 0.3 seconds flat. And that's how slippery it is, even with these treaded and very soft and sticky wet weather racing tyres. As we follow Valentino, your 3rd place kart onto the main straightaway, coming down the line, coming up to lap Cruz Priolo in the BRM kart. As they come across and start their final lap of the race. Chase Saxfield, your race leader, heading up into the top end of the circuit for the final time. As they come around on their final lap here. Valentino just looking for a way around young Cruz for the final time as we whip across and we grab him just in time. Chase Saxfield down the line takes the win here in heat number 1 of Cadet 9s. The number 3 KF kart. Saxfield takes the win with a solid drive over Taj Mcdonnell in 2nd. A margin of 7.1 seconds between them at the line after 10 laps here in heat 1 of racing. McDonnell home in 2nd. Valentino Giorgella home in the 3rd spot. As Emerson Watson needs to complete the remainder of the lap to bring it home in P4. Cruz Priolo going a lap down to the leaders, coming home in P5. And unfortunately, we lost Ben Keane and Josh Peniza in that opening lap incident that saw them both spinning out, seemingly under their own accord, under brakes into turn 2. But it's all about this youngster. Chase Saxfield takes the win here in heat number 1 for Cadet 9s. Here at Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic.
once I get the basically what I needed was to have a number from Kelvin.
Yeah, so if Kelvin's telling you to go to the leader, I'll keep an eye on what one's the leader's got.
Really, all I need is a number. Yeah. When they say the leader is X, just give me the number and I can see it.
Next up on deck, KA3 Junior getting ready to rock and roll here. Good to see a solid field. 12 drivers lining up in KA3 Junior, and it's the Kart Republic of young Ashton Sprague, who set the fastest time in the morning qualifying session to start himself on the pole spot here. As Ashton will bring the field around onto the main straightaway to get us going here. Watching for those lights to go out, and we are underway. Sprague from the pole here will shuffle down the inside. Someone making a switch back from the outside row and goes up the inside for turn number 1. That's Payne going through to the lead here. Mayolo dropping back quickly. Someone getting right out sideways around turn number 2. And it is on here. KA3 Junior already turning up the heat here in heat 1 of the weekend. You can see the wild man getting sideways through the middle of the circuit here. Nash Ferraro in the BRM kart scrambling for some traction as they head up the hill towards the Greco for the first time. Where did Connor Payne come from, though? And where is he going? Because he is clearing out house at the moment, already opening up a gap over Sprague. Then the Wildman back there in second or third. Kay Davey back there in 4th. Then Ferraro. And a big snarling pack of go-karts as they come down the main straightaway to finish lap number 1. It's Payne, Sprague, Wildman, Davey, and Ferraro, your top 5. Over Mayolo, Vince, Clee, Adams, Carboni, and Lincoln Fallows. Your 11 kart field here in KA3 Junior. Following this battle at the moment here, as Chase Wildman opens up about a kart length over Cade Davey. This is the fight for 3rd. Ashton Sprague is right in front of him in 2nd at the moment, while Connor Payne opened up an entire 2nd on the opening lap alone here. Now, Sprague set that fastest time in the qualifying session. It was dry from memory and just trying its best to rain on us in this morning's qualifying session. Davey now muscling his way past Wildman. Wildman tucking right under his rear bumper as they head into the bowl at turn number 2. Davey right out to the outside of the track. Wildman's going to try and find his way around. As we look through the middle of the circuit, we pick up on a pair of KF karts. The 14 of Lockie Adams dropping a wheel off there at the left-handers. It's treacherous when it's this slippery, because you get sideways, you think you're gathering it up, and then you touch that painted line, and suddenly it's Disney on ice. You find yourself off in the dirt, and that doesn't make things any better. Cue the Benny Hill music. It's a comedy of errors. As Nash Ferraro, you see him working hard at the wheel, trying to turn that kart through the right-hander onto the main straightaway. Blake Carboni hot on his heels as they come down towards turn 1 in front of the canteen. And past the in-grid, we're a stack of nervous mums and dads waiting on the sidelines and watching on. Ferraro really working hard at the wheel. You can see him hacking left and right to try and keep the 16 machine in the groove. And copping copious amounts of pressure here from the 57 of Carbone, who does the over and under. Looks up the inside, gets a run up the hill towards the Greco and grabs the 5 spot. So Carboni having a good run of it here. We look further forward for a moment as Connor Payne sets the fastest lap of the race. Your race leader stretching things out here. How's the battle behind as well? Toby Mayolo and Todd Vince fighting it out through turn number 1. Checking on those qualifying results here. Connor Payne started from 4th on the grid and was leading before they got to turn number 1. He got a monster of a start, did the over and under, carved his way through a few go-karts and found himself leading the way. Hasn't looked back since as he leads it out from Sprague and Davey. Wildman back to the 4 spot, and Carboni and Ferraro and Adams, Mayolo, Vince and Clee all glued together. This is a fight for 8th, 9th and 10th at the moment. As we hit the halfway point now, halfway through, 5 down, 5 to go here in heat number 1 of KA3 Junior. big slide on the 76 machine of Lachlan Clee as he fired it through turn number 1. Sometimes sliding can be faster in these go-karts as long as you don't get excessive and start to really bog the engine down and slow it right down through the middle of the corner. Mayolo working hard on the wheel. Will quickly pick up this battle here as Sprague has dropped off. He's had a mistake somewhere across the lap because he was second a moment ago. Now he's lost out to Davey in second. And Wildman has gone through as well for third. Ashton Sprague down to the 4th spot now in the 24 Sonic Racer Kart Republic entry. And the one man you can't even see right now is 5.5 seconds clear of the rest of them. Connor Payne just flashing across our camera shot for a split second. The number 12 machine rocking that bright green helmet leading the way. Payne on stonking pace as we see second place of Kay Davey, the 75 Weet-Bix entry, getting real sideways coming out of a Greco. As your race leader, Connor Payne, coming off the main straightaway, well and truly in front of Davey back there in second. Great battle here between Wildman and Sprague going on behind here for 3rd and 4th. Looks like Wildman has his measure at the moment though, and Chase will hang on to that 3 spot, the 77 Eurotech prepared Tony Kart. Chase Wildman currently 3rd on screen right now, the 77 Kart. And you can see the gap behind Davey between them as the sun comes out, washes things out a little bit here around Bunbury City Kart Club. Now they're making inroads onto the back of Connor Payne. As Payne heads up the hill towards the Greco hairpin. The field coming through the corner at the moment. As we bring it down the main straightaway. Here is your race leader, Connor Payne. He's been doing it quietly out in front, storming away from the field. He had a gap out to 5.5 seconds, but has lost time over the last couple of laps as we hit the final lap of the race. 1 to run here for Connor Payne. A brilliant start has helped his form. Kay Davey has really found some pace in the closing stages of this race, though. Davey in that Weet-Bix entry, last lap alone, put in the fastest lap of the race out of 41.3. He pulled out 1.4 seconds from Connor Payne in the closing stages here. The gap might go down to less than 2 seconds as they come across the line, but the checkered flag is out, and Connor Payne will be your race winner for heat number 1 of KA3 Junior. Payne takes the win. Kay Davey home in second over Chase Wildman in third. Great drive from our KA3 Junior field. Blake Carboni in fourth. Then it was Ashton Sprague running at your top 5. Lockie Adams in 6th. And Lachlan Clee actually snatching the fastest lap of the race right at the end here. As Connor Payne just goes for a dive through the big puddles. Must have got a bit toasty warm in the sunshine here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Trying to cool himself off. Toby Mayolo rounds out your 8th spot from Todd Vincent. Nash Ferraro falling down to P10 here. And that is how they will be. Connor Payne taking out the win here in heat number 1 of KA3 Junior for the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club.
Am I still on?
Up next in the order, WA Open Performance getting ready to rock and roll here. This is the lawless place where anything that can go fast is allowed to go fast in this class. A category dominated by twin engine, twin 100s, twin 125 water-cooleds even. On non-KZ weekends, you'll find a couple of our 6-speed gear-plucking monsters feeding themselves into this field. This was a place that was seemingly threatened by the IAMI Super X30 engines, that 175cc direct drive or single speed motor that proved you could go very quick with a very light go-kart, and having the option to use a secondary front brake as well as we go lights out and racing. But nowadays it's dominated by the twins, as it was Matt Chambers who took out the fastest qualifying time in this morning's session. We'll try and lead things around on this opening lap of racing. A bit of a diminished field, just 8 drivers showing up on the entry list for today here at the Coastal Classic, and I think we've got even less now that we go racing. As far as lap times go this morning, it was a 33.0 for Chambers. In the relatively dry conditions, Nathan Will was second on speed. Brad Smith in third over Daniel Stewart and Blake Preston. As they come down the line to finish their first lap of racing, Nathan Will leading the way here. Nathan rocking his Rotax-powered Lenzo kart. The 72 machine, twin 125s on board here. For Nathan, you can see a twin set of headers, twin set of radiators, getting a bit of warmth and vibration from either side of his body here as Nathan rips it around the top end of the circuit. Matt Chambers was the fastest in qualifying in that twin Reedjet powered entry, the CRG kart back there, the 78 kart in second. Brad Smith back there in the third spot. Now Smith losing out on the ground as Blake Preston goes through into the third spot here. Preston rocking the TM MF3 engines, 2 of them on the Swiss Hutless kart here, the 84 machine, rocking his way around. Always turns out a beautifully presented go-kart as he rocks around the top end of the circuit. The wet weather conditions, not really a great showcase for what these WA Open Performance karts can do. And over the years, the field has been up and down with the entries. One weekend we always look forward to with WA Open Performance is the state title weekend, which will be right here at Bunbury City Kart Club in the back end of September. We'll be live streaming and having all the action here from Bunbury. And the racing that these guys can put on when it's all on the line in that Deadman final is second to none. Usually takes about 20 laps for it to get going. But the race towards the end is absolutely supreme. And it looks like state title weekend due to be the first weekend of October, actually, if my memory serves me correctly, on the WA karting calendar, be September 30 through till October 2. Here at Bunbury City Kart Club. As we follow the 78 kart of Matt Chambers into second. Nathan Will still leads the way, 1.8 seconds to lead now over Chambers. Last time across the line, Nathan dropping in a 40.7 lap across the line. Chambers with a 40.9. Blake Preston circulating in the 42s. He's a second off the pace at the moment, is Blake. Can't unleash that TM MF3 horsepower here at Bunbury City Kart Club's Chris Walk Raceway. The great Chris Walk. A great bloke. I'm sure he'll be floating around here somewhere as well. Someone who's put in countless amounts of hours and effort into this club and this track. And any given day, you'll see him out here during the week, chipping away. Even in these years. And he was doing that back when I was racing as a junior, and that was 15 years ago. Still out here and chipping away for the love of the club and the love of go-karting. So the Bunbury City Kart Club named it after him. As we rock around with Chambers into the top end of the racetrack and down the line. We were crossing over the halfway point a moment ago. This time it is 6 down and 4 to go here. Nathan Will out front. Man, trying to fit 2 Rotaxes into a go-kart, despite everything being on one side, like they're self-contained, so the radiator hangs off the side of the engine. It's nice and self-contained. You don't have to have lots of tubes for coolant crisscrossing the back of the seat, but to route the twin exhausts, that is an issue because these Rotaxes run this monumental expansion chamber on the exhaust that then doubles back and has the silencer as well that gives the Rotax that unmistakable exhaust note. Trying to fit that into the back of the go-kart on a regular go-kart with a single exhaust is a hard job. You know, you've got to have the right bracketry, and it sits on top of the axle and makes working on them a bit of a pain in the backside. But to try and fit 2 of them, now that's an effort. I mean, getting 2 exhausts on any of your regular air and water-cooled engines to try and crisscross across the back of the go-kart, you get a nice little shot of the back of Matt Chambers' machine there with those twin reed exhausts crisscrossing behind him. That's an effort in its own, but to get 2 of those Rotax pipes hanging out the back of the go-kart is a monumental job in being pretty creative with what bracketry you can use. Because while you're looking to try and get everything to fit, at the same time, you don't want to be stopping the go-kart from flexing and twisting underneath all the components. The flex in the kart is how the suspension works on these karts, because they are rigid. They don't have a suspension, so it's all down to getting the chassis to twist and flex in the right kind of harmonic motion that you need to suit the track conditions. When it's colder and slipperier, you make it softer. When it's optimum and gripped up, you make them stiffer. And when it gets over gripped, sometimes you just got to deal with it. As your leaders bring it around the top end of the racetrack. Coming up to the final lap of Heat 1 here, WA Open Performance. And down the line, the last lap board is out here, you can see from the control tower. Parked on our main straightaway. Nathan Will coming down the line. And he's going to lead out and try and get the advantage over your fastest qualifier. Chambers, who threw down that hot time in this morning's session. Will heading up towards the Greco hairpin for the final time here in Heat 1 of WA Open Performance. Has a little look over the shoulder, checks on Chambers behind him, just to keep a track of his progress as the track surface starts to dry out here in Bunbury. Down the line for the final time, Nathan Will takes out Heat number 1 for WA Open Performance. A tidy little win there. He chucks a hand out the side and straight in to the in-grid as well to park it up for the race. Will taking the win over Matt Chambers back there in second. Blake Preston in third. Brad Smith in the 4th spot over Caprice Hall in P5. Up next on the racetrack, getting ready to go. Tag 125. How cool is this as well? A stacked field here for Tag 125 Light. Rolling around in formation and ready to go. This will be one to watch here this weekend at Bunbury City Kart Club as they go down the line. No start this time around. Now, if I am correct, and a quick glance to the supplementary regulations will tell me, I think Tag 125 Light still running under the defined pushback bumper rule. And from my understanding, it is only for the 125 Light field that we are running the pushback bumper rule in an effort to tidy up some of the driving and racing standards that we've seen from the Tag 125 fields. So someone please correct me if I am wrong. But we may see some changes made if anyone gets a little bit too far elbows out over the course of the weekend here. Tag 125 Light, though, an incredible field of racing that has seen some of the best races in WA karting over the years. A 19-kart field lining up and ready to go here by my entry list. Robert West, the fastest qualifier from this morning's session, leads the field down to turn one as we go racing. Big sideways, and Westy is straight off the racetrack. Oh, man. How to go from hero to zero in about 200 metres. Robert West from the pole falls off the racetrack at turn one and drops back through the field. That leaves the former Australian champion, Jesse Elliott, in the Willpower kart. The flying mullet out the back of the helmet as well, leading the way here on this opening lap. How is that? Jesse Elliott leads the way. He was a former junior clubman champion. Won the title, I think it was up in Darwin, a lifetime ago. Stepped away from karting, had a little dabble in Formula Fords through the early 2010s, and back in karting in the 2020s, leads the way here. Ashley Morrissey into the second spot, Lincoln Drew into third, Connor Clifton into fourth, Kip Foster, the wily old fox, runs it in P5 over Jack Caiulo, then Rhodes, Scoble, Fraser, Kane, Deckers, Thompson, Blaine, West down to 14th after that opening lap exchange. A big lose here for your pole sitter. And lots of work to do here for Robert West to climb his way back to the field. You can see him fighting his way forward. He looks to the inside of Thompson now as they get caught up and coming down the main straightaway. Now West rocketing up to the 12th spot, still right out sideways through turn number one. And a catch of the number 6 machine of Liam Kane, the kid from Collie, moving his way forward as we start to shuffle through the field here. The 34 of Stephen Scoble, fresh off the back of a Bonza USA trip that saw him seeing some great motor racing over in the US of A. And flash forward further again here. Still Jesse Elliott leading the way out front. Ash Morrissey in that second spot. Lincoln Drew in third as they come down the line. 3 laps completed, 7 to go. These three have broken away from the field at the moment. Kip Foster back there in the 4th spot over Bree Rhodes, the number 90 Cosmic Kart for Breezer back there in P5. Ash Morrissey, the fastest on the racetrack right now, going purple last time across the line. That's that 89 kart sitting back there in second. A 40.574 for Morrissey. It was a 40.588 for Elliott, your leader. And a 40.652 for Lincoln Drew in third. Then we go back to the 40.9s and the low 41s further behind them. So your top three, really the class of the field at the moment in these damp but drying conditions here at Bunbury City Kart Club. You can see it looks kind of dry out there, but it does still have a bit of moisture. Not enough to have the spray coming off the back of these karts, but the difference between the wet tyre and the dry tyre in these conditions is still quite staggering. I'd hazard a guess, though, and say we'd be expecting to see dry tyres coming out very soon. You can still see the wet tyre on board for Ashley Morrissey as a standout. And you would assume that Elliott running the wet tyre as well as they come around onto the main straightaway. It's 5 down, 5 to go. Morrissey putting pressure on Elliott now. He was within a shout last time across the line. 0.4 of a second is the gap for the race lead here. Lincoln Drew can't hang on to the pace at the front. He's dropping off in third and falling back into the clutches of the new fastest man on the track, Kip Foster, back there in the 4th spot. last time across. Foster dropping a 40.484. New hot lap of the race ahead of Bree Rhodes in P5 from Kaiulo, Scoble, then Fraser, Deckers, Clifton, West, Kane, Thompson, McLean, Blaine, Smith, Lineker and Thompson. Now, I did see someone parked on the sidelines at the top end of the racetrack. I do believe that is Shay Thompson, showing down in the 18th or 19th spot, but a couple of laps down now as we focus on this man, Kip Foster, the West Australian champ, leading the way for the KF Kart team at the moment. He's looking for a line in to go forward in this field. He's currently 4th. Trying to chase down the fastest man on track, though. Lincoln Drew has gone purple the previous lap of the race. Drew going to a 40.339. Starting to run out of laps to get it done, though, as we pick up with Lincoln now, making his way around the final corner onto the main straightaway. Looking forward at Ash Morrissey, getting the head down and elbows out, trying to get some work done here. In Heat 1 of Tag 125 Light, now Jesse Elliott goes purple. Your race leader storming his way forward. Look at the gap that the leaders opened up here. Jesse Elliott finding some pace in the second half of this heat race. Pulls the gap out to 8.5 tenths of a second over Ash Morrissey in second. Another 4 tenths of a second back to Lincoln Drew there in third. And Kip Foster 6 tenths further back in P4. It's all about Jesse Elliott out front, though, from the front row of the grid. Hanging on the 71 Will Power Kart. Down the line, it's 2 laps to go for Elliott this time by. Checking in the gap there. Elliott goes fast again. There's a 40.528. Didn't improve on his hot lap from earlier and holds that gap at just shy of 9 tenths of a second. Over Morrissey back there in the 2 spot. See him leaning in the kart, trying to generate some weight on the outside tyres. Help the kart to turn and carry the corner speed. Also helps twist the kart and get this jacking, lifting the inside tyre off the ground and get the kart to differential itself around the corner. And across the line for 1 to go. Jesse Elliott hanging on to this one. In the lead of 125 Light, heat number 1 for the weekend here at Bunbury City Kart Club for the 2022 Coastal Classic. Looks like we lost Stephen Scoble around the racetrack as well, so unfortunate there for Scobes. He's going to go the way of a DNF, joining Shay Thompson at the bottom of the list. But around the final corners and down the line, your Heat 1 winner with the fast lap of the race as well. Jesse Elliott runs it to the line and takes the flag. Tag 125 Light, Heat 1 goes to Jesse Elliott. Ashley Morrissey home in second. Lincoln Drew in third. Kip Foster set in the fast lap on the final lap of the race there, coming home for P4. And Bree Rhodes for P5. Jack Kaiulo comes home in P6 over Mason Fraser in 7. Robert West in 8. Aiden Deckers in 9. And Connor Clifton rounding out your top 10 here in Tag 125 Light. Heat 1 of the weekend here at the Coastal Classic at Bunbury City Kart Club. Rolling around and getting ready to go racing here. It is Cadet 12 out on the racetrack. On days like this is where these kids, they dream of this. They dream of being out and racing with their mates. They wait all week for the weekend to come around. They get to go racing. It's Cody Colmer on the pole here, alongside Chase Webb on the outside of the front row. Lights are out and we are racing. Colmer on the inside looks to get it done. Chase Webb goes through the rallycross line and tries to rejoin in the field. Someone else, it was the 43 of Mayer, rejoining back through the field. A couple of them getting a bit too hungry on the steering through turn one and firing off the racetrack. Now, where did Chase Webb feed back into the field? Because I feel like he fed back through, unless he's lost on the front straight. So is Cody Colmer grabbing the race lead as a result of that. A Spotter Ricardo kart, young Diago Stewart, as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. We'll check them off as they come down. Webb back there in the third spot. A decent recovery after that first lap. So it's Coleman from Stewart, then Webb, Casagrande, and Campbell-Thompson. Your top 5 here. The usual suspects you would expect racing at the pointy end of Cadet 12. You can see Webb now up the inside of Stewart. That was for second as we follow your race leader, Cody Coleman, out front. Chase Webb, the 33 machine. The WA champ goes back into second now. Stewart dropping down into third in the Ricardo kart, trying to put the pressure on here. You can see Webb using that ultra-wide line to feed it into the corners. Oh, and a big off there for Tiago Stewart. Got a bit hungry coming out of that final corner. That's hurt his straight line speed. And he's under pressure now from Casagrande, who's also under pressure from Thompson. Thompson looks to the inside of the bowl, slides up the racetrack, across the front nose cone of Casagrande, and they're going to go side by side through the middle as well. But it will be Thompson who can grab the spot. Can he stay in front, though, because they're coming at him from all angles behind. Riley Curry in the 31 further back, putting the pressure on Casagrande now as they head up towards the Greco. A great exchange here in the fight for third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and beyond. Meanwhile, Cody Coleman leads the way out front. Chase Webb into that second spot. Has a bit of a margin now over Stewart, who drops a wheel on the main straightaway again. Stewart is kicking himself. He's ducking behind the steering wheel, trying to get the aerodynamic advantage. And behind him, the 46 of Bernarde now up the inside of Riley Curry. Here at turn 2. This is a fight for sixth. Then Curry sideways gathers it up. Now he's under pressure here from Mayer in the 43. Mayer gets up there as Curry drops a wheel in defense and loses another spot. Connor Mayer, after going through the dirt on the opening lap, fights his way forward here, getting the elbows out in Cadet 12s. This is red hot. Great racing here from your Cadet 12 field, as we find them fighting over the remaining placings even further behind. And coming onto the main straightaway, feeding it into each other as well. Ryan Warner fighting it out with Joel Blackman in the 64 kart. And they're duking it out with the 25 of Harvey Cooper. Great set of battles here. Warner on the back end of that battle pack. And now Blackman looks to the inside. Will jump off of that. Skip over Bo Casagrande in the 77 and pick up on this battle again here. Zach Casagrande fighting it out here. Mayer on the back of that pack, but we want to keep an eye on because it looks like Thompson has got past Stewart for second as they come down the line. Sorry, for third, I'm mistaken. Chase Webb in second now, setting the fast lap of the race. We'll hang on to this one. And we'll see if Webb can close the gap here. 1.5 seconds the gap from Coleman back to Webb. Now, Coleman was the fastest in qualifying in your Cadet 12s, and a quick run back through the qualifying times. We'll be able to tell you whether it was a wet or dry session just by looking at the lap speed. It was a wet session. Coleman over Mayer from Webb was how they qualified. Was a 43.31 over a 43.35 over a 43.38. And we're lapping in the 42s. So the track is certainly drying out. And we're going to start to see this transition period where we start to throw one eye looking over at the slick tyres sitting at the back of the trailer. While Cody Coleman leads the way. Chase Webb back there in second. Fastest last time around, a 42.997. He needs a bit more of that kind of good stuff to try and close the gap. 1.5 seconds is the gap from Coleman back to Webb. Another 1.9 further back to Campbell-Thompson in the third spot. Then Stewart, Casagrande. We'll watch this battle here. 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the road. All fighting it out here. Diago Stewart, the 73 Ricardo kart. Keeps it in check coming onto the main straightaway with 3 laps to go this time across the stripe. But Casagrande is on a mission at the moment. Last time across the line, Casagrande 43.3. Diago Stewart in front of him, a 43.5. So young Zach is mounting a charge to try and find himself in P4 before the end of this heat race. Meanwhile, Chase Webb still the fastest on track just in front of them, but we'll keep an eye on this because this could be a red-hot little battle. Your top 3 not really going to happen here in heat number 1. They're spread out by 2 seconds between first and second, and 1.3 between second and third. Another 1.1 back to fourth, and Casa Grande pouring the pressure on with 2 to go. And the lap speed difference between them, it dropped out, and in fact Stewart pulled out half a tenth. Flashing forward here to Campbell Thompson, the new fastest man on the track right now. Young Campbell in the 51 kart, setting some decent pace, threw down a 42.958 and pulled in the better part of 800ths of a second over Chase Webb last time across, as your race leader Cody Coleman coming up to put a lap on the 94 kart of Aaron Smith, about to go a lap down to your race leader. So the Blues will be out for Aaron, as right behind him the 3 is your race leader coming up behind him and down the line. 1 to go though. We are on the final lap for your race leader Cody Coleman leading the way. Now this will be a nervous time here for Cody. Leading out as a spin right in front of you. Great piece of avoidance there from Cody to steer it out of the charge of the lapped kart, spinning right in front of him coming out of turn number 2. Good piece of driving though from Cody, as he'll lead this one out around the final couple of corners. Chase Webb and Campbell Thompson have really closed up behind him for second and third, but out of the final turn, and your fastest qualifier converts it in heat number 1. Cody Coleman takes the win here in Cadet 12. That number 3 flat out karts machine. Chase Webb home in second. Campbell Thompson with the fastest lap home in third. Diago Stewart hangs on for P4 here over Zach Casagrande in P5. It was Connor Mayer with a great recovery from the front row of the grid, fell off the racetrack and drove it back to finish P6. Graham Bernardi in the 7th spot. Zach met him in the 8. Riley Curry in 9. And Alexander Hills rounding out your top 10 over Bo Casagrande in 11. Ryan Warner in the 12th spot. Joel Blackman in 13. Over Charlie Oakley in the 14th spot. Harvey Cooper in 15. Annika Hurd and Aaron Smith, your full finishing order in a 17 kart field for Cadet 12 here at Bunbury City Kart Club, as Cody Coleman takes the win here in Heat 1. Tag 125 restricted combined on the racetrack and rolling around in formation. How good is the entry list for this field? 125 restricted, usually splintered off into a couple of different weight breaks for the class, but this weekend for the Coastal Classic, we slam them all into one class and send them out to fight it out here around Bunbury City Kart Club. The fastest on track in qualifying this morning, Carlos Del Toro, setting that quick time. 41.556 from Del Toro to grab the pole spot here over Aaron Premius in second, Christopher Preston in third, Adam Owens and Darcy Vanitas were your top 5 in qualifying. So will be Del Toro from the pole spot, rocking that beautiful teal green Formula K kart on the front row of the grid here to send us racing. Watching for those red lights at the back of the main straight to switch off and send us racing here. 10 laps on the board, and we are GO for go. And Del Toro, he's another one that falls victim to turn 1. And oh my goodness, he's completely off the racetrack. I think for a second there, Del Toro thought he was done his shots as we got another one going around in the back of the field. Tried to chuck it in sideways in turn 1. And none of it paid off at all. He's gone to the back of the pack, and that should leave Premius out front as we'll pick him up. Rocking around this opening lap as they're all fighting to try and find a bit of track position and a little bit of grip. I'm going to spy out the window and see if we can spot some slick tires, because I think we're starting to hit that transition period as we come down the line. It's Aaron Premius leading the way. Chris Preston in a second, Darcy Vanitas in a third, over Adam Owens and Shane George, 4th and 5th on the road. Nathan Lee in 6th over Carl Gray, Lewis Rossi, Cosimo Vosser and Brad Melling. Your running order. Still spotting wet tyres. As they're fighting their way around the circuit. I feel like it hasn't rained for some time, but yet this Bunbury City Kart Club circuit just not drying out. It's like the never-ending sponge. It just keeps giving off water here in Bunbury. As they come down the main straightaway, Premius leads the way down into turn number 1. Chris Preston in second. Now Darcy Vanitas moving up into the 3rd spot here for tag 125 restricted. So just getting that hot take and inside line on what's going on out there on the racetrack. It really does appear to be drying, but if you're looking for someone to prove that slicks are the answer, or don't look in the direction of Carlos Del Toro, as he started from the pole spot on slicks and is now running stone cold 16th on the racetrack, just ahead of Colin Gray, who I think is the other driver on slicks. Everybody else on the wets, and you can see Del Toro off the racetrack again. He is in the absolute hurt locker right now. Meanwhile, Aaron Premius, your race leader in the 19 kart over Christopher Preston, the 41 machine. in second. Darcy Benitez in the 14. Tony Kart in third. This is your race leader, Premier's, coming down the line. He checks over his shoulder. I'm not sure what he's looking for because the rest of the field are a long way behind. 3 seconds the margin. With 4 laps to go here. This 125 restricted ranks. A great place to go racing here. Premier's holding the fastest lap of the race of 40.748 for Aaron. How's that? We've even got a graphic to tell you that it's the fastest lap of the race. Preston there in second, Benitez in third. Nathan Lee from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club back there in the 4th spot. Adam Owens rounding out your top 5 over Shane George. Good to see Shane George out here and racing again here in the Cosmic Kart, making his way onto the main straightaway just at the back of the frame there, chasing down the 88 of Owens down the line with 3 laps to go here. Ahead of the 55, Lewis Rossi in the BRM kart. How good is that Intrepid kart, though? Love the colour work on these karts. Good looking karts, the Intrepid, even when they came out. And I think they first came, and I got my first look at them in the early 2000s when they came into Australia. And I think it was Harvey at Kartmart was one of the first to bring them in. And they're a good looking go-kart even back then. Up there with the old First kart. I think Marty Dax still owns a First kart that he raced with a Pro Gearbox setup, a KZ2, or what they were back then at least, before he made the step into just a little old thing called Top Door Slammer in that bad-to-the-bone Ford Mustang door car. We're following along the 66 of Nathan Lee at the moment, just putting the pressure on the back of Darcy in the Intrepid and trying to find a way around Chris Preston. It's a great battle for second, third, and fourth, but your leader coming out of the final corner and down the line. 1 to go for Aaron Premius. Going through the dip on the main straightaway, Aaron leads the way. And they're all swapping fastest laps behind them. Adam Owens now sets the fastest lap behind, running back in the 5th spot. Tacking onto the back of that train as Benitez loses out the 3rd spot to Nathan Lee, the young kid from Kalgoorlie, to do it on the final lap of racing too. Tough, hard work. But Aaron Premius working his way across the top end of the racetrack here in tag 125 restricted. Their first race of the weekend. Down the line, Premius will take the win here from the front row of the grid. Taking out Heat 1 for tag 125 restricted combined. And the fastest lap of the race right at the end, only to be denied by Nathan Lee. Chris Preston claims 2nd. Nathan Lee claims 3rd. Darcy Benitez in the 4th spot. And Adam Owens rounding out your top 5. Shane George in the 6. Lewis Rossi 7. Cosmo Vosra in the 8. Carl Gray in 9. And Alfonso Guadagnino rounding out your 10th spot over Jeremy Guadagnino in 11. Josh Melling in 12. Peter Rubin in 13. Brad Melling in 14. Over Josh Michael and Carlos Del Toro in the Hurt Locker on the slick tyres in this race. Down in 16 from the pole spot over Colin Gray. Your 17 kart finishing order here for tag 125 restricted combined here at Bunbury City Kart Club. whilst we get ready for KA4 Junior Championship. Start to throw a shout out to some of our sponsors here. A big thank you to TNN Sheet Metal, specialists in air conditioning fabrication, manufacturers commercial air conditioning and exhaust sheet metal ductwork. And also here for the handyman looking to improve their home. That's TNN Sheet Metal, proud supporters of WA Karting, wherever we love to go. So get in touch if you need anything for your commercial air conditioning and exhaust sheet metal ductwork, or even all those little things in between. Down on Pratt Court in Maddington, right here in WA. They'll be happy to help you out. KA4 Junior Championship is on the racetrack right now. Getting rolling around and ready to rock and roll. A big thank you also to Sealing Works Australia for their support of West Australian karting. And also a very special thank you going to Eco Resources. Eco Resources, the waste transfer station accepting builders and skip bin waste to be sorted on-site, ready for collection and recycling. They'll take all builders, skip bins, bobcat operators, landscapers, construction companies, councils and commercial industries can use their services to dispose of the waste generated during construction and help to divert waste from landfill. They're doing their bit. Eco Resources proudly supporting West Australian karting as your KA4 juniors get underway with a lights-out race. And we are into it. Everyone getting through turn one mostly safely as a great field of drivers gets underway here. A quick check of the qualifying results from earlier today. And tell us it was Mason Walczak, the fastest in qualifying with a 42.5. He was gapping out by 9/10 of a second over the field in that qualifying session this morning. And a healthy field of 16 drivers with some hot names to keep your eyes on. And you can spot one from a mile back, that bright orange helmet of Connor Radford. Trying to force the envelope as we're going to go 3 wide down the straight. How is it? Klee and Radford either side of the Walczak being the meat and the sandwich. And Jordan Klee has the lead at the start finishing line, but it's Connor Radford who slips through at turn number 2. Klee back to second. Walczak, your pole man, down to third. Rocco came in 4. Bailey Reardown rounding out your 5. Something with the 90s numbers rocking this one out. 94 from 93 from 95. Heading up in towards a Greco corner. Over the 20 on William Kalsic-Chen rocking out here and putting the pressure on to push forward in this race. Noah Byrne just behind them as they come through onto the main straightaway. Walczak drops a wheel. He's under pressure now from the 93 of Rocco Kame, who looks to the inside at turn 1. Can't get there. Oh, no, we got a spinner. And that's a couple into each other, and Kalsic-Chen gets turned around and pinballs his way around the track, but everyone's facing the right direction and going, which is unbelievable. Kalsic-Chen has stopped it in the cut through, out of shot at the moment, but that was a wild ride coming out of turn 1 there. Man, oh man, rough racing. It's hard some days in these junior ranks. All the kids giving their absolute best, and sometimes when they just don't quite give the inch that they need to here and there, it can all come unstuck and get a bit wild very quickly. But a credit to the drivers for their quick thinking. Most of them got through there very clean and got away with it as we pick up the 79 of Chloe Summers, making her way around the middle of the circuit at the moment. Quick flash forward to Mason Walczak, trying to put the pressure on Bailey Reardown, who looks over his shoulder, heading up towards the Greco. Bailey currently sitting in the 3rd spot. Now your leaders, it's Jordan Klee in the 67. Connor Radford, your race leader, checking over his shoulder as they come down the main straightaway. Radford in control here. Didn't quite get what he wanted out of qualifying. But look at the gap. He's opened up half a second over Jordan Klee last time across. A shout out to all of our Facebook viewers if you're joining us and watching all the action from Bunbury City Kart Club. Thank you for joining us on our live stream brought to you by 4 Star Media. Unfortunately, the YouTube stream didn't quite want to play the game today and has been a bit stuttery. So we're telling people to get on over to the Facebook stream and watch the Facebook Live from the Bunbury City Kart Club Facebook page. Join in the chat. Tell us where you're watching from. Cheer on for your mates and interact in general. I'm jumping back and forth to the Facebook stream as well. So say good day if you want to jump in the live chat comment section and say hello on our YouTube stream. As we watch Connor Radford ripping around the circuit at the moment, by himself out front and leading the way. Radford last time across the line, trying to improve that margin. It was out to 8.7 tenths of a second over Clee, so young Jordan can't do anything about it at the moment, but here's a battle for 4th and 5th. Mason Walczak and Chloe Summers now getting it done down into turn 1. She pinches off the corner though and couldn't quite get there. And Summers will have to do it all again. She tucks in behind Walczak as they head through the middle of the circuit. The 98 of Benjamin Hall fancies himself a bit of a pickpocket in this situation. He'll be rubbing his hands together, enjoying this tasty battle in front as he looks to the inside of Summers. Sent it from a kart length back. And Summers tries to do the over and under. She might have momentum here on her side. And Summers drives away from Hall. She's teaching Hall a lesson here. Now look at this. Walczak over to the inside of the track. Defending down the straight on a wet tyre. And that invites Hall into the mix. Trying to get involved. And look at him stacking up behind now. It's Somerville, Kalsik, Chan and Byrne all buying their way into this 6-kart fight. As there goes Hall up the inside of Summers. She's going to drop a wheel and lose 2 more. She looks to the inside of the 8 machine of Lucas Kalsik-Chen, who's trying to switch her back up into a Greco. And Summers is losing ground very quickly here. Walczak at the pointy end of this pack, holding on to the 4th spot right now. Benjamin Hall has a late lunge to the inside, though. They're going to go side by side down the straight. Hall will get the spot. Running down towards the start-finishing line. 2 to go. And that's a battle for 4th. How about that? Your top 3 are well and truly G-O-R-N gone from this battle. It's Connor Radford out front. Jordan Clee in the 2nd spot. Bailey Reardon into the 3rd. This battle's been red hot here for 4th, though. Loving every minute of it here. Hall now getting the advantage and opening up a gap. He'd be wishing he'd got that done earlier in the race and could charge forward to fight with the top 3 because they're still fighting it over it. Further behind, that's exciting. As your race leaders have gone on by, we pick up the 95 of Bailey Reardon. He's currently in 3rd. We can flash forward to 2nd place of Jordan Clee in the 67 machine. And then your race leader, Connor Radford, making his way around the final lap of the circuit. Radford hanging on nicely to this one. 8.2 tenths of a second the margin over Clee as he comes into the final corners. And the 21 flat-out karts machine of Connor Radford down the line. Didn't get the pole in qualifying, but he'll take the W in Heat 1. Connor Radford wins Heat 1 of KA4 Junior Championship over Jordan Clee in 2nd. Bailey Reardon in that 3rd spot. Benjamin Hall in 4th. Mason Walczak in P5 as Hall claims the fast lap of the race. How's that? Fastest lap of the race right at the end there. 38.394 from Benjamin Hall. Showing that he's got something to say about these guys come heat number 2. Lucas Kalsik-Chen rounds out your top 5 over Noah Byrne in 6th. Nate Somerville in 7th. Chloe Summers was fighting for 4th at one stage, down in the 8th spot now. Mason Walczak, the biggest fall from grace out of that one. Mason was your pole man. Finishing up down in P9, Lockie Dunn in the 10, Ethan Atkin in 11, Aiden Tempany in 12. From Rocco Kane, Ryder McKay, Zach Luca, Zach Patmore, and William Kalsik-Chen. Your 17 finishing drivers here in KA4 Junior Championship, heat number 1. Tag 125 heavy out on the racetrack and rolling around in formation, getting ready to rock and roll here. As they go round with no start this time by. I'll tell you very quickly about Hot Weld Fabrication, and a big thank you to Hot Weld for their support of WA karting and right here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Also a massive thank you to MJB Industries, manufacturers of quality concrete pipe and precast products. That's MJB. They do concrete drainage pipes, box culverts, ancillary drainage, specialised precast within the scope of relevant standards, servicing local, civil, mining and construction industries right through Western Australia. They're involved in everything, from karting to speedway and beyond. And they're proud supporters of WA karting as we are lights out and racing here with our Tag 125 heavies. And another one falls victim to turn one here in the slippery conditions. This time it's Nathan Terrell from the front row of the grid falling down the order. Man, it's going to be a front row starting curse here, no matter what class you're in. Terrell was the second fastest in this morning's qualifying session. That saw him on the front row of the grid, and he's lost out now. He's dropped back into, what is it, P5, P6? P5 it is. As Shane McPherson from third on the grid leads the way here on the opening lap of racing. McPherson checks over his shoulder the 92 Esprit Kart on to Hayden Fraser behind him. Hayden was the fastest in this morning's qualifying with a 40.889 to put him on the front row. He loses out to second here at the start. Alex Stefanovic, the 22 Paralyn Kart behind in third. Under pressure here as Troy Stones Clark looks to the inside in the middle. And Terrell will capitalise, but he's on the wrong side of the track here to make it work at the right-hander. Stefanovic slides across his front nose cone and will hang on to the fourth spot. Oh, into the side of Troy Stones Clark, who flicks a hand up in the air. We're getting the elbows out early here for Alex Steffa. He's working hard trying to find his way forward, but to no avail right now. Shane McPherson leads the way, that 92 Esprit chassis over Hayden Fraser in second. Troy Stones Clark in third. Alex Stefanovic in fourth. And Nathan Terrell in P5. Cooper Cutts in the sixth spot over Ian Shaw in seven. Brad Smith showing he completed the opening lap, but didn't go much further than that. As we follow along this battle for P2 right now, Hayden Fraser and Troy Stones Clark fighting it out. Troy fires it up the inside of the left-hander. Hayden's using that really wide line and just kind of rolled out the red carpet for Troy to sail on through. I was going to say left the door open, but that's too cliche. It's more like a barnyard door or even an aircraft hangar you could park in there. As Troy Stones Clark goes through to second now. Shane McPherson, your leader out front, starting to try and build that gap and open things up. Shane McPherson just losing out on the race lead here. Troy Stones Clark has found some bulk speed in this number 3 machine. He's firing forward and grabs the race lead. I looked away for a moment, and that's what I get for trying to check on Facebook comments of our live stream, 4-Star Media's coverage of the Coastal Classic. Now Troy Stones Clark has the race lead. We'll see if he can hang on to it here as Shane McPherson. He's never one to give it up too easily as we approach the halfway point of the race. It's Stones Clark from 1, McPherson in 2, Fraser in 3rd, then Terrell up to P4, Alex Stefanovic in P5 with a pretty small field of Tag 125 heavy this weekend. Last time across the line was the fastest lap of the race here from Troy Stones-Clark. Throwing down a 40.501 for Troy. He's lapping 0.4 of a second quicker than McPherson, who is seemingly falling back into the clutches of Hayden Fraser, who's also lapping faster. As Troy resets a fast lap again now, a 40.3 that time across the stripe. Continuing to try and open up the taps as we look at the jacking of the inside wheel there on the 79 machine of Nathan Terrell. The e-tron entry. And Alex Stefanovic hard at work on the wheel here of the 29 Paralon kart. Cooper cuts behind him there in the number 16 BRM chassis. Cooper making his step into open tag racing. Seemingly struggling with a fair bit of understeer on that kart right now as they work around the circuit. Down the line though with 3 to go, Troy Stones-Clark leads this one out over Shane McPherson in the second spot. Hayden Fraser third, Terrell and Stefanovic over Cuts and Shaw. Your full running order. It looks like Terrell is closing up onto the back of Hayden Fraser. Big shout out to OJG Engineering, specialising in MSCL pipe and stainless steel welding and fabrication. Mobile welding and site installation for all major civil groups right here in Western Australia. Checking out their Facebook page, they're shipping out some pretty cool stuff. The most recent one from OJG, an 11-ton DN 1400 manifold to go up to the Coburn mine in Shark Bay. And it needs an entire truck trailer to ship just the one manifold. That is some pretty cool stuff there from OJG Engineering. Proud supporters of WA Karting and bringing us some of the racing here from the Coastal Classic. We thank all of our sponsors incredibly for what they do for WA Karting. And many of them are involved or they're racing themselves. So it's racers helping each other here, and yeah, they get the business promotion and the support from the community, but they put the word out there that they're doing this for the fun and for the love as Troy Stones-Clark starts his final lap of the race. Resetting the fast lap of the race again, down to a 40.316. Last time across for Shane McPherson in second with a 40.636, so he's 0.3 of a second a lap slower than Troy Stones-Clark. As your leader brings it around in the top end of the circuit. And out of the final hairpins, the number 3. Stones entry makes his way around. And proving his worth in the tricky conditions, Troy Stones-Clark takes a win here in heat number 1 of Tag 125 Heavy. Snatching that one in fine form, had loads of kart speed underneath him. Shane McPherson back there in second. Hayden Fraser in third from Nathan Terrell in fourth. And Alex Stefanovic rounding out your top 5 here in Tag 125 Heavy.
Yeah, I've turned off peaking so I can see the numbers better.
On track now, tag 125, and it's the Restricted Masters out on track racing. Good to have a pretty solid field of 125 Restricted Masters out here this weekend, including the current WA champ of Adam Gandossi. Classifies himself as a master of the sport. 12 drivers lining up this weekend here for the Coastal Classic in your 125 Restricted Masters field. And it was the WA champ, your fastest qualifier in this morning's session, as he brings the field around onto the main straightaway to send us racing here. Watch the lights to go out at the back of the shot, as there is one kart still circulating out of position at the moment, so the field will go on by. We'll take the chance to quickly check in on their qualifying pace from this morning's session. As Adam Gandossi was the fastest on track with a 41.993, 0.3 of a second clear of Lloyd Nicholson on time, who was only 4/100ths of a second faster than Craig Ryan for third. Bryce Watson was P4 in qualifying this morning over Jamie George in P5. Tristan McLaughlin, the man behind Discovery Parks, was in P6 over Ben Bonden in 7. Peter Ten Brooker in the 8 over Robbie Atkin in the 9, and John Hill rounding out your 10. Matthew Fink over Greg Van Rompuy and Malcolm Orchard was how they ran. That was for 125 Restricted Masters in this morning's qualifying session. We'll see if they can get a start this time by. Yes, we can. The lights are out and we are racing. Gandossi trying to squeeze them down into turn 1, and they all get through. The curse of the front row might have survived here, but it's Lloyd Nicholson sneaking through at turn 2 to grab the race lead here over Gandossi in second, Craig Ryan in third. As they'll fight their way around. The 6 of John Hill looking to fight forward in these opening laps here. Ben Bonden right behind him as they head up towards the Agreco hairpin for the first time. It's Nicholson leading the way from Gandossi in second. And the big source, Craig Ryan, back there in third as they come down the hill for lap number 1. It's Nicholson leading from the Tony Kart of Gandossi. He's rocking the retro, the old school wetsuit. I say retro, that was the in-fashion wetsuit to be racing in 2001. It's still in style, I reckon, especially in the Masters category. The perfect category to bust out the old school wetsuits. It's like an oversuit made out of horrible plastic that you pull over your racing suit so you can stay dry. But you end up just getting kind of steamed because you sweat inside your suit, and that permeates your driving suit, and then it fills up like a Ziploc bag with some moisture, and it's trapped. It can't go anywhere as Nicholson comes down the line. 2 completed, 8 to go. Gandossi in second, Ryan in third, then Bonden, Watson, George, Peter Ten Brooker. How's this battle, though? The 30 of Atkin over the 2 of Tristan McLaughlin. Greg Van Rompuy behind there in the number 7 machine. John Hill and Matthew Fink all in this fight. And behind them, the 64 of Matt Orchard not showing up on timing, so we're left with just 11 on the racetrack. Tidy battle here, though, between Tristan McLaughlin and Greg Van Rompuy. As look at that field in front of him. Looks like Robbie Atkin is trying to break away from the pack he was in and chase some positions further up the road. The 8 machine of Jamie George getting the head down and getting to work over the 16 of Bryce Watson, who found himself up the field earlier. This is a fight for P4, 5 and 6 at the moment. Trying to chase down your top 3, 5, 6 and 7 I should say. As Nicholson leads from Gandossi in the 2 spot. Craig Ryan in third. They're uber close together across the top end of the racetrack as we're running down the laps towards the halfway point of the race, and down the line it's George from Watson, from Peter Ten Brooker, then Robbie Atkin, and a little gap back to Tristan McLaughlin and Greg Van Rompuy. Trying to tag onto the back of this battle pack here. 125 Restricted Masters here for Heat 1 of their weekend. They are the 10th class in the race order. We're due for some big and heavy hitters coming out very soon here. for the West Pro Series, KA2 and KZ2 coming up in just a red-hot moment here at Bunbury City Kart Club, so do not go anywhere. If you're watching on the Coastal Classic 2022 live stream online event brought to you by 4-Star Media here from Bunbury City Kart Club. Craig Ryan doing a stellar job of hanging on to the back of Tristan McLaughlin as well. Sorry, Adam Gandossi, I should say. They're good mates. You can tell them apart, I'm sure, when they're on the racetrack. The WA champ hanging on to second right now, but Craig is not giving up on this battle. He is chasing. Got the bit between his teeth and he's hunting. You can see him getting sideways through the corners. He's looking right square at the back end of the 78 machine of Gandossi as they come out of the final corners and down the line. 4 laps to go. Meanwhile, Lloyd Nicholson is gone from this battle. The gap on time sits at 2.3 seconds. Ryan tucking in right behind him here in that all-stealth number 3 Formula K kart. He looks to the inside in the middle of the circuit. It was a bit of a send. But Gandossi saw him coming and thought better than fighting for it. Let's see if Ryan can get the power down and open up a gap. See him getting hard on the wheel to turn it into the Greco hairpin. Putting the stress through the front left tyre as he transfers the weight to the outside of the kart. And down the line, there's your leader, Lloyd Nicholson, out front at the moment. The 29 flat-out karts, the Arrow entry. Setting the hot lap of the race now. Nicholson goes to a 40.181, 0.4 of a second clear of Ryan on lap speed that last lap alone for Lloyd Nicholson out front. Keeping an eye on this battle here is Peter Ten Brooker in the number 6 spot on the racetrack as we flash forward very quickly. Jamie George hanging on to P5 over Bryce Watson in the 6. As they come out of the middle of the circuit and charge up towards the Greco hairpin. Ahead of them is Benjamin Bonzen having a bit of a lonely drive in the 4th spot here, the number 12 entry. That Arrow kart as they head into the top hairpins and bring it down the line. 1 lap remaining as we pick up your race leader, Lloyd Nicholson, starting his final tour of the circuit here in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Restricted Masters. Nicholson leads things out over the fastest man on the racetrack, Craig Ryan. Once he got into clean air, he found a whole bunch of speed, but it was almost too little too late from Craig as he can't make up the 2.7 second deficit to Nicholson out front. Nicholson well and truly on his way. Out of the final corners and down onto the main straightaway. Nicholson brings it to the line and takes the win here in heat number 1 of Tag 125 Restricted Masters. Sets a hot lap on the way as well. Ryan takes it back off of him though and sets a new hot lap of the race as he comes across on the final lap. Craig Ryan home in second here. Adam Gandossi in third from Benjamin Bonzen in the 4th spot. Jamie George in P5 over Bryce Watson in P6. It was Peter Ten Brooker in the 7 over Robbie Atkin in the 8th spot. Tristan McLaughlin in 9 over Greg Van Rompuy, Matthew Fink, and John Hill rounding out your finishing order here for Tag 125 Restricted Masters Heat 1 here at Bunbury City Kart Club. KA2 out on the track, and immediately they go straight to lights out racing. Oh no, and it all comes a cropper in the opening corner. KA2 is the brilliant place that you can go race in the junior ranks when you want to have the ultimate horsepower and this incredibly level playing field. Running the Vortex Rock DVS engines. You can't do much to them. You can't really ripple with them. You can't find an advantage anywhere else. And they are this incredibly fast go-kart with a bunch of horsepower that these young drivers have to learn to tame if they want to prove their worth. And these are the kinds of drivers who are either eyeballing going into car racing straight after their junior careers are over and ended by a matter of getting older, or they're eyeing off a run into the premier ranks of karting, either straight into Tag 125 or eyeing off a run at KZ2 racing. And many of the young drivers who probably would have found a home in this class if it were open a couple of years ago have now ended up in KZ2 here in Western Australia. And you think of the likes of young Luca Nietzsche finding his feet in the senior ranks after a very short period of time out of juniors. This is where you want to come if you want to go fast as a junior driver. Zane Rhodes at the moment out front. Keeping an eye on where they stack up here. We're watching the 72 of Cooper Lyle fighting his way forward. He fires one up the inside of Jack Parham. Now, Parham was the fastest in qualifying, which was an interesting one from this morning's session. He's struggling at the moment in race conditions and is getting shuffled around, beaten from pillar to post right now. He was the fastest by 1.3 tenths of a second over Zane Rhodes in second, Dylan Guest in third, Sebastian Guest in fourth, and Cooper Lyle rounding out your top five on time. But currently, Zane Rhodes leads over Sebastian Guest and Dylan Guest second and third. Ethan Traeger, this young man in the 63 kart. I was having a chat to his brother Riley this morning, and come about half an hour before they were due out for qualifying, didn't have a seat in the go-kart and didn't have any weight on the kart, and somehow managed to get out there and get racing. Ethan Traeger holding on to the fourth spot right now. How's this battle at the front, though? Zane Rhodes, Sebastian, and Dylan Guest right behind him. And now Zane's mistake coming onto the main straightaway sees him get railroaded by both the Guesty boys. The Guest Family Enforcement Company finding their way through to 1 and 2 here. Sebastian leads from Dylan, first and second. Sebastian been getting involved in a bit more iRacing recently. Even came and joined me in the Formula 3 Australia iRacing League on Tuesday nights, qualifying himself into the Gold League. I think he had some trouble in the race, though. Barcelona's a bit of a culprit for that one from our race on Tuesday night. 2 weeks to go in the Formula Racing Group Formula 3 Australia League. Be good to see Sebastian getting involved and see if he can chase the leaders in that Gold Championship. Doing a stellar job at the moment out front here. Seb leading the way from his brother Dylan on the racetrack. Dylan has a fast lap of the race, though, last time across. A 46.930 for Dylan. Zane Rhodes getting dropped off to the third spot. Got to the point, but didn't quite have the pace to manage it, it seems. And the Guesty boys, they've gone for a matching setup here. They're usually, or in events gone by, one's been blue, one's been red. Rocking these older generation Ricardo karts. I think these are the Birrell the S9 or S10 chassis. Quite old as far as the spec of modern day go-karts goes, but that Guesty family has found something with them, and they're hanging on to that for dear life. They know how to make it work as they come onto the main straightaway. Seb looks over his shoulder, can just get an eyeful of his brother right behind him, Dylan, as they come onto the main straight. There's Zane Rhodes in the Cosmic Kart behind in third. Over Ethan Traeger in the 63 Tony Kart in P4. Now, last time across the line, Ethan was trying to close the gap to Zane, but missed out by about 2 tenths of a second. So Ethan needs to find a little bit more pace here to try and push the envelope onto the back. The 73 Cosmic Kart of Zane Rhodes hanging on to third. And it was only last year Zane made his first attempt at driving a KA2 kart after a very short amount of time racing in the junior ranks, fresh out of Cadet 12 the year before, I believe, back in 2020. And it was a very steep learning curve for Zane to go from ripping around a go-kart track in Cadet 12 to learning how to handle a KA2. And what we see and what we saw from Zane as a prime example of this is the young drivers, they come in and they're flying. They're absolutely stonkingly quick, but they struggle to manage the tyres. And that was the same case there for Zane when he made his step into the KA2 ranks last year. He's been learning and adapting to the kart, though. Finds himself in third at the moment, just in front of Ethan Traeger and Sachin Smith-Way, fourth and fifth, as the Guesty boys come across the stripe. And they go one lap remaining for this man, Sebastian Guest, the 45 Ricardo kart for GB Sport. Leading the way from his brother Dylan, who has the fast lap of the race. So Dylan trying to find himself a bit of bragging rights on Seb for when they go back to the pits. Seb's clear answer will be, but yeah, I won the race, as they come out of the final corners and onto the main straightaway. KA2 for the West Pro Series. Heat number 1 goes to Sebastian Guest at the line. Dylan Guest home in second. And Zane Rhodes coming home for the third spot here. Ethan Traeger in P4 and Sachin Smith-Way will round out your top 5 here in KA2, the fastest junior category for round 2 of their series as the West Pro Series here at Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic 2022. Well, the big one arrives on our doorstep here in this first round of heats. KZ2 for round 2 of the West Australian KZ Series. Man, oh man. Cast our minds back to a few weeks ago at Wanneroo International Kartway at the opening round of the series, and it was an epic day of racing, an epic weekend of racing even, for that first round of KZs. And it was defending series champion Sam Dicker in the Willpower Kart claiming the win at round 1 up at Wanneroo over Jake Claridge in the Energy Kart. And Daniel Curry with a stonking drive in the final to take out third for the round. And I echo the comments of Brian Lecoq, and it's good to see Dan the Man back on the podium up in Wanneroo. As we roll them out and get set to go racing, We'll take you through the starting grid because this will be a hot one. Jake Claridge and Sam Dicker will share the front row of the grid here for heat number 1. Separated by 1.8 tenths of a second in qualifying. That will be your first row of the grid. Riley Traeger and Damon Papasergio on row 2 from Josh Byrne and Nick Middick on row 3. Daniel Curry and Jay Cool on row 4 of the grid over Jaden Pierce and James Mackay on row 5. Mitchell Perella and Jason Lecoq on row 6 from Ryan Bender and Gianluca Oriema on row 7 over Simon Gwilliam and Luca Nietzsche on row 8. Paul Pedrotti and Scott Mackay on row 9. Bailey Gretsch and Jake Sawyer will share row 10. Caleb Sumich and Cody Loonan on row 11. Harrison Oddy and Connor Roth on row 12 with Daniel Sugar and Courtney Goff on the 13th row of the grid here. As the field is lined up on the start, the flags have been waved. Watch the lights to go out and send us racing, and we are a go here for 15 laps of Heat 1 racing. Traeger fires his way through, and it's 3 wide down to turn number 2. Exciting racing here for the KZs as the whole field comes pouring out of turn 2. It's Claridge with the lead. Fresh off the back of a stonking run at the Australian Kart Championship, but Dick is not having any of it. He fires to the inside in the middle of the circuit, grabs a race lead momentarily, and they're fighting over it as they head up towards the Greco. Dicker leads, Claridge in second. Oh, but Dicker's wide, and they're swapping. Dicker's through the grass, and he rejoins right in front of the field. Claridge will get through as they're fighting over it some more. Papa Sergio is in the mix, and they're all bumping and grinding. This is exciting. And trying to figure out who's going to go where. And to get one of our 86 machines, that's Byrne, dropping off the edge of the racetrack at turn 1. It was Claridge and Dicker fighting over it here in the opening stages. Traeger had a good start. Sorry, it was Nietzsche, I think, had a good start and dropped back through the field. One of our young drivers is off the track at the back of the pack. I think that might have been Connor Roth, or it could have been Harrison Oddy. Out of contention on the opening lap here. We follow as it's Riley Traeger in the number 60. Tony Kart machine. He was 7th across the line last time by. Meanwhile, Claridge leads. Dicker in 2nd. Papa Sergio in 3rd over Middick in the 4th spot. Jay Cool in P5. And Riley Traeger in 6th. Jason Lecoq in the Hyperkart in the 7th spot. Daniel Curry in 8. Luca Nietzsche rounding out the 9. James Mackay holding on to P10, but it is this man, Jake Claridge from the 95 Energy Course Kart leading the way. Dicker had the elbows out early trying to find something for him and trying to grab that race lead. Check out the gaggle of karts fighting over 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and beyond here. My goodness, Papa Sergio leads this pack. Jay Cool fighting his way forward. They are not giving an inch here as we're 3 wide down the main straight. This is going to end in tears. Somehow we get through it. Here comes Dan the Man Curry. He fires through and picks up a 2-for-1 deal. It's a Saturday morning special here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Curry picks up a couple of spots and gets one up on Nietzsche, Traeger and Lecoq. All for one here is Traeger up the inside of Lecoq now. Taps aside, can't get the drive off the corner, and they're all going to bundle up again. Now it's Mackay's in this fight as well here in the 15 comp kart. Meanwhile, Pierce gets turned at the back end of the racetrack, and they're all going to bundle up around him here. The 96 of Middick now under pressure as Jason Lecoq trying to find a way around him. He's lost another spot to Dan Curry as well. So Curry is now up to P5. Not bad from 7th or 8th on the road. Meanwhile, Claridge leading. Dicker in 2nd, Papa Sergio 3rd, just over Jay Cool. That's going to start heating up the 3rd and 4th here. Check this out as they go past. Jay Cool put in the pressure on Papa Sergio. He looks to the inside, stands on the left panel to try and pull it up for the corner and gets the 3 spot here. Jay Cool, the number 10 Paralyn kart, grabbing P3 over Jamon Papa Sergio, the 77 Kart Republic chassis. We say Kart Republic, Will Power Kart, and the Fernando Alonso kart, all running on the same spec chassis. So Papa Sergio, on paper, running equal equipment to Sam Dicker, who's currently 2nd on the road. But now Papa Sergio under pressure from Curry behind. That's for 4th. Meanwhile, Sam Dicker seemingly can't do anything about Claridge at the moment. Hanging on to that 2nd spot as Jay Cool behind him, the number 10 Paralyn kart, sets a hot lap of the race. Daniel Curry back there in P4. Papa Sergio in 5 from Middick, Lecoq, Mackay, Traeger and Nietzsche. This is a 15-lap heat race. So earlier we've been this far into the race and we've said 4 to go. Well, this time there is still 9 laps remaining. Last time across the stripe for Jake Claridge out front. That 95 Jake Claridge Motorsport Energy Course kart coming down the main straightaway leads things out over Dicker in second. 1.37 seconds between them. Dicker trying to close the gap here. Last time across the line, Dicker was faster by about 4 to 5 tenths of a second. In fact, Claridge was the slowest driver in the top 4 karts on the racetrack. So Claridge out front seemingly managing tyres. Because you look at the racetrack out there and you look at the tyres these guys are on. They're all rocking that wet weather tyre. But the track is seemingly dry. There are some big wet spots on the track and they're all trying to find that moisture around the circuit at the moment. But for drivers like Jake Claridge, who's out front, he'd be thinking in the back of his mind, I need to conserve these tyres, seek out the puddles, find the moisture where I can, try and stop this rubber from overheating and shredding up underneath me because I might need these tyres later on. If it rains again later today and you've shredded and torched your wets, you're going to be in a world of hurt come that time. You never know what's around the corner, especially with the weather forecast we're having right here in Bunbury. It could rain in the next few minutes. It could sprinkle. It could hold off. The sun could come out. The birds would start tweeting. And we'd be back to dry weather conditions as Sam Dicker takes advantage of Claridge's pace and will claim the race lead here. The 72 flat-out karts will power machine. Running out front over Claridge back there to the 2 spot. Jay Cool running in P3. It's good to have some interstate flavour with Jay coming over to join us. Some cool stuff to read online about Jay Cool after making his way back to the Australian Kart Championship over the weekend. Talking about his highs and lows running at the AKC in Adelaide in a mega field of KZ2 drivers. It's good to see these East Coast drivers starting to really recognise the speed of racing we have here in WA, and they come over to race with us and they find themselves getting the elbows out and fighting because we've got a really strong contingent of drivers here in Western Australia, something we're pretty proud of. And we have this incredible West Australian KZ series. A credit to the organisers and the people behind the scenes making this happen. Picking and choosing the calendar and making sure that the drivers are looked after. We have an incredible series. 26 under KZ2 for the weekend. And so good to see as we follow Riley Traeger at the moment and Jake Sawyer making their way around the track. Jake running in this number 7 entry. The CRG kart on paper. Good looking bit of fluor on that kart as well as we flick forward to this battle. Jason Lecoq, Nick Middick and Luca Nietzsche fighting over 5th, 6th and 7th on the road at the moment. It's Hyper from BRM from Tony Kart fighting over these remaining placings as they come down the line with 2 laps to go. Last time across, Dan Curry in the Ricardo kart. Dan the man in 4th right now after making the podium at the opening round of the championship. A return to form for the multi-time series champion Dan Curry. He spent some time languishing a little bit further back in the pack. He's decided he's had enough of that. Got himself into a Ricardo kart, stepped out of the old Maranello chassis and fighting his way forward. This is your leaders at the moment though. Sam Dicker over Jake Claridge and Jay Cool. The Shamrock Racing Paralyn kart down the line in 3rd. Starting their final lap of the circuit now. 1 to run here. And it's your usual suspects up front. in this opening heat of the weekend. Dicker, Claridge and Cool now. Opening up a bit of a gap over Curry back there in fourth. Lecoq, it's a good result here for young Jason in P5. And down the line, Dicker looks over his shoulder to check on him behind. The checkered flag will fly, and Dicker takes the win here in the first heat of the weekend. Not a bad race at all. Sam Dicker takes the win here in Heat 1 of KZ2 over Jake Claridge in second and Jay Cool in third. Jay Cool taking the fast lap of the race at the end there, 35.776 over Daniel Curry in second, Jason Lecoq in, Curry in fourth, what am I saying? Jason Lecoq in P5, Luke Anici in P6, Nick Middick in the seventh spot over Riley Traeger and Jake Sawyer, 8 and 9, and James Mackay rounding out your top 10 here. KZ2, Heat 1 in the books here at Bunbury City Kart Club. We're going to turn them around, rack them and stack them, and we're going to go all the way back up to the top of your race order. KA3 Senior Championship. Due out on track coming up next here to kick us off for Heat 2 at the Coastal Classic for 2022. Apologies for the moment. Well, we took a quick second to reset between rounds of heats. We're back on for heat round number 2. And back on with KA3 Senior Championship getting ready to rock and roll. Big shout out to everyone joining in live online. Thank you for joining us for Four Star Media's coverage of Bunbury City Kart Club's Coastal Classic. A shout out to Lockie Miller telling me to get the I-30N out on the track. I've been on the track with the I-30N. It just hauled my backside all the way down here this morning. I do need to get it, get some new boots for it though, get it out on the track with some new tyres because they are knackered. As we are set to go, watching those lights to switch off and send us racing. And we are underway with round 2 of heats. KA3 Senior Championship getting underway. Aiden Deckers was from the pole as he took the win in heat number 1. But meanwhile, Brandon Duncombe decides he wants to be the round 2 winner. Number winner, geez, I'm doing well. Doing well today. Duncombe leads the way up towards the Greco hairpin for the first time. They charge up the hill. One's dropped off the edge of the racetrack and will rejoin in the field. But it's Duncombe, the 29 machine, leading things out. Looks like Deckers has lost a bit of pace in the opening stages of the race. He's dropped back into the 3rd spot. Michael Jonesy Jones in the 2nd as they come down the line for the first lap of racing. Deckers now under pressure from Tommy Lawton back there in 4th. A bit of a gap further back, and it's the 45 of Memphis Knowles rounding out your top 5. Over Chantel Hall, Ethan Flynn now losing out to Joel Wheeler. Joel was your fastest qualifier this morning as Ethan is off the racetrack in the middle and loses out to Rory Avern. Great little battle pack up here though. Memphis Knowles, Joel Wheeler and Chantel Hall all fighting over the spot. Now Knowles will go up to, that is the 5 spot as they come down the line. 2 down, 8 to go. Memphis looking over the wrong shoulder, checking on the left-hand side of the go-kart, while Joel Wheeler's playing peekaboo behind him in the 57 KF kart. Down towards turn number 2. At the turn. The Hall fancies a run up the inside of Wheeler. Couldn't quite get there as Brandon Duncombe continues to lead the way. We're going to stay with this battle at the moment. Knowles and Wheeler fighting it out. This is 5 and 6 on the road. Wheeler looks to the inside of the Greco hairpin. It was late and it was gutsy. And Wheeler gets it done here, the 57 KF kart. Trying to reset after that opening lap of the weekend because the opening race earlier today was not stellar from Joel, considering he was the fastest qualifier in this morning's session. And how's this Hall and Knowles going at it? They're banging wheels, heading down towards turn number 2. And behind them now, Riley Westell in the 44 Arrow chassis, trying to buy into this battle. As we check in with Tommy Lawton in this beautiful looking Intrepid kart. Coming past the canteen, the number 30 machine for Tommy. He's showing down in 4th now as Aiden Deckers opens up a bit of a gap in 3rd, but your leaders are starting to have a discussion about who wants it more, and that is going to slow them up. Michael Jones grabs the race lead. Brandon Duncombe down to 2nd. Aiden Deckers is closing the gap. The margin last time across the line, Deckers was 0.6 of a second off the battle here for 1 and 2. We'll see if Jonesy can open up the taps and stretch things out as we're halfway home. 5 down, 5 to go. Jonesy leads from Duncombe in 2nd, Deckers in 3rd, then Lawton and Wheeler 4 and 5. And that's a stack of names here in KA3 Senior Championship racing here in Western Australia. Jones, Duncombe, Deckers, Lawton and Wheeler. Very, very stout in the top 5 here this weekend at the Coastal Classic. It's good to see a pretty solid turnout for the weekend's racing. Everyone coming down and looking to get a bit of an inside line as to how things are going to be heading into the WA Kart Championships right here in Bunbury. Coming up later in the year, the back end of September, the first weekend. I think it's September 30 through to October 2 here at Bunbury City Kart Club. We're going to put on an incredible weekend of racing. The state titles always turns it on here in WA. And the club here are teasing me. They're telling me they are going to go all out for a weekend that everyone will remember. Not just for the racing, but for the fanfare and the festival that will take place around it as well. make sure you get it booked off. Get your annual leave request in. Start looking at hotels and start to plan your approach. The 2022 WA Kart Championship at Bunbury City Kart Club later this year. Get around it because it is going to be an absolute ripper of a weekend. As this race continues to heat up out front, Jones from Duncombe, and Deck is now the fastest young man on track. Aiden Deck is down last time at 36.500 as he closes the gap to the race leaders. He was your winner in race 1. Duncombe was second, and Tommy Lawton was third. Michael Jones featured a little bit further down the field. As we quickly check in with this battle here for 7th and 8th, that's Memphis, Knowles, and Riley. We're still fighting it out here up towards the Agreco hairpin. Behind them, Riyad Avern sitting in the 9th spot at the moment, fighting it out down the main straightaway with 2 laps to go this time across the line. We'll check in on the lead in a moment as we pick up very quickly Chantel Hall going by. Chantel currently sitting in the 6th spot, that 68 kart, as the leaders flash across the top end of the racetrack. And we'll whip across and try and grab them as they're coming down the main straightaway. There we go. There they are. Nicely done. Michael Jones leads away from Brandon Duncombe and Aiden Deckers, and this is the final lap. Can Jonesy grab himself a win here? Oh, I wish I had that Karting WA age sheet in front of me, because I think Jonesy is older than the 2 behind him combined in Brandon Duncombe and Aiden Deckers. Brandon's barely university age, and Deckers, I think, is still in school. And Jonesy is showing them how it's done as they come onto the main straightaway. Down the line, he checks over his shoulder. He's a happy man. Michael Jones takes the win here in Heat 2 of KA3 Senior over Brandon Duncombe in 2nd and Aiden Deckers in 3rd. Great battle at the pointy end of the field here in KA3. Tommy Lawton was back there in P4. Joel Wheeler rounding out your top 5. A very stout field in the top 5 here. KA3 Senior Championship Heat 2 goes to Michael Jones, taking out the win here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Cadet 9 back on the racetrack, getting set to go here. 10 laps on the board for heat number 2 for the Cadet 9s. And the youngsters are lined up and ready to rock and roll. The lights go out and send us racing, and it's Chase Saxfield from the front row of the grid trying to do the old switcheroo on Taj Mcdonnell. And Saxfield will try and race it down to the line. Now, Saxfield took the win in heat number 1, but may have got picked up for a little something because he would have been starting on P1 of the grid if he had have held on to that. Taj Mcdonnell showing P1 on the grid as they came to the line. But now Saxfield leads, McDonnell back to second. Valentino Giorgella back in the third spot here. Emerson Watson in P4. Cruz Priolo P5 over Ben Keane and Josh Panizza, all making it around this opening lap so far, as we did lose Ben and Josh in the opening lap of Heat 1 earlier today. Those slippery morning conditions for the youngsters here in Cadet 9s. 1 down and 9 to go. They're stacking up behind Taj here. Valentino fancies a run at him. So does the 17 of Emerson. Looking to try and find their way around. Emerson having a little peek up the inside of Valentino through the middle section of the lap. This is the first stop on the ladder for a young go-kart racer looking to start their career. And you can get a practice license at a very young age. I think it's 6 or 7 you can get a practice license now. Go racing into the cadet ranks. Start with the Cadet 9s, move to the Cadet 12s before you step into the junior karts, so like what we see in KA4 and KA3, even KA2 racing when they get a bit older. And then I think from 14 you can get dispensation to go race in seniors now. 16 is the generally accepted age to go race in the senior ranks. And in Motorsport Australia terms, you can go get yourself a car racing license at 14. Not a bad deal at all as we watch this battle. Taj Mcdonnell doing everything he can to hang on to second here. Meanwhile, Emerson puts a move on Valentino. Thanks for coming. And gets it done down the line. 3 down, 7 to go. Last time across the line, McDonnell still hanging on to that 2 spot, but they are bumping and moving around quite a bit down the straights here. As Chase Saxfield leading the way and stretching the gap over second place of Taj, who's hanging on to it here. He's got Emerson, Valentino, and Ben all stacking up behind him. Look at this, 4 karts line astern as they head up towards the Agreco corner. Now Valentino has a little peek up the inside of Emerson. Can't quite get there. Will draw alongside coming out of the hairpin. Trying to do it the hard way around the outside. Now Valentino has a run. Looking for the inside line to make it into third. Valentino Giorgella, the KF kart, gets to third now. And this gives a bit of a breather space to Taj Mcdonnell. We'll see if Taj can hang on to that second spot or if Valentino has something to say. Because Giorgella is hot on the heels of Taj already. As they come around the middle section of the circuit here at Bunbury City Kart Club. The sun's come out and we can see the glare coming off the racetrack. Things are starting to dry out here in Bunbury. It's even warming up as Valentino fires to the inside of McDonnell up towards a Greco. Grabs the 2 spot and parks the KF kart into second now. McDonnell down to third, still under pressure from Watson behind. Meanwhile, Saxfield is in another postcode. The fielder coming down the straight and across the line. Saxfield is going through the middle of the circuit. He may as well have started doing a runner back to Perth at this rate. He is cleared out. Hot lap of the race for Saxfield, 38.5. The rest of them are lapping around in the 40s. And there he is, your race leader, Chase Saxfield, on another planet here in heat number 2, leading things away down the line. 6 laps completed and 4 to go here for Chase Saxfield. Coming down the straight and past the canteen once again, that number 3 KF kart machine. Doing it in style very nicely this morning. Well, this afternoon, I should say, as of about 19 minutes ago here at Bunbury City Kart Club. It's the Coastal Classic 2022. And a big special thank you to our sponsors. You won't find any better and quality service in personalised vehicle wraps, signage, stickers and more than from Onto It Graphics. Big thank you to Onto It Graphics for their support of WA Karting and the Bunbury City Kart Club for all their work here. Got some wicked signs here, and I see Onto It Graphics all around in the speedway world as well, especially in the sedans area. And it's great to see them doing some cool work out there. Onto It Graphics, your place to go see. as we follow this battle behind. Now this is Taj McDonnell, Cruz Priolo, and Josh Panizza. So McDonnell's falling back and is under pressure here from Priolo and Panizza, who are going to go side by side themselves down in towards turn 1 and 2. It gives McDonnell a bit of a breather, as we were 3 laps to go last time across the line from these guys. And Cruz looking for a way around McDonnell through the middle of the racetrack. Trying to find somewhere he can park that BRM kart up the inside and get the job done. 2 laps to go for your leaders last time across the line. Valentino Giorgella has taken Ben Keane through for 2nd and 3rd. And this is your 2nd and 3rd place drivers right now as they come down the line. Giorgella hanging on to P2. Ben Keane in the 3 spot. Meanwhile, there's Chase. Out front all by himself. Gorn gone here in heat number 2 for Cadet 9s. And down the line, 1 lap remaining here for Chase Saxfield, the number 3 KF kart. 1 to go in a dominant heat race. We'll wait for an eternity for the gaps to come up, but he's lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than the next kart back on the road. And as a result, the overall margin coming down the line sits at 18 seconds from Saxfield back to Giorgella in 2nd. Giorgella just parked it into a 39s. But no one's going to get close to this man here in heat number 2. Chase Saxfield comes down the line and takes the win here. 2 from 2 for young Chase here in Cadet 9s. A great drive from young Saxfield. Valentino Giorgella will bring it across the top end of the racetrack and down the line to claim 2nd on the road. There was a young Ricardo kart parked on the infield there, unfortunately. As Giorgella claims 2nd, Ben Keane in 3rd. Taj McDonnell bringing it down. And it was actually Emerson Watson claiming 4th here. McDonnell in P5 and Cruz Priolo rounding out your 6 finishes. Josh Panizza with trouble a couple of laps ago and a DNF at the bottom of the order. That was Cadet 9, heat number 2, run and done here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Off and racing KA3 Junior on the racetrack. Taking a rare moment between races to have a little chin wag to the voice of my childhood in WA karting, Brian Lecoq, here and enjoying the action this weekend. His son Jason racing in KA2 with the Hyperkart team and the Elite Karts. As we have our KA3 juniors out on the racetrack and racing away. As we check in lap number 1 for KA3 Junior. Going the way of Connor Payne. Again, he had a stonking drive in the first heat of the day earlier today to claim the win over the rest of the field. Kay Davey was in second. He's in second again here at the moment. Chase Wildman currently third as they race it out up towards the Greco. A bit of a gap behind the Wildman as Davey is putting pressure onto the back of Connor Payne. And it's not the Wildman, actually. It's a KF Kart getting involved in this battle now. 57 of Blake Carboni finding his way forward as the Wildman has dropped right back through the field after that opening lap. Payne leading from Davey in second, Carboni in third. This is a tidy little battle starting to form here. 3 karts fighting it out for the race lead. Payne runs it wide and loses ground. Now Davey claims the race lead. Payne loses another spot to Lockie Adams in the KF kart. And so it's Cade Davey leading the way. The 75 Weet-Bix entry. He drops a wheel and is off the racetrack. Carboni will take the race lead. Davey is going to take the shortcut onto the main straightaway, but it's going to be a costly exchange because he doesn't have the momentum. And we'll lose a couple more spots. So it's Blake Carboni leading the way now. Lockie Adams in a second. Davey came across the line in third, but lost some ground. Now Nash Ferraro in third. He had a bit of a rough start to his day earlier today. The young kid from Waroona for the Pinjarra Bakery in this number 16 BRM kart, working his way around and hanging on in front of Todd Vince. Todd is the fastest on the racetrack right now, momentarily, as Davey now behind them in P5, seeking a bit of redemption after coming off the racetrack a moment ago. This is a battle for third, fourth and fifth. In front of them, Lockie Adams is the fastest on track, the 14 KF kart, chasing down Blake Carboni out front. Meanwhile, Ferraro has touch in third right now in front of Vince, and Davey fourth and fifth. As we come to the halfway point, check this out for the race lead. They're fighting over it. Lockie Adams hot on the heels of Carboni, looking for a way around at the moment as they come through turn 2. The 2 KF karts fighting it out for first and second on the racetrack, through the middle of the racetrack. And now here comes Nash Ferraro into the fight. This is going to get ultra tasty in the battle for the lead here in KA3 Junior Heat 2. Ferraro to the inside of Adams gets the job done. Lockie Adams losing out here. Now he's going to cop pressure from Vince and Davey. It's a 2-for-1 deal, but it's a losing deal for Lockie Adams. He loses both of them. Carboni takes advantage of that to have about a kart length or 2 advantage over Ferraro at the line. And Nash Ferraro now looking to make inroads onto the back of Carboni. Meanwhile, Vince, Davey and Adams, third, fourth and fifth behind them, up towards the Greco hairpin. Great scrap going on for these podium placings. What does Nash Ferraro have for Blake Carboni, though? It looks like he's got the faster go-kart right now. Well, the previous laps would have told the tale. Kay Davey has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, 33.87. Now Carboni resets the hot lap at 33.595. Ferraro with a 33.705 was his fastest of the race, but not fast enough to challenge the race lead. So Carboni in the 57 out front from Ferraro in second. It's starting to cool off a little bit here at Bunbury City Kart Club. You can feel the weather changing around us as the clouds above start to get that little bit more grey. Could we see more rain coming sometime soon? Geez, that of course the upset. We've only just gotten back to slick tyre racing. And the lap time's down into the 33s around Bunbury City Kart Club. And 33s with the long track variants is pretty quick here around Bunbury. especially when the conditions are pretty green, the way this racetrack is after the rain. It tends to wash off all the rubber from the surface of the track, and it brings the sand back into the surface, and things are pretty green out there. With 1 lap to go, Blake Carboni has managed to open up the gap over Nash Ferraro and will hang on to this lead around the final lap. Ferraro on a good recovery drive, though, from deeper in the field, managing to find his way back up into second. But it's Carboni with a great drive at the moment. He was outside the top 3 in heat number 1, but he counters that in heat 2. Carboni takes the win here over Nash Ferraro in second. And a great drive as the rest of the field comes across the line. Todd Vinsholm in third, Gay Davey in fourth, and Lockie Adams, who was running second for a period of time there during the race, down in P5. Connor Payne in the 6th spot, Toby Mayolo in the 7th, Ashton Sprague in 8, Chase Wildman in 9, Lachlan Klee rounding out your 10 for KA3 Junior. That's how they wrapped up here, heat number 2 at the Coastal Classic 2022 here at Bunbury City Kart Club. For those of you watching us live at home with Four Star Media's broadcast coverage of the Coastal Classic, all of our cameramen do need to take a wee bit of a break here at Bunbury. So we are going to leave you with a wide shot looking out over Bunbury City Kart Club as best we can during the course of the WA Open Performance Heat Race coming up now. We'll be back with the resumption of racing live and moving cameras here from Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic coming up very soon. Tag 125 lights on the racetrack, getting ready to rock and roll. We did promise we'd be back. And we're back into it. A great field of drivers lining up here in Tag 125 light. Getting set to go here for their second heat race of the day. 3 rounds of heats, plus the Dead Man Final, all in a single day here at the Coastal Classic for Bunbury City Kart Club. It's going to be a big old day. As the field is set, racked and stacked and ready to go. Watching those lights to switch off and send us racing. And we are away, and there's a couple going around on the opening corner. 2 karts off here at turn 1 into the sand trap, unfortunately. Now watch this. Kip Foster going to be fighting his way through as well. Nicholas Smith and Ash Morrissey were off the front row. Jesse Elliott a little bit further back in the field looking to make something happen here. But Kip Foster into that second spot. Jack Caiullo into third on the opening lap. Elliott back to P4. Then West, Rhodes, Drew, Deckers, Fraser, and McLean your top 10 as McLean makes a move. Trying to get it done here. Connor Clifton working his way around. The 79 Esprit Kart. Watching him through the midfield here as everyone comes pouring out of a Greco and charging across the top end of the racetrack. We'll start to shuffle forward through the field. A spot Bree Rhodes, the number 90 Cosmic Kart. Leading out from the 38 of Aiden Deckers. Or right behind Deckers, actually. They will switch around as they come across the line. Deckers now jumping up in front of Rhodes and charging forward here. Looking up to the back of the number 9 of Robert West. As they head across the top end of the track, it's Caiullo in third. Or fourth, I should say. Jesse Elliott, the fastest on the racetrack last time around on the opening lap. Ash Morrissey in second, and Kip Foster leading the way. A little bit confusing the opening couple of laps here, but it's Kip Foster in charge at the moment. The number 20 KF Kart leading things out. Up into a Greco. We did lose our Facebook stream, it seems, for just a red hot minute. But I do believe we are back up and running. So thank you for bearing with us. And if you're just rejoining us live on Facebook, thank you for your patience. Watching all the action here. This is the 62 of Fraser trying to defend from Connor Clifton. Fighting over the remaining placings to be inside the top 10 here in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Light. Bree Rhodes bouncing in the seat. Something chronic coming out of that final corner. Down towards the canteen turn in front of the crowd here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Over Fraser and Clifton right behind her. As we cross the halfway point a moment ago. 5 down and 5 to go. Kip Foster leading the way over Morrissey in second. Elliott third. Caiullo fourth. Deckers rounding out your top 5. And Deckers is the fastest man on track right now. We're still watching on at Drew here. We look forward. There's Deckers. Fastest on track in the 38 kart. Chasing down Caiullo in the number 7 machine. He's trying to fight his way forward to get further inside the top 5. Plenty of pace in these tag karts right now. As we follow Jesse Elliott, the 71 Willpower Kart, into third now over Caiullo 4. Now Deckers getting one up on Caiullo, up the inside of the Greco. He goes to P4, puts Caiullo down to the 5. With a couple of karts stricken and off to the sidelines. Aiden Deckers moves himself up into the 4 spot. But it's Foster who leads, Morrissey in second. Jesse Elliott and Aiden Deckers. Third and fourth right now. Firing through the middle of the racetrack and doing it nicely though. Kip Foster out by himself, leading this one out in the number 20 KF Kart with a Birrell manufactured chassis underneath him. Cool, calm, collected, and in control is the current WA champ, Foster. With 2 laps remaining here at the Bunbury City Kart Club. We'll check back through the field here. Robert West looking to find his way further forward. He put it on pole in qualifying earlier today, but so far he's only good enough for 9th across the line, trying to put the pressure under the back of Connor Clifton. Meanwhile, his team leader, Kip Foster, leads the way here in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Light. Jack Kaulo having a decent run here in the top 5 for the number 7 entry. As we pick up Ash Morrissey out of turn number 2, it's Kip Foster leading the way. Morrissey having a quiet race, collecting some points on their final lap of the race. Foster leads it across the top end of the racetrack. Untouched in this race so far. And trying to stretch things out of the final corner for the final time. Kip Foster will run it to the line. And Foster claims Heat 2 here for Tag 125 Light. Ashley Morrissey home in 2nd. Jesse Elliott in 3rd. Aiden Decker's in the 4th spot over Jack Kaulo in P5. Lincoln Drew in 6. Bree Rhodes in 7. Connor Clifton in the 8 over Robert West. And Mason Fraser rounding out your top 10 finishers here for Tag 125 Light, Heat number 2. Apologies for the delay. We are back into it here with Cadet 12 out on the racetrack and racing him down here on this opening lap. Been some epic racing from the Cadet 12 so far this weekend. And they're set to do it again here in heat number 2. First lap in the books. Cody Colmer, Campbell Thompson, and Connor Mayer all fighting it out. Mayer just forcing the issue and moving through into second here. Thompson losing out. Now Webb putting the pressure on the back of Diago Stewart as they go through the right-hander and climbing up towards the Greco corner again. Meanwhile, Cody Colmer getting out front here. Connor Mayer in a second. Thompson dropping back in third now. Back into the clutches of the Ricardo Kart of Diago Stewart. They all check over their shoulders as they come down the line. Colmer trying to take Mayer with him at the moment in the race lead. Meanwhile, Zach Casagrande back there in the 6th spot. That's a hot lap of the race. Zach going fast to a 36.673. Trying to move forward in this one. He's closing up onto the back of Chase Webb and Diago Stewart. Fighting over 4th and 5th on the road. Check out the battle pack behind this group as they head across the top end of the track and around onto the main straightaway. But it's Colmer leading from Mayer as they come down the line. 1 and 2. Line astern at the moment. Then Thompson. Then this battle pack. It's Stewart, Webb, and Casagrande fighting it out. Stewart hanging on to P4. Chase Webb in 5. Casagrande back there right in him for P number 6 right now. Zach met him in the 7. Graham Bernardi in the 8. Then Alexander Hills and Joel Blackman rounding out your 10. Dry conditions coming at us here at Bunbury City Car Club. Webb up the inside of Diago Stewart at the Greco hairpin. Picking up the bumps through the middle of the corner and grabs the spot. So that's Chase Webb up to P4 now. Can he close the gap to Campbell Thompson? Hanging on to 3rd. He's given away a bit of time at the moment with only 6 laps left to do it here. This is heat number 2 of Cadet 12s out on the racetrack. Apologies to all of our viewers live online. We did drop the Facebook stream for a moment, but we are back up and running live on the Bunbury City Car Club play pages and with our online live event for the Coastal Classic 2022. So for everyone out here in the pits at Bunbury City Car Club, jump on, find the new link, and send it to your friends and family. Get them joining in all the live action because we are back and we are racing. As we keep a tabs on what's happening through the field. The 7 machine, Alexander Hills, fighting it out with the 39 of Zach Medham at the moment. And that is for 8th and 9th on the road, right behind Graham Bernardi in the flat-out karts entry, just a little bit further up the road. Meanwhile, Connor Mayer has actually claimed the race lead over Cody Colmer. The rise of Connor Mayer in the Cadet 12 ranks. It's fun to see as Casagrande has got past Diago Stewart now. That's in the battle for 5th and 6th. So Stewart has been dropped down to P6 now. Meanwhile, the WA champ Chase Webb, the 33 machine, into P4. Campbell Thompson, the hot lap of the race just a moment ago. Thompson setting a new hot lap at 35.887. Just marginally quicker than Cody Colmer was the previous lap. Connor Mayer was the slowest of the top 3 with a 35.967. Chase Webb just a little bit shy of that time at 36.0. As you can see, your top 3 line astern down the main straightaway. 3 laps to go this time by. Mayer leads Colmer, leads Thompson. These youngsters out front here of your Cadet 12 field. Campbell Thompson, always a character of the field. Exciting to watch on the racetrack. Some of these kids showing maturity well and truly beyond their years in the cadet ranks. And we think about 7, 8, and 9-year-olds racing in the Cadet 9 ranks. You think, wow, that's impressive. And then these kids in Cadet 12s, they're only a little bit older, but they race with such professionalism and respect about them. And sets them up with some pretty bright futures in years to come. And karting has been the forging grounds for many a young, not just race careers, but careers going on into engineering and race engineering, even outside the world of motorsports. These kids can learn the craft here and carry that into their years, into adulthood, and they can come back and bring their kids in 20 years' time. As we pick up on your leaders down the main straightaway, Connor Mayer leading out. It's only half a second the gap. In fact, 3.5 tenths the gap back to Cody Colmer last time by as they start their final lap. Your top three are bunching up in the closing stages here. Thompson is pushing along on Colmer. Don't be surprised to see Thompson make a lunge at the Agreco hairpin if he can get close enough. It's going to take a bit of a move. And he's about a half a kart length off the back of Colmer. Up into the hairpin. He's not close enough, though. And that'll be where they stay here across the top of the circuit for the final time. On their final lap here in Heat 2 of Cadet 12, Connor Mayer runs it down the line to take the win in Heat 2. Cody Colmer home in second. And Campbell Thompson comes home in third. A thumbs up here from Connor to congratulate his fellow competitors on a good race. Good sportsmanship from the youngsters. It's good to see. Chase Webb back there in the 4 spot. Zach Casagrande in P5 over Diago Stewart, Graham Bernardi, Alex Hills, Zach Mederman, Riley Curry rounding out your top 10 here for Cadet 12. Heat number 2 here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And we are back on track with TAC 125 restricted combined. Getting ready to go racing for their second heat of the day. Thank you for joining us on 4 Stars Media's coverage of the Coastal Classic 2022. Hello to everyone jumping across to the new stream. Thank you for joining us. Our apologies for the little hiccup in the streaming services. Internet can be like that sometimes, especially out here in Bunbury. So we are set with the field rolling around. 125 restricted combined. A pretty tough field here. Your fastest qualifier, Carlos Del Toro, played the gamble in the first heat of the day, choosing to go on the slick tyre, and that sent him off into the bush. He ended up finishing all the way down in P16. We reset the field, we get to do it all over again, and this time it's a solidly mixed up field. Aaron Premius, who took the win in heat number 1. We'll get to take them all down to turn number 1 here once we go racing. And a solid field of 19 drivers lining up and getting ready to go. And of course, a fair bit of racing activity happening in the great southwest region of Western Australia. There's a race meeting over at Collie Raceway happening over the weekend as well. And a big shout out to everyone tuning in from Collie as they watch the karting here from Bunbury City Kart Club. Lights go out and we are racing here for TAC 125 restricted combined. Aaron Premius getting a good jump on the field, trying to get away here. Chris Preston trying to get in touch as well as they go through the middle section for the first time. The 88 of Adam Owens back there in the 4th spot. It seems you can spot the bright red from a mile away on Adam's kart as they head up towards the Greco for the first time. Nathan Lee tucking into that battle as well. The 66 comp kart from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club tucking into the 3rd spot as they come out of the final corner. Down the main straight for lap number 1. With 1 down and 9 to go, we'll check off your order. Aaron Premius leads, Chris Preston 2nd, Nathan Lee in 3rd, then Adam Owens, Shane George, and Lewis Rossi now. Oh, we've got a couple got caught up there at turn 2. We missed what happened there, but a couple of your big game contenders in the field out of action there at turn number 2 as we follow Carlos Del Toro and his climb from deep in the field. Man, what a shocker Carlos had on the slick tyre earlier in the first race of the day. He's down behind the 55 of Lewis Rossi at the moment. Lewis is up into the 6th spot last time across the line. Now P4. Carlos is P5. A very solid effort here. Aaron Premius leads. Nathan Lee in 2nd. So we lost Chris Preston. Something happened there, and Darcy Benitez was out after the first lap. So an unfortunate turn of events here for Darcy. She had a good run in that first race of the day. In the 14 kart was 4th in the first heat. Now a DNF here in heat number 2. Nathan Lee up into 2nd, trying to put some pressure on the back of Aaron Premius as they come down the line through turn number 1. And a gap back to Shane George in 3rd, Lewis Rossi 4th. Carlos Del Toro now, fastest lap of the race for Carlos. In P5, a decent run so far. However, this is your race leader. Look at the body language on him. He's staying cool, calm, and collected out front at the moment. Aaron Premius leads the way. Nathan Lee in 2nd. Fast lap of the race, though, from Carlos Del Toro. 33.891. 4/10 quicker than Aaron Premius, your race leader. That's a big margin to be making up every single lap. He's 1.1 off the back of 4th at the moment. Last time across, he was about 2.8 off the race lead. Last time across now, at 33.8 again. Oh, Nathan Lee is off the road. What is happening down there at turn number 2? Lee is off the racetrack. He's out of the kart. He'll be unhappy. That will elevate Shane George into the 2nd spot. Lewis Rossi to 3rd. Carlos Del Toro will go to P4. Now Rossi and George fighting over the 2nd and 3rd spots on the racetrack. Here comes Del Toro. Rossi goes round the outside under brakes into the final corner. George having trouble, I think, and Del Toro goes on through. So Carlos Del Toro now up to the 3rd spot. This would be a big, big comeback for Carlos. Pole in qualifying earlier today. From the front to the back in heat number 1 in the tricky wet conditions here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Now it's dried out. He's hot on the heels of Rossi. He looks to the inside of the final corner and gets it done. Rossi's trying to get the drive off the turn. But can't hang with him, and Carlos goes to second. Now Lewis Rossi under pressure from Shane George. Third and fourth behind them. Meanwhile, your leader, Aaron Premius, still breaking away out front. 2.5 seconds clear of Carlos now in second. With 4 laps to go last time across, it'll be 3 this time for Aaron as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. And Premius on his way to making it 2 from 2 here in tag 125 restricted combined. Watching on this battle here, Lewis Rossi and Shane George still having a quiet discussion about third and fourth on the road. Both of them dropping a wheel off coming out of the final corner. Shane's kicking himself for that. And bugger, did what he did. And he didn't get the chance to take advantage of it. With 2 to go last time across the line, it's going to come down to the wire if Shane really wants it that bad. Del Toro is making a bit of an inbound, closing the gap on Aaron Premius. Last time by 2.1 seconds was the gap. He only pulled in a 10th. It was a 33.605 hot lap of the race for Del Toro. 33.736 for Premius out front with 1 to go. That time by, Del Toro pulls in a 10th of a second again. Still a 2-second deficit to make up, though. It's not going to happen. As we pick up your race leader, Aaron Premius, making his way out of the final turn. And on his way to making it 2 from 2 in the heat so far today, Premius wins heat 2 of tag 125 restricted. A great recovery drive from Carlos Del Toro. Up into second here in heat number 2. Lewis Rossi home in third for the 55 BRM kart. Shane George in P4. And Alfie Guadagnino rounds out your top 5. Good drive there from Alfie. Cosimo Vosra in 6, Brad Melling in 7, Adam Owens in 8, Peter Rubin rounding out your 9, and Josh Melling rounding out the 10. Jeremy Guadagnino rounds out P11 from Chris Preston in 12, Josh Michael in 13 over Colin and Carl Gray. And Brad Van Rompuy showing as a DNF there. So was Nathan Lee and Darcy Benitez out of this one. That was tag 125 restricted combined heat number 2 for the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Back out on track and getting ready to rock and roll here. KA4 Junior. Getting ready to get underway. We're getting closer to the second round of the West Pro Series races. KA2 and KZ2. Coming out very soon here in the second round of heats. Taking a look at the grid here for KA4 Junior. Connor Radford starting on the pole will be one to watch here. They're going to be trying to chase him down from the front row of the grid. He's joined by Jordan Klee with Bailey Reardon and Ben Hall back there in the second row. Lucas Kalsic-Chen and Noah Byrne on row 3 over Nate Somerville and Chloe Summers on row 4. Mason Walczak and Lockie Dunn on row 5. Lights are out and we are racing here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior. Radford from the pole will lead the field down towards turn number 2, but he's going to be under pressure on the inside. Didn't cover that one off very well. And it looks like Bailey Reardon going through to the race lead. Radford down to P2 here as they head through the midfield of the track. For the first lap of racing here, 1 of 10. 10-lap heat races for all classes except for KZ2. They do 15-lap heat races, and then they have a 20 and a 25-lap heat 3 and final. Everyone else gets to race it out for 10 laps in the heats. And if I quickly check my sup-regs, because I did write it down somewhere, and they'll run for a 12-lap heat 3 and then a 16-lap final. First lap in the books as Bailey Reardon sets the pace. Out front over Connor Radford in second. Ben Hall third. Jordan Klee in the 4th spot. Go back. It's the 97 we're watching at the moment of Lockie Dunn under pressure here. Over the 20 of William Kalsic-Chen getting it done. The 93 goes through. Rocco Kane getting the job done as well. And Chloe Summers all getting it through. Aiden Tempany in the 13 machine also got it done. So Lockie Dunn falling down to P14 in the space of a lap here as William Kalsic-Chen gets through on Chloe Summers in the 79 machine. Through the midfield of the circuit, Summers looking for a way through. We jump back forward here. Mason Walczak in the 94 cart, hanging on to P8. Looking up the inside of the 18 and Nate Somerville in that BRM cart. They're going to go side by side through the left-hander, and Somerville will hang it around the outside to grab the spot back. Pinching the cart off on the exit of the corner, though. Walczak's going to have a run at him again, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Bailey Reardon, your leader, out front over Connor Radford in second. That's 1.5 seconds to gap. Bailey's on fire in this heat race. You just saw him flash across screen. There's second, third, and fourth at the moment. Radford, Hall, and Klee. Radford's actually losing pace. Here, look at that. Hall straight up the inside like it was nothing. Benjamin Hall's on a mission here. And he relegates Radford back down to the 3 spot now. Benjamin Hall up into P2. At the back of that train is young Jordan Klee, the 67 machine, hanging on to P4. Lucas Kalsic-Chen in the 8 cart in P5 from Noah Byrne, Nate Somerville, Mason Walczak, William Kalsic-Chen, and Rocco Kane, your top 10. Coming up to the halfway point of the race here for KA4 Junior at championship weight. With 4 races left in the round of heats before we get into heat 3 of racing. And then into our finals to round out a big day here at the Coastal Classic. We flash forward, and there's your race leader, Bailey Reardon, the number 95 KF cart. This kid's in control right now. Absolutely stellar performance from Bailey. He was 3rd in the opening heat of the weekend. He's not letting that stop him. We'll quickly jump back and check out the MyLab Speed Hive app online. Check out his qualifying effort. Where did he end up in qualifying? He was down in P5, so he's making improvements as the weekend burns on. And he'll be one to be very much watching come our final later today. Meanwhile, Connor Radford's falling backwards, it seems. Under pressure here and getting relegated another spot by Jordan Klee. Now Connor down to P4, Klee up to P3. With 4 laps to go, that time across the stripe. Bailey Reardon leads away. We'll watch this battle for 3rd, but I don't think it's one that Connor Radford's going to win out on. Because Klee is driving away from him up at the Agreco hairpin at the moment. behind them. Lucas Kalsic-Chen back there in P5. Can't really get in touch with this fight either as they come down the straight. 3 laps to go here in KA4 Junior. Watching our second place driver at the moment, Benjamin Hall, hanging on to it here. Look at the gap he's opened up. He was locked into a battle with Radford and Clee not long ago, and now look at the margin he has opened up. He's put a whole second on him, even 1.2, as your race leader Bailey Reardon makes some moves, carving up through some lap traffic. That number 95 KF Kart with 2 laps to go last time across the line. Another hot lap of the race that time by for Bailey, 33.792. He's lapping 3/10 of a second quicker than anyone else on the racetrack right now. Bailey is in charge. Killing it out here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior. As the sun has come out, things are going to start warming up here in Bunbury. Might have an opportunity to take the jumpers off. As down the line comes Bailey, 1 to go here in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior. Looking pretty relaxed in the kart. On the mission to work his way forward here. Coming up on the back of a bit of lap traffic. Going to be no worries at all here for Bailey as he makes his way into the final corner. The checkered flag waiting for his arrival. Bailey Reardon is your winner here in Heat 2. He's going to celebrate with a fist bump as well. Good little celebration there from Bailey. He takes out the win in Heat 2 of KA4 Junior over Benjamin Hall back there in second. Connor Radford will make up the 3 spot here over Jordan Clee in 4. And Lucas Kalsic-Chen rounding out your top 5. Noah Byrne in P6 over William Kalsic-Chen in 7. And a look at your results there. Mason Walczak in the 8th spot. Nate Somerville in 9. And Aidan Tempany rounding out your top 10. This is KA4 Junior Heat 2 here from Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic 2022. On track with tag 125 Heavy. Getting ready to rock and roll here. Troy Stones-Clark, the man in the box seat right now. He took out the win in heat number 1 earlier today. In the wet conditions, now it's dry. Does he have the pace to hang on to it? He starts alongside Shane McPherson here as we go down the straight and go lights out for heat number 2. McPherson gets the better of the starts from the front row and will slot into the race lead. Troy Stones-Clark into that second spot. Nathan Terrell back to third here. Looks like Fraser back there in P4 as they make their way through the middle for the first time in this one. Cooper Kart's back there in the 5 spot as they head up towards the Greco on this opening lap of racing. Alex Stefanovic right up the backside of Cooper Kart's as they come through a Greco in this first lap. Shane McPherson already opening up a gap here over Troy Stones-Clark. Might be the early answer to the question, but you never know what can happen with these 125 karts. With the switch in 2022 to the LeConte tyre, they behave differently. They come in earlier, they go out later, and seemingly the tyre life is longer. Time will tell whether they hold up to the reputation that they've had in the early days of the new tyre tender for Australian karting. And everywhere you go in the pits now, you see LeConte going to the days of the last few years talking about tyre deg like it happens at some incredibly dramatic rate, because that's what it was like for our 125 and KZ classes, especially here in WA running that old MG FZ yellow prime tyre. As you can see, Nathan Terrell's rear bumper has come adrift. And he's having some trouble with the kart. As a result, they start to flex a lot in the back end of the kart. And Terrell dropping back. He will receive a mechanical black flag for that one when the stewards see it and get him sorted, but that is well and truly off the go-kart, and it's unfortunate for Nathan. Well, Hayden Fraser's, the 21 of Robert Hooper has to be careful not to run it over there. He almost got caught up on the back of Terrell, who would be feeling something's probably a little bit amiss right now with the go-kart, not quite doing what he thought it would. Meanwhile, Shane McPherson out front. Troy Stones-Clark into that 2 spot. 1.1 seconds the gap between McPherson and Troy right now, coming down the main straight. With 4 completed, 6 to go. Troy Stones-Clark back there in second. He's still got a bit of pace, but Hayden Fraser has the fastest lap of the race right now at 32.705 for Fraser, lapping a little bit quicker than Troy. Trying to get it done here. The battle for second and third behind them. Here we go. We had it for a moment. As McPherson comes down the main straightaway, there's second and third fighting it out here. Troy Stones-Clark and Hayden Fraser duking it out past the canteen. And now Fraser looks for his move, but he can't get there. Troy is making that kart nice and wide for the number 3 machine, making Hayden's life especially difficult. Look at the jacking of the inside tyre. Great shots as the kart's really heavily loaded up through the hard left-handers in the middle of the circuit. Because they're fast, it just puts an incredible amount of force through those outside tyres. And it's a progressive loading, as it's a more open first corner. And then it smooths out and tightens up for the second one. There goes Fraser, capitalising on his opportunity. As Troy Stones-Clark drops a wheel on the main straight. Now Hayden Fraser up into that second spot. Troy Stones-Clark down to third. Alex Stefanovic coming on song now. A 32.6 last time by for Alec. Puts him as the fastest man on the racetrack last time across the stripe. See him flashing across the back of your screen there. This 22 Paralon kart has the upper hand over Cooper Kart's behind him, the 16 BRM chassis. Stefanovic trying to keep his eyes focused on the road ahead. And further behind, it's Hooper and Barron. 6th and 7th on the road here in Tag 125 Heavy. Ryan Barron, physiotherapist by day, go-kart racer by weekend. Came to my work, did some physio on my boss. That's a bit odd. As they come down the main straightaway with 2 laps remaining. Hayden Fraser would be feeling like he's leading right now because McPherson's a fair way up the road. So there's only 1.3 seconds on the timesheets, but it looks like a bit more by the eyeball. You see McPherson leading out here in the number 92 Esprit kart for Shane. A solid run at the start of the day. Second in the first heat of the weekend so far. Leading the way here in heat number 2. We'll see what he can do in the coming heat and final later today. Down the line with 1 to go. He checks over his shoulder and sees the progress of Hayden Fraser. A lot of respect between these two because Hayden and Shane race together quite frequently here in Western Australia. as the temp drops dramatically here in Bunbury. It's gotten very cold very quickly, and I can only feel like we may be getting another bout of a system coming through very soon here. Time will tell. We might get rained on again here in Bunbury City Kart Club. McPherson down the line with the checkered flag out. He will pick up the win here in heat number 2. Shane McPherson wins in tag 125 heavy heat 2. Hayden Fraser home in second. Troy Stones-Clark, your heat 1 winner, will come home in third. Cooper Cutts will grab P4, and Alex Stefanovic will round out the top 5. One, 2, 5 restricted masters out on the track, get ready to rock and roll here. The elder statesman of WA karting, and it was all about Lloyd Nicholson in the opening heat of the weekend. Adam Gandossi set the fastest time in qualifying to take pole, but he was only good enough for third in heat 1. We'll start on that second row of the grid, but it's Lloyd Nicholson and Craig Ryan on the front row here. Nicholson gets away from the pole. Ryan will try and slot in behind him. They both drop off a little bit. Ryan a lot worse than Nicholson was. And oh my goodness, Nicholson is going the wrong way and is out in the bush at turn 2. Trying to find his way through. Off camera right now, Lloyd Nicholson is trying to rejoin the race. There you can see he's trying to feed in. And he feeds back into the field after going well and truly off the road. He's going down to the back of the pack to let them all go by. Craig Ryan has dropped right off as well. And it's going to be Adam Gandossi, the WA champ, leading the way. Jamie George into second, Robbie Atkin in third. Peter Ten Brooker in P4 with Greg Van Rompuy rounding out your top 5 right now. The number 7 Arrow Kart on screen, chasing Peter Ten Brooker. So a fairly wild opening few laps here, especially that opening lap exchange for our race leaders. And that leaves Adam Gandossi, the WA champ, out front. And he's not going to be looking back at this rate. He's got a 1 second advantage over Jamie George. You can see that by the eyeball. Then Robbie Atkin back there in third, the number 30 TB kart. Then Peter Ten Brooker and Greg Van Rompuy, your top 5. Tristan McLaughlin further back there, he's in P6. Then Ryan, Watson, Hill, Nicholson, Bonden and Fink. Your running order so far. As you can see, George checks over his shoulder on Robbie Atkin behind. He's keeping tabs on where they're going to be. He wants to know if he can hang on to this second place run so far. Watching the fight here for second and third. It's starting to heat right up. George and Atkin fighting it out here. Oh, Atkin late on the brakes into the final corner. Gives Jamie a bit of a serving through the corner. Both these boys running the Iami X30 engines. As they come down towards turn number 2. Jamie's a bit quicker coming out on these first couple of corners, but I think Robbie's faster in the back end of the lap. We'll see how much he can close up as they head up towards the Greco hairpin and approaching the halfway point of the race. Just watching on with this battle here between George and Atkin. Looks like Jamie has shaken a leg a little bit and tried to open up the gap. Meanwhile, out front, the man who is opening up that gap, Adam Gandossi, down the line right now. 4 laps remaining here for the master of them all. Getting a lucky break here as his competitors come a cropper in the opening couple of corners. Lloyd Nicholson's the fastest on track, but he's still down in 9th after that opening lap. Trying to carve his way back through the field after the melee attack. Oh, and the 2-kart. Tristan McLaughlin is off the road there. It's an awkward place to be off the road as well. Hate to think that he did it by himself. And he was just running with Lloyd Nicholson. But he was about 1.3 seconds clear of Nicholson. He was actually running with Bryce Watson at the last time they came over the line. So an interesting set of circumstances there for Tristan McLaughlin getting caught out and off the road a moment ago. Now we're watching Greg Van Rompuy and Craig Ryan fighting it out for 5th and 6th on the Rogue. Craig started on the front row, and he dropped a wheel and well and truly off the track on the opening corner. Now trying to fight his way back through. He looks to the inside at Van Rompuy, but can't find a way up the inside. Greg will hang on to this number 5 spot right now as they come out of the final corner and down the line. 2 laps remaining here. See if Craig Ryan can mount a comeback. He now looks to the inside, but he's up over the curb, and Greg is not making life easy for him. He's playing the classic defensive line, and now the 16 of Bryce Watson buys into the mix, and Craig is losing out. We'll move forward. There's the battle for 2nd and 3rd as they bring it into the final corner for the penultimate lap here. And down the line, it is 1 to go for your race leader, Gandossi. 1 lap from home here in heat number 2. A 1:25 restricted Masters. Coming up onto the back of Matthew Fink in the 25 machine for a lap. Matthew jumping out of the way here, and Gandossi can continue his charge. Meanwhile, the battle's behind, still going on for 2nd and 3rd. The crowds are screaming for it, but it's Adam Gandossi down the line taking the win here in heat number 1. Jamie George will hang on and grab 2nd here in heat 2, And Robbie Atkin will grab the 3rd spot. Peter Ten Brooker P4, Greg Van Rompuy P5. Some solid racing here from our 1:25 restricted Masters. Bit of a fall from grace, though, for Craig Ryan and Lloyd Nicholson. We'll see what they can do in Heat 3 later today here at the Coastal Classic for 2022 at Bunbury City Kart Club. No rest for the wicked. We are rolling straight into it. KA2 out on the racetrack and rocking and rolling. It's the Guesty Enforcement Company. From the front row of the grid, they are leading things out. The brothers doing it in style here. Zane Rhodes falling down a few spots off the start. It looks like it is Sachin Smith way into the third spot. Jack Parham into P4 here. KA2, the fastest category for the juniors to go racing here in Western Australia. In fact, anywhere in Australia. This time it's Dylan Guest leading the way from Sebastian in second. Last time Sebastian taking the win in the first heat of the weekend. Dylan is just clearing house right now in this early stage of the race. Sachin Smith way back to the third spot right now. Jack Parham in P4, Zane Rhodes in P5. Over Ethan Traeger and Jet McDonnell. Nick Stardy and Cooper Lyle rounding out your 9-cart field. As we pick up some of the battles further back through the field here. Traeger, Rhodes, McDonnell, Stardy and Lyle lining up in the remaining places of your 9-cart field. Meanwhile, it's Guesty and Guesty out front from Sachin Smith way. His first open meeting in the KA2 ranks. Doing very well indeed in third right now. We'll see how kind he is to the tyres throughout the course of a race day, if he can keep something rubber underneath him. Come the finals later tonight. Watching these battles here, Nick Stardy trying to latch onto the back of McDonnell at the moment. Jet hanging on to that 7th spot. It's so brutal racing in this class. The pace is blistering. And the difference across the field is only a few tenths and you'll be well and truly out of order. Last time across though, Sebastian Guest, the race 1 winning brother, taking the hot lap of the race, only to be denied this time across by Dylan, retaking the hot lap. A 31.852 from Dylan this time by 31.892 for Sebastian. Sachin on a 31.944. Jack Parham, though, he's got some pace. A 31.898, 31.888 for Ethan Traeger. And then the last 4 dropping off into the low 32s. So there's a definite speed difference throughout the field at the moment. You see the way these Ricardo karts bounce and wobble their way across the bumps here around Bunbury City Kart Club. It's not a notoriously bumpy track at the moment, but the visual on these karts is really exaggerated right now. As we watch the 55 Ricardo kart, Dylan Guest out front here. Out of the final corner and onto the main straightaway. Ripping some of the tape off, sticks it to his arm and continues on his way. He's managing the cooling effect of the kart. They run a bit of tape just to manage the engine temperatures so they can get it up to temp a little bit quicker, especially common on these very cool days through the winter months. Not that we see very many cool days in Western Australia that often. As we watch this battle here, Jack Parham and Ethan Traeger, 4th and 5th at the moment through a Greco here. Parham just trying to hang on to the spot. He had a bit of pace a few moments ago, but Traeger is seeming to have closed down the gap right down to not much with 4. The battle for 4th with 2 laps to go. Getting notoriously tongue-tied today. As we pick up your race leaders. Sebastian Guest on screen at the moment, the 45 Ricardo kart. Trying to chase down his brother, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do much about it here. Dylan has control of this one. And the 55 of Dylan leading the way here on the final lap for KA2 here in round 2 of the West Australian Series, the West Pro Series at Bunbury City Kart Club. Down the line for the checkered flag. It's a Guesty in Heat 1. It's a different Guesty in Heat 2. Dylan Guest takes the Heat 2 win here in KA2. Bolting from the start, never looked back. Sebastian home in second. Sachin Smith way home in third from Jack Parham in fourth, and Ethan Traeger rounding out your 5. Zane Rhodes and Nick Starty 6 and 7. And there you have it. Jet McDonald and Cooper Lyle 8th and 9th here in Heat 2 for KA2 for the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. KZ2 getting lined up and ready to go. The second round of heat races here at round 2 of the West Australian KZ Series. What an epic class of racing we are treated to here in Western Australia. 26 drivers submitting their nomination to come racing here in Bunbury, including a bit of interstate flavour. And the first heat of the day was exceptional. Sam Dicker claiming the win in heat number 1 over Jake Claridge in second, and Jay Cool all the way from Victoria in the third spot. Our one interstate driver. That makes us a national level series, right? Jay had a great drive though. The number 10, Shamrock Racing Parallel Kart, moving his way forward. He started second at the Australian Kart Championship round not long ago. The same final in which Jake Claridge finished second. Proving we've got some pretty awesome talent here in WA, if you hadn't already figured that out. Your starting grid will be Dicker and Claridge, Cool and Curry, Lecoq and Nietzsche, Middick and Traeger, with Sawyer and Mackay your top 10. Perella and Byrne on the 6th row. William and Sumich on the 7th row. Bender and Oriema on row 8. Gretchen Sugar, then Lunan and Pierce. Pedrotti and Goff, Roth and Papa Sergio, Mackay and Oddie on the 13th row. It is a stacked field getting ready here for KZ2. The flags are up, and it looks like we are confirmed for a start. And we are away. Claridge getting up the inside, trying to get one done on Dicker down into turn 1. Couldn't get through. Sawyer off into the dirt here on the first corner. Bouncing in the car to try and get it out there and back onto the racetrack. But it is Sam Dicker who's going to lead the field around in this opening lap. Big melee happening through the field here as 26 drivers try and fight for the same piece of real estate. The field pouring through the Greco hairpin for the first time. It is Dicker and Claridge working their way around onto the main straightaway. Then we go back and pick them up as they come down. Papa Sergio there in 3rd, Traeger in 4th, then Curry in 5th. Cool down to 6th now, Middick in 7th. Checking out this battle here, it's Mackay and Bender fighting it out. Pierce is just at the pointy end of that little battle here. The 50 of Nietzsche trying to find his way through as well. Looks over his shoulder in the number 50 Eurotech Tony Kart machine. Jaden Pierce rocking a Tony Kart this weekend with the Eurotech crew. Bit of a sidestep from his typical Praga antics. And a few drivers caught up on the opening lap. There's a few parked up there at the top end of the main straightaway. We'll bring them to you. Because it looks like it is Josh Byrne out of sorts. So is Simon Gwillim, Caleb Sumich, Gianluca Oriema and Bailey Gretsch all out on the opening lap of racing. They didn't even get to see lap number 1 in the books. So a rough one for those guys that is going to hurt them, not only in the day standings for how they're looking to shape up for a starting spot in the grid in the final, but the series as well. How good is this though? Down the line, your top 3 all together. Dicker, Claridge and Papa Sergio glued together at the moment. They go through the middle of the circuit. Right with them as well is Traeger and Dan the Man Curry. Now Dicker and Claridge fighting over the race lead. Claridge grabs it back, the number 95 Energy Course Kart. We're on slicks and we're racing with the elbows out here in KZ2. This is what pure kart racing is all about. And Claridge looking like he's got a bucket load of speed right now. He's opened up a gap over Sam Dicker back there in the second spot. And Papa Sergio behind, then Traeger. Followed by Dan Curry. Jake Cool is in that mix as well, the Parallel Kart. There's energy from a pair of Kart Republics, a Tony Kart, a Ricardo, and then a Parallel. At the pointy end of your field, the BRM of Nick Middick in the 7th spot. Jaden Pierce in the Tony Kart in 8. Ryan Bender in the Birrell in P9. And Luca Nietzsche in the Tony, rounding out your 10. Checking out this battle here. This is interesting. Jay Cool looks to the inside. Can't get it done on Dan Curry. If you went out into the pits and you said Dan Curry is the hardest driver to pass in Western Australia, there would be quite a few people who would agree with you. He is a fierce competitor. And there's many reasons why he is a multi-time West Australian KZ Series champion. And he's found a return back to the form of old this season. A third-place result in the opening round up at Wanneroo International Kartway, as we just saw Jay Cool absolutely sending it on him down into turn 2. Back to the front, though. Claridge, Dicker, and Papa Sergio still glued together as they go through the right-hander up towards the Greco. Not even yet at halfway through this race. It's 8 laps to go this time across the stripe. Fastest on track is a tie. Can you believe it? A tie for the fastest lap of the race. Luca Nietzsche and Ryan Bender down in 9th and 10th on the road, as they're just denied that honour by Jake Claridge, who's opened up the taps a little bit. A 31.419 for Claridge last time across. As we picked up the 16 machine of Scott Mackay, leading from, even it is James Mackay, leading from Mitch Perella in the 17. And Harrison Oddie behind them in the 14 spot. Daniel Sugar running out P15 there in the number 57 CRG chassis. So rare to see CRGs these days. There's only a few of them around in WA. Once upon a time, they were an absolute force in Australian karting. They still are. Still a very good lineup of go-karts as well. 7 laps to go. Last time across the line here in KZ2. Heat number 2 for the weekend. Claridge leads from Dicker and Papa Sergio. We're watching this battle with Mackay at the moment. In the 15 machine. We go forward to Ryan Bender now. Just in the top 10. He sits in the number 10 spot, the number 6 Birillart Kart. That looks like it's been through a bit of a war zone on the side pods. Just in front of him here, the number 50. Fastest man on the racetrack right now is this young man, Luca Nietzsche. In the Tony Kart, a 31.2 hot lap of the race. Right in front of him is Jaden Pierce, the ring-in to the Eurotech team for this weekend. Didn't want to get his Praga dirty down here in Bunbury, so he picks up a Eurotech Tony Kart drive. And just as I say that, they're both denied the fast lap of the race again by Jake Claridge, your leader. Currently sitting in P7 right now, Nick Middick on screen here with the BRM kart. Did some driver coaching last weekend at the Driver Risk Management Centre for the Hyundai N Festival. Our very own West Australian N Day, being a driver coach for the 100 and something plus Hyundai i30N enthusiasts that made their way out to the Driver Risk Management Centre near the Perth International Airport. And then forward again, Jay Cool in P6, learning the hard way about how hard it is to pass Dan Curry in the Ricardo kart. Yeah, he helped Dan out of the way there. It just looked across and gave him a bit of space. And that puts Dan back into the clutches of Middick now. Jay Cool now up a spot into P5, but he's out of touch with the leaders. There goes Middick up the inside of Curry. They're getting the elbows out here in the heat races. This is great. Curry back to the inside in turn 1. Mick will be frustrated. A little shake of the head there down towards turn 2. He knows what's going on. And it's not making him any happier, you can say that. So there's Cool in P5 now. A little bit further up the road is Riley Traeger, the leader of the Tony Kart team right now, the Eurotech prepared machines, currently holding down P4 behind Damon Papa Sergio. Damon, in the rise of his karting career, was done at the helm of a Tony Kart, where he won all 3 junior categories at the 2016 WA Kart Championship up in Wanneroo. Clean sweep in the weekend. It was a good state title weekend, that one up at Wanneroo. Just ahead of him is Sam Dicker, currently holding on to that second spot. The current WA champ here in KZ2. Advertising his championship-winning KZ package for sale. You want to go KZ2 racing with the best gear available? Why not go buy the gear that won last year's championship? Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Sam Dicker from Flat Out Karts has you covered. He's got his entire package up for sale. As Jake Claridge leads the way here. Jake has really found some form with this Energy Course kart. Finding form where the others have seemingly struggled with this kart and this brand. Jake has really found something. Raced to a podium result at the Australian Kart Championship. He was a runner-up in the heat race earlier today, but he's going to back that up with a heat win here in Heat 2 for KZ's. Jake Claridge claims the second heat of the day. The number 95 Energy Kart over Sam Dicker in second. Damon Papa Sergio in third. Riley Traeger in fourth. And Jay Cool rounding out your top 5. That is KZ2. Heat 2 in the books here at Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic. but we'll soldier on and see what we can make happen. I think I fixed it now, or Kelvin fixed it. On track with Cadet 9s as they're out and in formation. Getting ready to rock and roll here for their third heat of the weekend. And people are messaging me and advising that commentary working now. So apologies to Connor Radford, because he got a whole awesome interview in and none of it went to the live stream. But everyone in the house got to hear it and bear witness. So we'll bring you Cadet 9s, and I'm going to have our next special guest joining us for the third race in the order, KA3 Junior. I'll be joined by Sebastian Guest in a moment. He's going to sit down and get comfortable, get accustomed to how we do things with our 4-Star Media live stream of all the action here from the Coastal Classic 2022 at Bunbury City Kart Club. And I need Sebastian to help me nominate another special guest to come and commentate KZ2 later on. So Seb's going to try and think of someone who we're going to call out live on air and get him to come up and sit with us for KZ2. Got a couple of other cool special guests coming at you very soon here. We are well and truly underway with racing, though, in our Cadet 9s. Sorry to skip away from the action just a little bit. But it's Chase Saxel leading things out from Emerson Watson in second and Taj Mcdonnell in third. Ben Keane in the fourth spot over Josh Panizza, Cruz Priolo and Valentino Giorgella racing it out here into the beaming sunlight at Bunbury City Kart Club. It's good that it's warmed up a little bit into the late afternoon here. We are in Heat 3, and at this rate we'll be starting finals before the sun sets, which is nice. We'll be racing on into the evening here at Bunbury City Kart Club. A big one-day event here for the Coastal Classic 2022, and everyone's keen to get those laps in and learn what it's like at an open event ahead of the state titles WA Kart Championship here in Bunbury later on in the year. It's going to be an absolute ripper of a weekend. It's always a fun time here in Bunbury. And the last time a state championship was held here in Bunbury, 2018, here at Bunbury City Kart Club, was an absolute killer of a weekend. We crowned some amazing state champions. And the memory I have leaving that event was having to drive the 2 hours home back to Perth, covered in cheap champagne, courtesy of Simon Minton and Craig Ryan. So I don't want to experience that one again, but you never know what will happen. WA Kart Championship coming up later in the year. Make sure you're here for it. Book your tickets, get your time off work, get here for the state title. It's going to be an absolute ripper. Chase Saxel continues to lead the way here in Cadet 9s over Emerson Watson in second. We're following Emerson at the moment, working through the middle section of the racetrack and up towards the Greco hairpin. And Chase has just been untouchable here in Cadet 9 so far this weekend. A pair of wins and the fastest qualifying time from this morning's session. He's on his way to making it a hat-trick here in Heat 3 as we're coming down. It's 5 laps to go for the field as they come by. Taj Mcdonnell on screen, just hanging on to that third spot right now, just ahead of Ben Keane. And Josh Panizza behind on screen at the moment. Rocking that beautiful blue helmet. Cool paint job on that thing. Currently sitting P5 in the road ahead of Cruz Priolo and Valentino Giorgella. Checking out this battle going down the straight though. Taj Mcdonnell just making it super wide down the straight to cover off any challenge from Ben Keane there in fourth. The youngest kids in the WA karting will certainly get the elbows out anytime they want to, when they really want to hang on to that position. They'll fight it out. Meanwhile, your race leader coming down the main straightaway and past to Canteen. He makes it 3 laps to go this time by here for Chase Saxel. Stretching out that margin, though. Back to second place of Emerson Watson. 7 seconds almost is the gap from Saxel back to Watson. And Taj Mcdonnell and Ben Keane still having a fight over who wants to be third today here in Heat 3 of Cadet 9s. Taj ran second in Heat 1, third in Heat 2. Doesn't want to get dropped to go the 2-3-4 trifecta in the heats, but Ben Keane is looking to make that happen because Ben has been flying in the last heat. Found some good speed and is putting the pressure on Taj again here in Heat 3. As we follow Emerson Watson past the canteen and down towards turn number 2. Emerson hanging on to that second spot. Hasn't been inside the top 3 today yet, so this would be a great pickup for Watson. As your race leader has started, or is starting his final lap right now. Chase Saxhill down the line with 1 to go. Just heading past the canteen as Emerson Watson comes down the line to pick up the last lap board. 1 to go here for Emerson. Making their way around on their final lap. Chase Saxhill so far in front, we can't even find him. There he is as he comes down the main straightaway. It takes a checkered flag. It's a hat-trick of wins for Saxhill here in Cadet 9 so far. 3 from 3. Emerson Watson comes home in second here in Heat 3. Taj Mcdonnell trying to hang on to it as they come around onto the main straightaway. McDonnell will hang on to third in a hard-fought race with Ben Keane right there in fourth as well. Decent racing here from our Cadet 9s. Chase Saxhill taking the win. Emerson Watson second, Taj Mcdonnell in third over Ben Keane and Josh Panizza. Valentino Giorgella rounding out your 6. And Cruz Priolo, unfortunately, a DNF for the young BRM driver. Well, as we wait and get ready for KA3 Juniors to come out for their third heat of the weekend, I'm joined by a special guest, young Sebastian Guest, mate. Welcome to commentary. Welcome to the party. How are you feeling?
I feel good. The track is gripping up after a rainy morning. Yeah.
Give me a bit of background. You and Dylan, when did you guys get started in racing? You didn't really do the cadet days, did you? You just went straight into juniors with your age. Yep.
It was 2019. I started off with a J and Dylan started off with a K100 at a Hurricane Go-Kart Club. We did a few club days. And yeah, it just ended up turning into some good results at the end of our, where we're driving now, yeah.
It's kind of ended up as you guys being a bit of a force in this KA2 category that's emerging. You guys are quick in KA3 as well. You've had some good results with the IAME engines, but you seem to be both liking this KA2 ranks, a win apiece in the first 2 heats. Is there any kind of team orders going on when you guys go back to the pits between races?
No, not really. We are just trying to get the best results for the championships. We just in case we need to miss around for AKC, we can have a gap of points and miss around.
So it's all about a game, isn't it? Because you guys love going over east and racing with the big boys on the national level. And you guys don't really take, what people consider to be the flagship premier gear. You guys got some karts that are 2 generations old now. They're the Birrell S10 chassis, but you guys have a way of making them work.
Yeah, they're the S8. I think they're 2018.
Jeez.
Yeah, they're fairly old, but they work very good.
And they're decent. What's the secret to making a kart like that tick? Because a lot of people in karting and in motorsports and in general tend to just go straight for the latest and greatest, thinking that that's what they need to be able to win races. But you guys seem to buck the trend, and you go with the older gear that works for you.
Yeah, I feel like a good engine package is good, and then it's just laps from there and learn the setup and find what's good.
So with KA2, what makes it so exciting? What makes KA2 the class that all these kids in the junior ranks really want to be racing?
I definitely think the close racing, because at AKC, the time difference between the top 15 was at least a 10th.
At least just a 10th?
Just a 10th.
A 10th of a second covering 15 cars. You're kidding me?
Yeah, it's very close.
And so between races, you could do a bit of iRacing. I think you do a bit more iRacing than Dylan does.
Yep.
What does the iRacing do for you? Just kind of scratches the itch between race meetings, or do you get that real competitive edge out of it? Do you think it helps your karting at all?
I think it prepares me for the reactions, I guess, learning the apexes. I definitely do that to keep my brain in shape for the karting and the consistency and all sorts.
And sometimes it's just a bit of fun as well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, definitely, especially when you crash out.
It's always fun. We get a bit angry when we crash out of our races. You and I have had a few races together running in this Formula 3 league at the moment. You found your way into the Gold League. 2 rounds to go. You reckon you can come join me and my teammates up the pointy end of gold?
Yeah, definitely. I'll ask John if I can join the team.
There you go. We might have another team member to join us in Formula 3 Australia. KA3 Junior are out on the racetrack and getting ready to go racing here for their 3rd heat of the weekend. Checking it out so far. You've come from the KA3 ranks. Who do you reckon is fast in this field? Who should we be keeping our eye on in Heat 3 today?
So definitely Ashton. You got Toby, Nash, and Connor Payne. Very fast kids.
Very fast kids indeed. As the lights go out and we go racing straight away, just like that. We're not waiting around for anything. Blake Carboni was quick in heat number 2. Although ultimately, quick in heat 1. He was 2nd in heat 1. Came a cropper in heat 2 earlier today. But it's Connor Payne out front. Connor took the heat race win in the first race of the day. Carboni took the win in the second race of the day. I knew I was looking at the wrong name when I looked at those results. So with a win apiece at the moment for Payne and Carboni, but it's Kate Davey parking himself into that second spot right now at the Weet-Bix entry. Now here comes Ashton. He was the fastest qualifier in the Kart Republic chassis earlier this morning. Slots himself into that 3rd spot. And trying to race his way forward. Oh no, they're all getting caught up coming out of turn 2. And that's Wildman off. Davey is off, and it's another one of the KF karts. That is the 14 of Lockie Adams. With an all bent out of shape NASA panel. Oh, it's up in the air now. It's a big air brake for Lockie Adams. Sometimes these opening laps in KA3 racing, they can get a little bit hairy. What are you trying to avoid when you're out there in this opening lap?
Definitely other people's wheels, because you can launch on top of them.
Proving the point just there in the opening stages of KA3 Junior for heat number 3 of the day. Watching the 17 of Todd Vince at the moment. Working around as Todd currently sitting on the racetrack. Down in P6 behind Lachlan Clee in P5. Toby Maiolo in the 4th spot. Then Blake Carboni in 3rd. Ashton Sprague in the 2nd. And Connor Payne out front. How different, Seb, is driving a KA3 compared to the faster KA2 karts? Because they seem pretty different as far as their machinery, but what's the differences like on tyres and the way they deliver the power? Are they a much different kart to drive?
Yeah, so the rear tyres on the KA2 seem to go down a bit more than the KA3 because it's direct drive, so it's instant power. But it's the same racing. It's very close in both classes.
You have to be a bit more gentle on the throttle then with the KA2 kart just to try and make those tyres last the length of a race meeting, so you have a good amount of tyre for the feature race?
Yeah, it's just exactly like the X30s. You've got a tyre management so you can make it to the end.
There you go. And the LeConte tyre hasn't really changed that. And what's the tyre like in KA3 now compared to what it was?
They're very, very grippy, and I enjoy driving on the LeConte tyres.
There you go. Seems to be a pretty common theme emerging here with the step to a new tyre here in 2022. A lot of drivers very happy with the way they can just jump in and go racing. As Ashton Sprague on screen at the moment, holding down 2nd behind Connor Payne, looking to be a repeat winner in the heat races so far today. Connor seems to be going from strength to strength. He flashed up on everyone's radar a few times last year, and have you always known that Connor's had this kind of pace, or is he now starting to really prove himself?
Yeah, ever since City of Perth last year, where he has his winning suit on, his custom exit suit, he's definitely had the pace as long as he has a good package and a good setup.
He certainly seems to have the pace, the package, and the setup so far this weekend as we hit the halfway point of KA3 Junior. 6 down, 6 to go for Connor Payne out front. Toby Mayolo starting to come to life, though. He sets a hot lap of the race last time by. 32.7 for Toby. That's almost 2/10 quicker than Payne and Sprague in front of him, but he is 1.2 seconds off the back of Ashton Sprague, sitting there in second as we follow along with the 17 machine of Todd Vince, sitting back there in the 6th spot. Clee a little bit further up the road in P5, trying to close the gap to the back of Blake Carboni in the 4. But it's all about Mayolo at the moment. See if he can make any inroads on your top 3, but looks like that top 3 is pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered. Talking about Nash, you said you'd put a bit of money on him. He just seems a little bit out of sorts today.
Yeah, I don't know what's the issue, but he's been quick here before, and I know he has the potential.
Oh, this is seemingly happy hunting ground for Nash. This is where he took his first ever career win. It was Cadet 9, 2016. How about that one? Nash Ferraro took his first ever career win. It was with James McCucci Allen, of all people. They fought it out in the cadet ranks. On a home track, you'd think he'd have a bit of pace, but doesn't quite seem to be the case so far today.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's involved with the track at the moment. I think everybody's having the same issue where it's gone from a full wet track, gone to a green track from in Heat 2, and now it's getting gripped up now.
You guys are always watching the kart setup, watching the way the track is going. How much tuning on the kart can you do? Are you out in the pits swapping axles, or is it just minor changes to the kart to get it to adapt to the conditions?
Usually, if there's too much front grip, I'll take out some camber. It's just small changes.
Small little changes that can make the biggest of differences here at Bunbury City Kart Club. We follow along. And watching on here, this is Lachlan Clee chasing the back of Blake Carboni for 4th right now, heading up towards the Greco hairpin. Ahead of them is 3rd, Toby Mayolo on screen right now. Toby, an absolute pocket rocket of a racer. Always fiery behind the wheel. Although he's had the lap speed, and he's continuing to show that lap speed, he hasn't been able to make big differences to the gap that he has behind Ashton Sprague in second. It sits at 1 second apiece between Payne to Sprague, another second back to Mayolo, and then 2 seconds back to Carboni in the 4th spot, as it was 2 laps to go last time across the line. Connor Payne leads the way here in heat number 3. Looking to be a repeat winner. Taking out the first heat of the weekend and on his way to the 3rd here in KA3 Junior. It didn't necessarily feature too well in heat number 2 earlier today, though, so that might hurt his standings. We'll have a quick run back through the results and check out that finishing order from heat 2 here at the Coastal Classic. And he was all the way down in P6 earlier today. But I don't think that'll be anywhere near the forefront of his mind, because he seems to have all the pace that he needs to get it done. The City of Perth titles champion comes to the line and takes the checkered flag here in heat 3 of KA3 Junior. Connor Payne taking out the win. The City of Perth suits, mate, they're looking pretty fancy these days. I saw one up close from earlier today of Connor Mayers, actually. Those new egg suits looking pretty good.
Yeah, I saw Dylan's, and his Dylan's looks very good.
You fancy getting yourself one this year?
I tried last year, but I'll try again this year.
There we go, City of Perth titles. What's the date of that one? That's at Coburn later this year. I'm trying to think of the date now. Do you know the date off the top of your head?
Around August or September, I think.
Simple one is consult your karting WA calendar, and that'll tell you when we're on. City of Perth titles, always a fun weekend here in WA karting. There's your results for KA3 Junior, wrapping up heat 3 of the day. Sebastian Guest, thank you very much for joining me in commentary, mate. Looking forward to seeing you out there in KA2.
Yep, thank you. I enjoyed it.
There you go. We'll be back with more coming up very soon here. WA Open Performance due out next for their 3rd heat race of the day here at the Coastal Classic for 2022 at Bunbury City Kart Club. WA Open Performance working their way through. For Heat 3 on the board here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Shout out to everyone telling me they couldn't hear commentary in the comment section. Thank you so much for advising me. I blame Kelvin for plugging in the camera that killed the commentary audio. We got it sorted now. It's all good. More guest commentary coming at you a little bit later on. My next commentary guest will be the ever-talented young Nash Ferraro once he gets done with his KA3 Junior Heat and comes back up to see me. We were going to have him on for Cadet 12. It might be on for Tag 125 Light instead. They are switching the race order to have Cadet 12 on the ACT grid at the moment. So shout out to anyone in the pits who hasn't heard yet. Cadet 12, get on the ACT grid. It's really simple. Blake Preston at the moment leading the way here in WA Open Performance over Nathan Will back there in second and Daniel Stewart in third. Caprice Hall in the fourth spot from Brad Smith, Joel Lorty and Matt Chambers. Check on the live timing on the MyLab Speed High. That Matt Chambers only got one lap in and something went wrong there, so he is out of this one. OUT out. But Blake Preston leading the way. Down towards turn 2, the 84 Swiss Atlas machine. The twin TM MF3 powered fire-breathing monster. Fighting against the sneaky 72 of Nathan Will. Good to have Nathan back in form in WA Open Performance, having a steer here with the twin Rotax powered machine. He had a bit of time away from racing in Open Performance and coming back and doing quite well. Putting the pressure on Blake Preston at the moment. Although Open Performance is always just a game of tyre management and a bit of mental games here and there. As there was 6 to go last time by, and that meant we hit the halfway point in WA Open Performance Heat 3. Just watching him get around. Daniel Stewart on screen at the moment, out of the Greco hairpin. And behind him, Caprice Hall. Hanging on to that number 4 spot, the 88 machine. Onto the main straightaway. These Open Performance karts, big and heavy machines that can really take it out here. With the way they can behave and be so temperamental sometimes, it's a punish for those who choose to race them. Quite often you don't get much back for what you put into them. But it's good to see the class continuing on. There's Matt Chambers, unfortunately, out of the race. I missed, personally, what happened in the opening stages here of WA Open Performance. Heat number 3. Running down those laps into the final few now here at Bunbury City Kart Club. It's good the cloud cover is dissipated and given way to some glorious afternoon sunshine here in Bunbury. It does mean we're probably in for a cold night, which should make things a bit exciting when we head into our finals. We are partway through Heat 3. We're a third of the way through Heat 3 in a moment, with all the finals yet to come after the remainder of Heat 3. Lots of racing still to come at you here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And a big thank you to all of the sponsors that make this possible, and a long list of them as well. We're going to rapid fire them off. TNN Sheet Metal, Sealing Works Australia, Eco Resources, Hot Weld Fabrications, MJB Industries, OJG Engineering, Onto It Graphics, Pearson Tini and Son Mining, Bunbury and Bustleton Air, Diverse Plumbing, MAS Equipment and Project Building Supplies. A massive thank you to everyone who puts in the effort to make these weekends possible, whether it's by sponsoring the track and putting up some advertising or by coming down and supplying equipment and hard time. Bit of blood, sweat and tears that go into this venue. From all the volunteers that help out and everyone on the club, the committee, people working in the canteen to keep everyone fed and watered, even the bar that's opening up a little bit later on. It's a huge amount of people, and a small army is what it takes to run these kinds of events and to put on these nights of racing for the karting community, and what everyone can come and enjoy, and all the funds that go into the club can get turned around and go back into the venue to help out, make the club better, make the tracks better, improve facilities, and helps the clubs keep running to provide great karting for the WA community. Checkered flag out for WA Open Performance, and Blake Preston down the line will claim the win here in heat number 3. Nathan will come home in second. And a daylight gap back to Daniel Stewart, who will round out the podium in third for WA Open Performance Heat 3 here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Welcome back to Bunbury City Kart Club as we get ready to go racing once again. Cadet 12 are due to come out and race with us next. And I'm joined by my next special guest commentator here for Heat 3 of racing, the ever-talented young Nash Ferraro. Welcome to commentary, Nash. This is how we do it, mate.
Yeah, it's pretty cool up here.
Now, Bunbury City Kart Club's a bit of a happy hunting ground for you. You started your racing career here. You got your first ever career win. You've seemingly been always quick here. I mean, let's face it, you're pretty quick wherever you go. But does Bunbury have a special place in your heart for when you like to go racing here at open events?
Yeah, I've done a lot of laps around here. I've started since I was little, so yeah, it's a bit special to me.
And heading into the junior ranks now, you pretty quickly progressed out of Cadet 12 after winning the state title up in Geraldton into juniors and running with this KA3 crowd now. How much fun is it?
Yeah, it's a lot faster and more competitive, so it's really fun.
A bit of a rough race for you last time out there in Heat 2 we saw not long ago, or Heat 3 even. Talk us through that. Everyone kind of got checked up. You were just chatting to Lockie Adams about what happened. Without throwing anyone under the bus, what happened out there?
Yeah, just a bit of carnage going on in K3, so yeah, just all collided and not very good.
Not very good. Any damage to the kart? You okay? You're going to come out swinging for the fence in the final?
Yeah, I hope I get a good run in final. Haven't had the best weekend, so bring it back.
And now with state championship returning here, you had the pleasure of racing. You raced in the state championship here in 2018, didn't you? How did that go for you?
Yeah, it was I usually DNF state championships. It was the first one I finished before 2017, 2016, so it was pretty good. Came third.
Third place, not too bad on home soil. You're hoping for a bit of a better result when you get another chance at a home track state title?
Yeah, it's pretty cool having it at a track I've practiced a lot at, so yeah.
Looking forward to it. As we're on track with Cadet 12s, this is a bit of your old stomping ground. Now you've had some time to progress and get older and mature a little bit. Do you look back on the Cadet 12s and you see a bit of your racing days in there? You hope that they can recreate some of your success?
Yeah, it's same as when we were in Cadet 12. It's the top pack, all battling it out for a win.
Good stuff. We are on track with the Cadet 12s right now. Heat 3 about to get underway. Cody Coleman and Campbell Thompson should be lining up on the front row of the grid here with Connor Mayer and Chase Webb getting ready to rock and roll. Zach Casagrande and Diago Stewart. Graham Bernardi and Zach Medham. Alex Hills and Riley Curry as they come out of the final turn. Slot themselves into the tram lines. And the lights go out and we are racing for 12 laps of Cadet 12s. Bit of 2x2 action down into turn number 2 we go. Fairly decent throughout the field, and that's a good start from our field of Cadet 12s as they race into this. This sunlight is absolutely killer at the moment. Making it pretty hard to call and see on our screens on what's going on though. Up towards the Greco for the first time. Diago Stewart having a good start here, up into second. The most nervous part of a race like this, Nash, is obviously that opening lap. Do you do anything special to try and calm yourself, or are you just focused on getting to the front as quick as you can?
Well, we got a whole race to finish, so just try and be safe out there in the first lap, because if you've been on the first lap, you ruined your whole race. So
good stuff. Sometimes self-preservation is the key to success. As Connor Mayer leads the way here, Diago Stewart into second. Cody Colmer showing third for a moment. He's been dropped down now, and it's Chase Webb and Campbell Thompson pushing forward. Campbell up into the third spot, putting some pressure on the back of Diago. Campbell and Chase, these two kids, inseparable. When you were in cadets, did you ever have someone you were that inseparable with? Because these kids, they're practically glued together on the racetrack. Who was that for you in your cadet days?
It's just the same as now. Ashton, Zane, a few others. Yeah, we're all good mates, so.
You're looking forward to, you're probably going to still be in juniors when these guys come race against you in juniors. You're looking forward to mixing the generations up and having a bit of a battle?
Yeah, you're a long time in juniors, so yeah, I reckon they'll come up and give us a bit of competition.
Looking forward to it. That's what we're all here for. The competition in WA karting, absolutely fierce, but it looks like Connor Mayer has a measure on the field right now. He's, I think, one of the youngest, if not the youngest, in Cadet 12s by the years. Had a great run in Cadet 9s last year, and since his debut in WA karting, I think the year before, the back end of what was 2020, he's been very, very quick. He leads over Diago Stewart and Campbell Thompson. We're following this battle at the moment. This is Graham Bernardi trying to put some pressure on the boys around him. As you can see, that big gaggle of go-karts flashing across as they come onto the main straightaway. How's this? Stewart, then Thompson, then Colmer. Now Webb up the inside, down into turn number 2. He grabs a spot. Meanwhile, Diago Stewart and Campbell Thompson fighting over second and third. Favourite place to try and make a passing manoeuvre around Bunbury?
Definitely at Greco. It's easiest diving spot.
It's a big dive up at a Greco. You're going to be pretty brave to send it up there. What's it like? You've got to then scramble for the exit.
You got to hold your position sometimes, and sometimes you might have to back out. It's a bit of a tricky corner.
Now, we run Bunbury City Kart Club in two directions. Sometimes we run the counterclockwise, and sometimes we even go really fast through that sweeper at the top of the hill there. Do you have a favourite? Which layout here at Bunbury do you like the most?
This way is definitely my favourite. I love long track, so yeah, it's pretty good.
And that flying run through turn 1 in front of the crowd's got to be pretty exhilarating when it's on the edge.
Yeah, it's flat through the first corner, so it's pretty fast. And
have you had a chance for the KA2 yet? You had a steer of a KA2 kart?
We're looking at it, so maybe next year.
There we go. Eyeing off a KA2 drive for young Nash Ferraro. He's looking for it as Connor Mayer is the fastest on the racetrack at the moment. Watching this battle pack here. This is Casagrande coming onto the main straightaway. Behind the battle pack at the front of the field. So Zach Casagrande, Graham Bernardi and Zach Medham all fighting it out for the remaining placings. That's 9th, 10th and 11th on the road. As they come through the middle of the racetrack, we are halfway home here in Cadet 12, heat number 3. Some great battles going on as they head up the top of the hill. Oh, they get into each other. Oh, and a big dive through the grass. There's going to be a bit of cleaning to do there post-race, and a couple more falling off as well. And in comes the BRM kart and fighting it out down the road. So Joel Blackman was in there. Charlie Oakley buying into that fight as well. Zach Medham, the big loser out of that one at the top of the hill, now going all the way down to P14. here in Cadet 12. Sometimes the racing, even in cadets, can be so brutal. What do you have to do to try and pick yourself up out of the hole? You've had a bad race. You go back to the pits. Dad's pretty upset. You're feeling pretty bad about it. What do you do to try and drag yourself up, go get a win the next one?
You just got to keep your head up and make sure that kart's right and driver's all set. So, yeah, just keep your head up.
Keep your head up. Simple words. Sometimes a more difficult application, I'm sure. Following on the battles, Connor Mayer leads the way. Well and truly out of touch with the rest of the field. 3 seconds clear over everyone else. We follow the 8 kart of Ryan Warner at the back of this little pack at the moment, putting pressure on Graham Bernardi and Zach Casagrande up the road as they come up and across the top end of the track. Your leader coming past the canteen in front of us. Out the front of our commentary position from Campbell Thompson back there in second. Chase Webb in third, Cody Colmer in the 4th spot. Diago Stewart getting dropped off to P5 now. It's Diago on screen here. Under pressure from the 77 of Bo Casagrande. And right with him as well, the 7 of Alex Hills in that Tony Kart. Trying to have a look up there at the Agreco hairpin. Running down the laps here in Heat 3 of Cadet 12. As they come down the main straightaway, we'll pick them up. There's Campbell Thompson holding on to that 2nd spot. Chase Webb behind in 3rd. Further up the road is Connor Mayer, your race leader, as we find the pointy end of the field with 2 to go last time across the line. Nash, karting is such a family-orientated sport. You come to the track, your mum comes down, your dad comes down, you drag your sister along as well, which you've got to feel sorry for her sometimes. She doesn't really have much of an interest in karting, but how much of that family spirit really portrays into what you expect from karting? You like having fun with your family, or is it just all about racing for you?
Oh, I like it when my family comes along to watch me. It makes me more motivated to show them that I can win, and yeah.
Seeking that little bit of extra oomph from having the family with you. It's always a good feeling as Mayer makes his way around up towards the Greco for the final time. Another solid performance from young Connor. He took out the win in heat number 2. Didn't really star as a feature in the opening heat of the day, but he's countered that in the dry conditions, and he runs it to the line for the checkered flag. Connor Mayer wins heat 3 of Cadet 12 over Campbell Thompson and the WA champ Chase Webb, 2nd and 3rd. Cody Colmer, who was fast early today in the tricky conditions, finds himself in 4th. Bo Casagrande rounding out your top 5. Zach in the 6, Alex Hills in the 7, Diago Stewart in 8, Graham Bernardi and Riley Curry rounding out your top 10. Nash, thanks for joining us, mate. What do we expect from you later on tonight in the final?
I hope to see some surprise, and hopefully I can gain back some few spots, and yeah.
Bets on for the big sends?
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Nash Ferrara joining us with a special commentary guest position here at the Coastal Classic at Bunbury City Kart Club. Cadet 12 is run and done. We'll be on with, I believe, Tag 125 Light coming up next. This is the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. tag 125 light out on the racetrack. Heat 3 of the day for these guys. 125 light, great class of racing. Always seen as one of the premier classes here in Western Australia. And it's good to see it back in fine form as well. 19 entries on the grid this weekend as the lights go out and send us racing. Morrissey and Foster on the front row of the grid. Foster will try to lead it down to turn 2, but Morrissey will beat him there. And Ashley Morrissey leads the way here. Kip Foster back to second. Jesse Elliott into the third spot here. Oh, we've got a couple off in the middle. And they'll both drop to the back of the pack. Heading up to a Greco for the first time. This is treacherous times in 125 light. But it is Morrissey who's going to lead the way. Looks like Elliott back to the 3 spot, the former Australian champ. Tucking in behind him at the moment. And a flat-out machine, Lincoln Drew. Oh, someone's got there's a chain guard coming off one of the carts in the top few carts there. I have to wonder whether that warrants a mechanical black flag or whether they'll let him race on and look at it after the race. 125 light, utilising the pushback bumpers as a trial basis here to try and help the driving standards of the class here in 2022. See things shifted around in the order after the race is done. You'll know that there's been a pushback infringement. We don't get notification of who did and didn't get infringements on the in-grids. We can just read between the lines when the starting grids for the following race look a little bit different to the previous race's result. As Ash Morrissey leads the way, Kip Foster trying to stay hot on his heels. As we go to a battle further back in the field, Isaac McLean getting a job done here. Getting one up on Noah Lineker to grab the spot. As we move our way forward through the field, the 94 machine, Christopher Smith, having a decent run there, down in 15th at the moment, or 14th actually, right behind Connor Clifton, who's about to try and put a move on Declan Blaine up into the Agreco hairpin. And Clifton gets the job done on Blaine in the Cosmic Kart. Nicely done here for Connor Clifton in the 79 Esprit Kart, making his way down towards turn number 2 and racing into the setting sun here this afternoon at Bunbury City Kart Club. Blaine now falling back into the clutches of the next kart back, and that is Smith trying to chase him down. We'll shuffle forward a couple more spots and see who else we can pick up. Stephen Scoble racing in this mix as well. And it's a pair of KF kart. It's even a trio of KF karts. Liam Kane at the back of this group at the moment, right behind Bree Rhodes. Not a KF kart, in a Cosmic. Just in the setting sun. Get some mind games on you. Rhodes having a good run here in the Cosmic Kart. Took a maiden seniors win at the King of the Hill race last year up at Hurricane Go-Kart Club in the wet and testing conditions. Getting the win over Michael Jones and I think it was Mason Fraser up at Hurricane in only her first or second seniors event after stepping out of the junior ranks, where she had the pleasure or punish, depending on how you look at it, of racing against younger brother Zane in KA2. Pushing forward again, Aidan Decker's in the 38 machine, currently holding on to P4 on the road, sitting behind Jesse Elliott in the 71 Willpower Kart. Jesse trying to hang on to this one, but at the moment it's Kip Foster out front over Ash Morrissey back there in second. Foster, fourth in Heat 1, won himself the second heat of the day. Looking to take that again here in Heat 3 and push on into the night racing. As we hit the halfway point a moment ago, it's 5 laps to go now. Foster out front. Robert West is actually the fastest on track right now, just one spot in front of Bree Rhodes and Liam Kane we were looking at earlier. Another one of the KF kart entries. And West was your fastest qualifier in this morning's session. Took the quickest time in a tricky and damp and cold session for qualifying it. Kicking off at 7:30 this morning, we started qualifying. That was a long time ago. Feels like a lifetime here at Bunbury City Kart Club. The battle is on, though, for third. Check this out. Aiden Decker's putting the pressure on the back of Jesse Elliott. And now he looks to the inside of the Greco. Doesn't want to spend any longer wondering about it. Just wants to have a crack and get the move done. Decker's now up to third for the moment. Can he hang on to it? He checks over his shoulder on Elliott. Forces Elliott to check again. The front end of that willpower cart just looks like that nose cone is ultra low. Seems to slam itself into the ground as he goes over the little ripples and bumps on the main straight here in Bunbury. I said it earlier, it's not the bumpiest of tracks, but some of the vision that we see here, they do look like they're rocking and rolling quite a bit. As we pick up your leaders down the line. 2 laps to go here for Kip Foster as he checks over his shoulder on Ash Morrissey behind. Morrissey has some serious kart speed, but just cannot do anything about Foster out front. Loves to run this all stealth setup. Black on everything. A fair few of the drivers now opting to run the new homologation of these NASA panels on the front end of the go-kart. Gone to the days of the hot dog NASA panel. And I say good riddance because that thing was ugly. And the new, the aero tunnel on the NASA panel instead makes it like a 3-piece NASA panel with a little tunnel behind. You can see the black insert on the back of the NASA panel as Kip Foster goes past us in front of our commentary position. On the final lap of racing here in Tag 125 Light, Foster leads the way. Morrissey in second. Aiden Decker's in third. From Elliott and West, your top 5. Out of the Agreco hairpin for the final time. The number 20 KF kart. The WA champ making his presence felt here in Bunbury. And you'd be remiss not to consider him one of the favourites for the title later on in the year. As now they get the last lap board, so that's interesting. We went a lap further than what we thought. And while Speed Hive says we're done, we've encountered this before. And the checkered flag is final. No timing system is going to determine the finish of our race. The checkered flag is final. My understanding of these rules. So they will race on an extra lap just for a bit of fun. And people like Kipper know this too often. And now we'll run to the line to take the checkered flag. Foster takes the win over Ash Morrissey in second. Aiden Decker's in third. Jesse Elliott in fourth. And Robert West rounding out your top 5. Tag 125 Light, Heat 3 in the books here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Tag 125, restricted combined, getting underway here. For 12 laps on the board here for heat number 3. Aaron Premius in the box seat after a pair of heat wins coming into this round of racing. They head into the middle of the circuit for the first time here in lap number 1. As they head up towards the Agreco hairpin, you spy the BRM chassis of Lewis Rossi getting involved in this battle at the pointy end of the field. Shane George up there as well in the Cosmic Kart, having a decent run as they come out of Gasset Pipe contracting at the final turn and down the main straightaway for the first lap run and done. It's Premius, Rossi, George, then Adam Owens, Chris Preston and Carlos Del Toro, one to watch here. Del Toro already making moves as he gets one passing manoeuvre done on the 41 of Chris Preston, moving him aside. So Del Toro up to P5 now. He's driving like a man possessed because he wants to get back to the front, secure another decent points finish in this heat race and help himself out with a decent grid for the final tonight. A genuine contender, you would say, as long as it doesn't rain and he goes out on slicks again, as what happened earlier in the day in the first heat. I'm not sure whether he doesn't have slicks or whether he just doesn't have wets or whether he just decided to run the slicks, but he quickly fell from grace. Saw big moments in the middle there and a couple caught up on each other, venting frustration as well while still bouncing on the seat in front of you. I like it. Brad Van Rompuy and the number 5 machine goes through and they are stuck together in the midfield. Let's see if we can pull back and check it out. Down the line, we're watching at the moment the 52, Peter Rubin in the Tony Kart over Alfonso Guadagnino in the number 18 KF Kart. Now Alfie Guadagnino having a good run here. Good to see him out here and rocking some karts. I'm making assumptions that it's the same Alfie Guadagnino that we know from the Speedway, having a run in the speed cars. And now in the off-season of Perth Motorplex, doing a bit like Caden Manders does. Come and race some go-karts in the winter. Carlos Del Toro closing right up under the back of Owens, and he decided very late he was going to go for that inside move. Now Del Toro, the Formula K kart, up into the 4th spot. And look at this, he's mounting a charge. He's within a shout of the race lead. He could get there by this time. There is still 7 laps to go this time by. It is Aaron Premius, Lewis Rossi, and Shane George, your top 3. But now Del Toro, right hot on the back of George, coming down into turn 2. Carlos fires it up the inside. And Shane wasn't going to make it any easier for him. But he gives it away. Now Del Toro up to 3rd. In the space of less than a lap, he goes from 5th to 3rd. Has a little bit of time up his sleeve. Can see the guys in front are close. And if he can play his cards right, he'll buy his way directly into that fight as they come down the main straightaway. 6 laps down, 6 remaining here. 125 restricted combined. I like this combined weight class. Good to have some big numbers in the field. It must be said, our 125 restricted fields, while the numbers are good, we don't usually see a full grid of them in both light and heavy weight breaks coming to an open event here in WA. With the exception that of the King of the Hill, we usually get some pretty solid grids of both. But we could run them under combined weight and get a 20 kart field. Everywhere we go, that would be the hot ticket here for WA karting. Big fields means good racing. And Carlos Del Toro is trying to put on a show right now. Up the inside of Lewis Rossi. He gets the job done. Nicely done there from Carlos as well. The Formula K kart making it work for him here. And now he is just one away from leading this heat race. What an effort from deeper in the grid. After that P16 finish in heat number 1. He fought back to run 2nd in heat 2. He's got to 2nd. And now he's within a shout of Aaron Premius, your race leader. He looks to the inside at turn 2. A little bit early on the brakes, trying to be gentle with it. Gets caught up a little bit on Aaron and slots to the race lead. Del Toro leads. How about that for a drive? Aaron Premius down to 2nd now. Rossi to 3rd. The sun just bouncing off the chrome sticker work on the BRM kart. in the fading light here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And down the line, still 3 laps to go here for Carlos Del Toro. Around Bunbury City Kart Club, past the canteen. And Premius has lost another spot to Rossi now. So Rossi sensed the situation, decided to jump on it while Premius was a little bit caught out. And now Premius shuffling Shane George back another spot. So George is off the podium here in this heat race with 2 to go down the line this time by. No one's touching Del Toro in this one. He is going to clear out, and he's going to put a 1 next to his name here in heat number 3 for Tag 125 restricted combined. Working his way around the top end of the racetrack and down the line. 1 to go here for Carlos. And you know what? It must be said, Lewis is keeping him pretty honest. Last time across, Carlos 33.96, Lewis 33.95, Aaron 33.90. The top 3. Oh, Carlos has binned it. Carlos Del Toro has thrown it away on the final lap. He ran it too wide in the middle of the track, got the wheels off the edge, and that lets Lewis Rossi get through. Unbelievable. Carlos needed a good result here to put himself in a prime position for the final, and he almost binned it entirely, but Lewis Rossi will take the win. That'll teach me for guessing a winner too early. A pair of seconds for Carlos Del Toro then, and Lewis Rossi will claim the win here in Heat 3 over Aaron Premius in the 3rd spot. Shane George in P4, Adam Owens in P5 over Brad Van Rompuy in 6. Brad Melling in the 7th spot from Cosimo Voza, Peter Rubin and Chris Preston. Rounding out your 10 here for Tag 125 restricted combined. KA4 Junior getting underway here as they are straight into it. It's going to be rapid firing through the races now. It was a bit of a slow start to the day with the weather and Can't recovery after every heat, but now we are firing through them quick, smart. Connor Radford and Bailey Reardon off the front row of the grid here, as we're already most of the way around the opening lap in a solid field for KA4 Junior. 16 of them this weekend, and we've had 2 different heat winners so far. Connor Radford with a first and a third, and Bailey Reardon with a third and a first. Bailey leads the way on the opening lap. Connor back there in second at the moment. Ben Hall in third as they come down the line. Battles going on here. Mason Walczak and William Kalsic-Chen fighting it out here. Aiden Tempany right behind in the 13 machine. Sitting in P8 right now as they fight through the midfield of the circuit. But it's Reardon from Radford, Hall, Kalsic-Chen, Klee, then Walczak, Kalsic-Chen, Tempany, Summers and Somerville. All fighting it out here. I know it sounds like I said the same name 5 times in that one. A few similar names in our KA4 Junior field. Mason Walczak hanging on to this one down the main straight right now. Just moving out to the middle to try and heat their warning to not go down the inside at turn 1. And again, he's driving a defensive race already. It's a bold strategy for being so early in the heat race. 12 laps is the distance for our KA4 Junior Championship field. And now look at this. Walczak getting himself caught up. He's going to lose 2 spots in one corner up at the Agreco hairpin as the rest of the field comes filtering on through. Your leaders coming down the main straightaway. Bailey Reardon out front, the 95 KF Kart. Stretching things out. Connor Radford back there in second. Ben Hall in third. Bailey's in another gear today, though. This young kid is flying today here at Bunbury City Kart Club. He didn't quite have the measure of the field in the wet conditions earlier in the day, but once it's dried out, he's certainly found his pace and has been flexing the muscle here in Bunbury. Behind them, Benjamin Hall in third. Lucas Kalsic-Chen on screen at the moment. Behind Ben Hall in fourth with a fair old gap between them. And Jordan Klee back there in P5. Big gaps opening up around your field already. As we run down, it's been 4 laps completed and 8 to go here in KA4 Junior. Reardon with the fast lap of the race, 34.048. Radford only managing a 34.287 last time by, so he's 2.5 tenths of a second a lap slower than Bailey is out front. In a KA4 Junior Championship race that's turning rather processional here for Heat 3. Reardon from Radford from Hall. 1.2 back to Kalsic-Chen, 1.1 back to Klee, 1.5 back to William Kalsic-Chen, 0.275 back to Tempany. That's the closest we have between 6th and 7th. There's only 1/10 of a second further back to Mason Walczak, so the fight for 6th, 7th and 8th on the road is the closest we have at the moment. We'll pick them up as they come past us in front of the canteen. The 3 glued together down into turn number 2. William Kalsic-Chen, Aiden Tempany, and Mason Walczak. The closest we have on the racetrack, but there's still not a whole bunch to write home about in that one. They're racing it out, but not close together at the moment as we run into the second half of the heat race. Aiden Tempany just being a bit mindful about Mason, hot on his heels heading down into turn 2. If he was any closer, he'd be driving a defensive line, trying to cover off the inside. And down the line, 4 laps remaining here. William Kalsic-Chen wants no part in this battle. He is gapped out from these two and absolutely walked away from them here. He's back there in 6th on the road, but he's managed to put down a solid 2nd on this battle. He doesn't want to be part of it at all. Meanwhile, Mason Walczak just burying himself under the rear bumper of Aiden Tempany as we follow this battle. A young driver caught out on the infield there, taking no further part seeking refuge behind the tie barriers as we pick up the 67. Jordan Klee holding on to the 5 spot right now. Behind him is William Kalsik-Chen. Klee holding on to P5. Lucas Kalsik-Chen, the other brother, a little bit further up the road in the number 8 machine, hanging on there. Can't do much about the guys out front, though. He's coming up to some lap traffic here in the form of Zach Luca, making his way around the track and doing his best to jump out of the way of the leaders as your leading drivers come down the hill. As we pick up Benjamin Hall, currently holding on to the 3rd spot with 2 laps to go. Benjamin continuing to advance his skills in this junior racing category. And the same can be said for young Connor Radford. The step out of cadets into juniors has proven pretty fruitful for the youngster. With a bit of a future ahead of him. But the standout so far today has been this man, Bailey Reardon. In control so far, he leads with 1 lap to go. And on his way to taking another heat race win before they head into the final. Underlights tonight here at Bunbury City Kart Club. It's going to be dark. It's going to be quite cool. And it should be red hot racing on the track. Reardon heading up towards the Agreco hairpin for the final time. This KF kart looking super smooth on the racetrack. Radford hasn't had an answer for him. In fact, last time across, he put 3 tenths on Radford as he hits the checkered flag. He's happy about another heat win. Bailey Reardon takes heat 3 here for KA4 Junior. Connor Radford home in 2nd. Benjamin Hall rounding out your 3 from Lucas Kalsik-Chen and Jordan Klee rounding out your top 5. William Kalsik-Chen in P6, Mason Walczak in 7 over Aidan Tempany in the 8th spot. Nate Somerville rounding out P9 and Rocco came in P10. That's your finishing order here for KA4 Junior Championship. The Coastal Classic brought to you by Bunbury City Kart Club. Welcome back to the action here at Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic 2022. We are getting ready for tag 125 Heavy Heat 3. About to be in the books. I'm joined once again by another one of our very special guest commentators, Mr. Dan Curry. Dan the man, multi-time West Australian KZ Series champion, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Yourself? Good to be here and having a great time racing KZ this weekend with the boys, and it's been some pretty epic racing out there.
It sure has been some great racing. We've witnessed a couple of awesome runs already from you guys. We'll get this one underway and we'll have a chat about all things KZ as Shane McPherson and Troy Stones-Clark from the front row of the grid get us underway here for tag 125 Heavy. McPherson trying to squeeze the field down through turn number 1. He hangs onto that inside line into 2. Oh, one's off completely left of field at the back. And that might have been Robert Hooper getting caught up there, but it is McPherson leading the way. Mason Fraser, I think, slotting into that second spot now, and Troy Stones-Clark going down to P3 with that all-white sticker kit on the cart. Fraser reckons he's got something for McPherson here. He's looking pretty racy in this opening lap. The one thing I want to know from you, you drive a lot of the faster karts, KZ, and it's been hell the last few years trying to race these things on the MG tyre. What's it like for you guys transitioning into the LeConte tyres?
Oh, look, the tyre's different to what we run last year. It's probably a grippier tyre, but it's a bit more of a consistent tyre all round. So the drop-off in the speed of the tyre is not so bad. And with all the classes running on the same tyre this year, I think that's helped with the track, for the tracks to evolve and the rubber to get laid down. And it's definitely created a little bit better racing, I think.
And to try and explain this without having the visual cues for anyone watching at home and to the layperson, we talk about there's, you know, the road surface, there's many little hills and peaks and jagged edges, and when you race on it, it deposits rubber into the grooves. If you have different rubber compounds going down, they don't really bond together and the track won't rubber up and get more sticky. But if you have everyone on the same kind of tyre, it should help that, and you develop that same kind of rubber film on the track.
Yeah, that's right. You can see even out there today and yesterday through practice, the track's taking rubber, so you can see a dark rubber line on the track. The only two classes we have that are on a different tyre to the rest of the classes is the Cadet Kids, which are on a Maxxis tyre, and they're quite a sticky tyre as well, so they're still laying a bit of rubber down, but they're not pulling up most of the rubber that's down already, you know.
Oh man, I remember back in the days, those Dunlop SL1s, every dad in the pits would have a heat gun with the blade on the front of it, and you'd come in, because we'd be young and slow and learning, and you'd be heat gun scraping all that excess rubber. They'd look like brand new underneath. You get a whole season out of a set of tyres.
Yeah, well, the times have changed a little bit, haven't they, Chris? But the tyres now, I mean, I don't think you get a full season out of a set of Cadet tyres, but and same with the tag classes and all the other classes. Most guys will be putting a new set of tyres on each race meter. You might get a club day here and there out of a set as well. But yeah, look, the kids' tyres are great. All the other class tyres seem to be fantastic so far.
And now these days you're racing with the boy Riley. He's come into grips with it, starting to develop some pretty serious speed out there, and make you really proud as a dad to see him taking cues off you and learning a few of your moves here and there.
Oh, absolutely. It's fantastic to be able to come to the track with your kids, you know, even if they weren't racing, but for him to be racing there as well and learning off us and developing his skills with some of his other mates that race as well. And, you know, bit by bit, yeah, he's advancing himself and slowly getting there, yeah.
Now, let's talk about KZ too while we pick up on this. Hayden Fraser leading the way here with 6 to go at the halfway point. He's got the upper hand on Troy Stones-Clark. Talking about KZ racing and how it's developed over the few years. You've been in KZ back in Western Australia for quite some time. You kind of came in and when there was a bit of a rebirth of KZ in WA, and you've ridden the wave of the high numbers and the low numbers. What's the draw card for KZ2 for you? Oh,
look, to be honest, I love driving these things. They're just the brake capacity on these karts, and, you know, the speed of them, and you know, they're just exciting to drive. They're hard work, but they're just an exciting kart to drive. Yeah, the wave has gone up and down a little bit, but I think we've got fantastic numbers at the moment. And look, there's probably out of the field, any of the top 15 guys could win on their certain day. You know, it's a pretty close class now.
And you've proven yourself over the years to be one of those drivers in that mix that can win it on any given day, and you won a few of these championships yourself. Recent times we've seen some of the younger stars come through and some of these real quick guys like Sam and Jake coming to the front, and even the young kids, Luca and Damo stepping in now, but you can still hold your own. What do you have to do nowadays to keep up with these kids?
Oh, look, we just we try our hardest. We've got a new buggy this year, a new Ricardo kart, and that seems to have given us a new lease on life. The old kart was a little bit old, and look, you just got to keep having a crack and punching ahead, you know. And
you seem to be one of those guys who will always make the kart nice and wide. As speaking of that, there's a few off up the top there. That's Troy Stone's Clark facing the wrong direction on the main straight, and he caught one of our BRM boys out as well. I think that was Cooper Cutts that caught him. That'll release Hayden and Shane well and truly out front. You seem to be one of these real hard-as-nails races. The way you drive the kart out there, you give just an inch and no more, and you take what you need to. That's got to be the temperament of a racer. You find yourself really getting up in front of these young kids and showing them how it's done.
Oh, I love it, mate. I've loved it for years, and you know, to be able to get out there and race with guys that are 16 years old, and I'm over double their age, like I still like to have a crack and maybe show them a thing or two if I can,
Ever the teacher is Dan Curry here at Bunbury City Kart Club as we're making our way around and into the final lap very soon here. Tag 125 heavy going the way here in Heat 3 of Hayden Fraser. That'll be a third different winner in 3 heats so far as he comes down the line with 1 lap to go. Fraser leads the way over Shane McPherson in second. And the gap back to McPherson sitting pretty hefty at the moment, 2.5 seconds. That's an eternity when we talk about KZ times. You guys are used to racing just a couple of tenths behind.
Oh, look, yeah, the times are always so close, even in most classes, Chris. I mean, as long as you got 2 guys that are close together, there's going to be an epic race, isn't there?
That's exactly it. That's what we're here for. And living for it as Hayden Fraser makes his way out of the final turn and down the line. Hayden Fraser will run it down and take Heat 3 here in Tag 125 heavy. This sets up a pretty epic set of races for our finals later tonight. Shane McPherson comes home in second. And Robert Hooper claiming a podium here in the 3rd heat of the day. A big loss there for Troy Stones Clark, getting caught up earlier and coming home in P9 across the line. Other results, Ryan Barron in 4th, Nathan Terrell in 5th, Alex Stefanovic in P6 with Ian Shaw and Cooper Cutts, with Troy Stones Clark taking out your 9 finishing drivers. Dan, it's been a pleasure to have you commentating with us and giving us an insight into KZ. What can we expect from Heat 3 and then the final later tonight?
Yeah, thanks for having us, Chris. Been fun to sit up and have a chat with you. Look, we'll endeavour to try and, if we can keep it up in the top 5 for the pre-final and get ourselves hopefully up in a close starting position to the front and then let it loose in the final and see how we go.
And praying for no more wet weather, because it looks like your wet tyres are pretty shot these days, not just for you but for the whole field.
Yeah, you got that right. The first race pretty much torched everyone's wet, so it'd be a tough final to run those if it does rain,
There you go. Dan Curry joining us for a guest commentary spot during the 125 heavy race. It's the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. We'll be back with 125 Restricted Masters coming up in just a moment. And then we have KA2 and KZ2 for Heat 3 before we get into the finals here at the Coastal Classic. 125 restricted masters rolling around at the moment. They just went for a start but did not get the lights out that they were looking for, so they will roll around once again here. This is the veterans of WA karting. Those that probably refuse to go race in a KZ because it beats them up a little bit too much. 125 restricted masters, a great place for the older drivers who are still looking to get their bang for buck out of racing and enjoyment without the bruises and the sore bodies that come with the higher grip and higher power classes in the days after the race weekends. We're set to go once again here. Adam Gandossi, the man to watch on the front row of the grid here for the WA champ as he starts from pole, and we are away. The 78, Tony Kart of Gandossi, gets down and through turn one as your race leader. Craig Ryan, Big Sauce, getting through to second here. Jamie George into third. It looks like Lloyd Nicholson fighting his way forward. Oh, they've got a couple caught up here at the middle, and that is a bad one. And unfortunate for a couple of our drivers getting caught out there. Lloyd Nicholson now into the 4th spot as they head up to the top of the hill and start to come down the main straight. 1 down and 11 to go here. Keeping an eye on this little battle here. Greg Van Rompuy and Peter ten Broeke having a good old fight with it. Benjamin Bonden and Bryce Watson involved in that battle as well as they come across the top end of the racetrack, bouncing their way through the corners. And down the main straight, 2 down and 10 remaining. Everyone looking for a move, but everyone did the same thing. They all dived to the inside and nobody gained anything. As Greg Van Rompuy hangs on to the front of this group in P5 on the racetrack. It's still Gandossi out front from Ryan and George and Nicholson. This will be pretty close up the front end of the field now. Gandossi having a gap over the rest of them. There we go. We get it back now. We'll check it out between Ryan, George and Nicholson for second, third and fourth on the road in a little bit. As now Peter ten Broeke fighting with Greg Van Rompuy going side by side through turn one. Greg's still hanging on to the spot. This is a great scrap for the remaining placings. And now Peter's got to be careful because he's under pressure from Bryce Watson. And now Peter ten Broeke gets dropped off by the group. And something's happened with Jamie George because he's just been dropped into the back of this group as well. I think he might have dropped a wheel through the middle of the racetrack, and that will drop him out of the top few. It's Gandossi from Ryan and Nicholson now. Then a big gap back. Greg Van Rompuy up into the 4th spot. Jamie George getting caught up with Bryce Watson, and now Benjamin Bonden up the inside of Watson at turn 2. Great fight here for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. It's George, Watson and Bonden duking it out at the moment. Ahead of them, Greg Van Rompuy has found himself in the desirable position to be away from this battle. A little bit further up the road there for Van Rompuy, getting away from that fight. Out front, though, it's still Adam Gandossi leading the way over Lloyd Nicholson in the 2nd spot and Craig Ryan in 3rd. As we just saw them flashing across our camera as we pick up Matt Fink in the 25 machine and Robbie Atkin having a bit of a lonely run down the back of the group here in Heat 3 of 125 Restricted Masters. We go back now, and it's George, Watson and Bonden. Van Rompuy a little bit further up the road. Meanwhile, the battle's out front. Gandossi from Nicholson and Ryan. It looks like they're not really making any changes to that order. As Adam Gandossi still leads the way. Down the main straight is your leader at the moment with 5 laps remaining. We'll pick them up as they flash across our camera here. Gandossi leading the way. The WA champ down to a 34.2 last time by. His whole lap to a 34.1, but Lloyd Nicholson now finding some pace. Drops it into the 33s. And Nicholson is on the move. He's 1.1 seconds behind, though. I don't think he's got enough in the tank to try and close up that gap. But he's going to give it a red-hot crack here and try and close it up. Keeping an eye on Gandossi at the moment, working his way down the main straight with 3 to go. Nicholson is absolutely on the move, and Gandossi's responding. He's sensed that he's going to be under pressure, and he's responding to the pace. He's gone to a 33.983 now. Nicholson to a 33.8. The gap sits at 0.8 of a second. Nicholson needs to be within 0.2 to make a move happen here. And I don't think he has enough with 2.5 laps left to go. This is just for the heat race win, though. The feature, Adam Gandossi is going to have a big task on his hands to defend from a hard-charging Lloyd Nicholson. Down the straight, we'll check the gap this time by. Nicholson peeking over his shoulder just to make sure he doesn't have a Craig Ryan sneaking up behind him. And the gap comes down to 0.5 second. Geez, it could come here and be very, very close towards the end of this one. It was 2 to go last time across the line. Gandossi just looked like he missed the line through the left-hander there, and that cost him a bit of time. We'll catch him across the top end of the racetrack. Greg Van Rompuy hanging on to P4 over Bryce Watson, but here's your leaders down the line. 1 to go here for Adam Gandossi. Leading the way here, the 78, Tony Kart. 0.6 of a second. He actually opened up a little bit of a gap over Nicholson that time by. So you wonder where Nicholson mounted a charge and then decided that he's not going to burn up the cart, burn up the equipment trying to chase him. Across the top of the circuit for the final time here, Gandossi will hang on here in Heat 3 for Tag 125 Restricted Masters. Down the line to hit the checkered flag. Gandossi will take the win. Lloyd Nicholson hard fought to get there for second. And Craig Ryan, another great recovery and home in third. KA2 on the track and getting ready to go racing. I'd like to welcome you all back to Four Star Media's broadcast coverage of the Coastal Classic here from Bunbury City Kart Club. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the little show we're putting together. It's been good fun so far as we bring it all to you live from Bunbury. The rumble in the background as KZ2s are warming up and getting ready for their third heat of the day. But we have to get underway with KA2 first as we go racing. And the Guesty boys getting away from the front row, leading this one out. And Sebastian and Dylan with a win apiece in the heat races so far. Sachin Smithway right behind them in third now. Ethan Traeger behind in fourth. He's about to get dropped, though, by a hard-charging Cosmic Kart of Zane Rhodes. He's starting to really find his feet in these high-power KA2 karts. This is the pro level of junior karting. High-power, direct drive. No clutch to save you if you loop it. This is what it's all about. Even Cooper Lyle getting involved in the field in KA2 here as Nick Stardy gets a bit of a bump and grind on and fires one up the inside of Jet McDonnell. Cooper Lyle trying to go with him here. And Stardy now losing a bit of ground on the field. This is a battle for the remaining placings, literally at the back of the pack in our 9-kart field. Meanwhile, Sebastian over Dylan out front here on the opening lap of racing. And the Guesty boy is going to do it again here. Dylan took the win in heat number 2. Sebastian had a chat to us on the broadcast a little bit earlier. But Seb wants to lead this one out here in heat 3. They're trying to chase some championship points, so keeping them both at the pointy end of the field to help them if anything goes wrong later on is a good strategy to have. But they might want to get a wiggle on because young Sachin Smithway is right with him as well in his first open meeting in a KA2 kart. He is right on the rear bumper of Dylan Guest as Sachin sets the hot lap of the race. He's got the advantage of a double toe coming off the Guesty Enforcement Agency. They're sitting out in front of him on the racetrack right now. Zane Rhodes picking up a toe from Sachin as well as they head up towards the Agreco hairpin. Then Traeger, Parham, Stardy, Lyle and McDonnell is your full running order. Sachin last time by, 32.4 fast lap for him. Looks like he's lost out a little bit this lap and parking himself up into the third spot. He's just clear of Zane Rhodes as Nick Stardy sets a hot lap. Nick's had some great lap speed in these karts so far today, but hasn't really been able to convert that into track position. It's a very, very different set of circumstances. One, to have lap speed, but B, to try and transfer that into position. You can see Zane Rhodes leaning in the seat super hard as we watch that Cosmic Kart. Now, it doesn't look like he's really leaning that far out of choice either. He is seemingly hurting in that seat right now. Getting thrown around something chronic as the Guesty boys out front open up a bit of a gap over Sachin. Last time by, 32.021 for Sebastian, 32.026 for Dylan, 32.025 for Sachin, and 32.1 for Zane, 32.3 for Ethan, 32.03 for Jack, and 32.2 for Nicholas. And Cooper and Jet, 32.2s and 32.6s respectively as they come down through turn number 1. Despite not having the lap speed to have the fast lap of the race of 32.002 from Nick Stardy, the Guesty boys out front in control of this one and watching back to Zane Rhodes sitting back there in 4. He's leaning further and further out of the kart. Hope his seat's tight because he might eventually fall out of that thing as he's hanging on for dear life down the line. 5 laps to go here in KA2. Many of the drivers who can race in seniors now that started as kids will be happy to tell you that the transition between racing in the J classes and then moving into clubmans and junior Rotax of years gone by was a massive step, and it took months and months to feel like you were strong enough to wrangle the kart for a full race distance when you stepped into the higher powered junior ranks because the body just is struggling. Zane Rhodes has actually got a handout and it looks like he is calling it. Zane Rhodes pulls it infield. That's unfortunate for Zane. I wonder if he is having some trouble with the cart and is deciding to conserve himself, as he did not look happy in that Cosmic Kart right here. That will release Jack Parham through with Nick Stardy and Cooper Lyle. And Jet McDonald tacking onto the back of the 8 that are on track now, and that puts Sachin clean in the third, with Ethan Traeger now finding a bit of speed. Ethan sets a hot lap of the race, goes to a 31.8. As these boys and girls are finding more speed, they're continuing to go faster. Sebastian throwing down a 31.9. Dylan Guest threw down a 31.8 and put the pressure on his brother. Last thing you want to have is a big discussion with your brother about who wants to be leading in the closing stages of the race and put you both at risk and exposure to the rest of the field as they come down. 2 laps to go. That time by. As the sun continues to fade over to the west here in Bunbury. It'll drop behind the trees and the temperature will immediately drop a few degrees as we descend into the darkness, racing into the ever-giving night here at the Coastal Classic. We're not far away from getting finals underway. It's only 4:15 in the afternoon, but approaching the colder months of the year, we are going to hit the sunset quite soon with plenty of cloud cover. That'll help it as well. Hopefully the cloud cover keeps some temperature around, because it will get mighty cold tonight here in Bunbury. At least mighty cold by my standard. I'm cold in the morning, even up in Perth. As they come out of the Greco hairpin on the final lap, Sebastian Guest on his way to taking another one here in the heats. And it's the Guesty Enforcement Company. 1 and 2 again here in KA2. Heat number 3. Sebastian over Dylan this time. Sachin Smith way home in 3rd. Ethan Traeger in 4th. And Jack Parham rounding out your top 5. Getting it done here in KA2. KZ2 on the racetrack, getting ready to go. This is Heat 3 of the day here at Round 2 of the West Australian KZ Series. A couple of races we've had today so far have been absolute crackers. A first and second apiece for both Sam Dicker and Jake Claridge. We'll see them on the front row of the grid. Jay Cool all the way from Victoria joining us this weekend here for round 2. We'll start on position number 3. He'll be joined by Dan the Man, Dan Curry, in the Ricardo Kart on the second row of the grid. Riley Traeger and Nick Middick will line up on row 3 with Luke Anici and James Mackay starting from row 4. Mitchell Perella and Ryan Bender will start out of the 5th row of the grid. And they'll be joined behind them by Jason Lecoq and Damon Papa Sergio. Jaden Pierce and Jake Sawyer will start from row 7 with Daniel Sugar and Joshua Byrne from the 8th row of the grid. Scott Mackay and Caleb Sumich will start from row 9. With Cody Lunan and Paul Pedrotti starting from the 10th row. Simon Gwilliam all the way down in 21st, joining Bailey Gretsch on the 11th row with Harrison Oddie and Courtney Goff on row 12. Gianluca Oriema and Connor Roth will see them all from the back of the grid on row number 13. It's a 26 kart field here in KZ2. Watch for the lights. We are going to send them racing. And that was a bit of a jump from one of the Tony karts further back in the field. That went well and truly early, and one is off already. Simon Gwilliam's day just goes from bad to worst. He's in the dirt down here at turn 1, and his race is DUN done. As we pick up the field coming out of the centre of the racetrack, it looks like Dicker has the jump over Claridge, trying to run away with this one already. Behind them, they're trying to chase him down. Dan the Man Curry up into 3rd. He's making life very difficult for Jay Cool, the Victorian. Jay up the inside at the top end of the track, gets the 3rd spot. Curry switches him back. He's masterful at doing this. Plucks a gear and grabs the 3rd spot again. Behind them, Nick Middick is shaking his head because he's seen that move a few times already. And a few of them tapping helmets throughout the field, telling each other to try and be smart. I don't think that is going to do much here in KZ2. History is said. It doesn't really help at all. As Sam Dicker leads away from Claridge back there in the 2nd spot. They are trying to break away from the field and have a fight of their own. The current West Australian KZ Series champion leads out here over Claridge, who's been in red-hot form. As there's a couple of big incidences down the main straightaway off of the camera shot, and we lose one. I think that's Damon Papa Sergio out of the kart just near the timing tower, and that's Ryan Bender parked on the infield at turn 2. So a couple of big losses here as the crowd saw it all here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And where does that leave us? Papa Sergio was showing in P12 on my MyLaps Speed Hive timing. As they come down the line, I think the timing wasn't working for a little bit there because my live timing is only telling me there's 19 laps to go. We've been racing for a few laps, so something going a little bit awry with the MyLab Speed Hive timing here. But it is Dicker out front from Claridge in 2nd, then Jay Cool in 3rd, Dan Curry in 4th, Nick Lucanici in P5, then Nick Middick in 6th. It's Papa Sergio showing as P7, so who did we lose off to the side in front of the timing tower, I wonder? We'll try and spot them once we get him going. I see a Riley Traeger missing on timing down the order as well. As they're checking in on this battle at the moment, it's the 19 machine. Hanging on here just in front of this beautifully presented Will Power Kart, the 31 of Lunan and the 22 of Harrison Oddie. They're fighting it out here. So it's Goff, Lunan and Oddie duking it out as they come out of the middle of the racetrack. Lunan has lost a bit of ground in that 31 kart. Shout out to Nicolette Nietzsche advising me to close Speed Hive and reopen. Well, now it does say it's showing me the right amount of laps, so thank you. The Speed Hive things here in Australian karting. We pick up Jason Lecoq, the number 80 Hyperkart. Jason running just outside the top 10 at the moment. He's hanging on to P11 and closing up onto the back of Josh Byrne, who's scrambling behind the wheel to hang onto it right now. Byrne just got passed by Jaden Pierce and is under threat of being dropped outside the top 10. As they come down into turn number 2, Lecoq looking for a way around. Byrne covers the inside line. And Jason cannot get there just yet. Fastest on track right now, all the way down in 15th on the road. Just at the back of this group, you see him on camera right now. The 55 CRG of Bailey Gretsch is setting purple laps. Now, he was off the road in an earlier heat today and finding himself way back in the field where he doesn't want to be. Meanwhile, out front, Sam Dicker extends his lead to a mere quarter of a second as Dan Curry has been off the road at turn 1, and he is not happy with that. So there's going to be some discussions following this heat race of KZ2. Now, Dan Curry, as he came across the line, he was right between Nietzsche and Middick, so I wonder if something's gone down there between them. That saw Curry off the road, because that releases Jay Cool well and truly into third. Nietzsche will grab fourth. And that puts Nick Middick into P5 as Luca Nietzsche sets a hot lap of the race now. 31.36 for Luca. He goes purple, and he's the fastest man of the race so far. We're halfway home, 10 down and 10 to go last time across the line. This has big implications for tonight's standings because Dan Curry with a DNF against his name here in Heat 3. That'll absolutely murder any chance of a good starting position for the final. He has all the work to do under lights tonight in the final. And that'll make life incredibly difficult for Dan. Meanwhile, Dicker leads from Claridge. Then Cool, then Nietzsche, then Middick. Then look at this gaggle of go-karts fighting over the remaining placings. At the head of that pack is Damon Papa Sergio over Perella, Pierce, Byrne, Lecoq, Mackay, Sumich, Gretsch, Sawyer, Sugar, Goff, Lunan, Oddie, Oriema, and Roth. Your remaining running drivers. There's 20 left on the racetrack right now with 8 laps to go this time across the line. We follow Damon Papa Sergio coming down the main straight in front of the canteen. Young Damo finding more pace in his driving career as the events tick by. And he finds himself currently sitting in the 6th spot. Unable to make inroads onto the back of Nick Middick. Nick last time 31.47. Sorry, 31.41. Damon 31.5. But he's hanging on to that number 6 spot ahead of Mitchell Perella behind him in the 7. As we look forward and we pick up the head of the pack. And it looks like they're starting to spread themselves out a little bit. In the 19 machine there, the 18 machine I should say. Jaden Pierce making a step into the Tony Kart this weekend. I wonder if he has a decent result, will he hang on to the Tony Kart and try and keep this deal going or make the step back into the Praga chassis, which he has been well and truly known for in West Australian KZ racing. In the meantime, your leaders down the line. 14 laps completed, 6 to go. They are glued together. And you'd have to think right now, Jake Claridge is happy just to sit behind and let Sam burn up his tyres. A second place result in this heat will be good enough to put him on the front row of the grid, and he doesn't really have to worry about passing Sam. Only until they get to the final. The same can be said for Jay Cool. Behind them, the Victorian sitting third on the road right now. Could have something to say come the final time under lights here at Bunbury City Kart Club. The Shamrock Racing Paralon Kart. Then we go back to Luca Nietzsche. Then Nick Middick firing through turn 1. This beautifully turned out BRM chassis. Had the axle out of it about half an hour before qualifying this morning. They were looking to the stars to see what they could try and put in the go-kart to make it work in the wet and dry, and ultimately what ended up being entirely wet qualifying conditions. And I wonder if they're regretting the direction they went, but Nick is having a decent run. Not stellar by any stretch at the moment. Just hanging on to the top 5 and staying in the fight here as they progress through the heat races. But all thoughts of conservation will go out the window come the final later tonight, where the glory of being a round winner comes on the line. Of course, there's heat race points and feature points for the West Australian KZ Series, and finishing every race is important if you want to be a series champion at the end of it all. But everyone wants to go for the glory of being a round winner. Everyone wants to stand on top of the top step and be celebrated as the number 1 driver on the night. 3 laps to go as they came across the line as they were. Your leaders still glued together. Dicker from Claridge. Now Cool is lapping in within a shout of these guys. Dicker actually slowed up the previous lap. It was a 31.5. Claridge to a personal best of the race, a 31.37 for Jake Claridge in the Energy Kart. 2 to go as they come down the line. The gap back to Jay Cool. He's staying right in touch at the moment. He's not going to be close enough to make anything happen in the closing stages here, but he is the fastest man on the racetrack. 31.316 for Jay. Last time across there for Dicker was a 31.38. Claridge a 31.45. And Jay is coming on song now. So coming on song late in the race can be a bit of a threat for these guys in the closing stages of the final later tonight. It's going to be an exciting one here at Bunbury City Kart Club as they make their way around on the final lap here for Heat 3 of KZ2. Dicker leads over Claridge up to the Greco hairpin for the final time. Couple more plucks of the gear lever and they can rest until that 25 lap final later tonight. Down the line, Sam Dicker will claim Heat 3 for KZ2, and that should put him on the pole for the feature race tonight here. For round 2 of the West Australian KZ Series, he wins Heat 3 over Jake Claridge in second, Jay Cool in third, Luca Nietzsche in fourth, and Nick Middick rounding out your top 5. There's the results up on screen. Damon Papa Sergio in 6th, over Jaden Pierce in the 7th spot, Joshua Byrne in the 8th, Jason Lecoq in 9, and Bailey Gretsch, a great drive from him, up into P10. Caleb Sumich and Mitch Perella in 11 and 12. Scott Mackay and Jake Sawyer, 13 and 14 from Harrison Oddie in 15, over Gianluca Oriema, Cody Lunan, and Daniel Sugar. Courtney Goff and Connor Roth were your last remaining finishing drivers. Only 20 drivers finished out of the 26 starters here in Heat 3 of KZ2. That's the last one for Heat 3. We're into the finals coming up next here for the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. jumping back into it live once again. Thank you for bearing with us as we had to reset the stream heading into the finals. We are well and truly into it. KA3 Senior is underway for the finals. 16 laps for all classes except for KZ2. 25 laps for those crazy lunatics. This is the finals. So Deadman final. Winner of the final is the winner of the event. Heats don't matter once you get to this stage, and that's Aiden Deckers throwing caution to the wind, trying to get a move done on Brandon Duncombe. Here we are, finding ourselves in finals time at Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic 2022. Deckers leads heading across the top end of the racetrack from Brandon Duncombe back in second. Michael Jones and Thomas Lawton over Memphis Knowles, your top five. Joel Wheeler back there in five now. Memphis down to P6 over Chantel Hall and Riley Watkins. But it is Aiden Deckers making the move out front, trying to make it stick here on Brandon Duncombe and leading the way. As we're only a few laps into this one, we are 4 down, 5 down, 11 to go last time across the stripe. Really close at the front as well. Tommy Lawton will be right there to pick up the pieces off the back of Michael Jones to try and get onto the podium here this evening. Deadman final racing, a great way to get prepared heading into the WA title. The WA Kart Championship here at Bunbury City Kart Club later on in the year. I do believe it is the last weekend in September / first weekend of October as we get ready to crown some West Australian state champions for the 2022 season. State title weekend's always great, and I can't wait to bring it to you from all the action here in Bunbury. As it looks like Deckers and Duncombe breaking away from the rest of the field now. Deckers getting out there by about a half a cart over Duncombe. They've managed to gap out over Michael Jones. You'd have to wonder if Jones is just checking up on Tommy Lawton and Joel Wheeler at the moment, if they could go faster, if they were able to get around him and try and put some pressure on the leaders. But Deckers looks to be in control of this one. Duncombe took 2 seconds and a win in the heat races. Deckers a win and 2/3. Michael Jones a win and a second in the heats. And out in the first heat, he was outside of the top 3. So an interesting set of circumstances in the heat races to show us who does and doesn't have pace. But at the moment, Aiden Deckers in charge as we follow along the 68 of Chantel Hall over Riley Watkins in the number 6 machine. The youngster from Exmouth making his way down to race with us once again. They love it. They love traveling to all the events and having a good time racing go-karts everywhere we go. As we now pick up this battle, it's the 44 of Riley Westell at the back of the group, trying to put some pressure on Carlos Del Toro. Now, Carlos is not really featured as a star in this field, but he's been the star of the 125 restricted class and making a comeback drive through the field after a dismal first heat race effort earlier today has been the highlight of the day so far. We'll see what he's got in the feature race for 125 restricted combined later on in the night. At the moment, he's in the 19 machine, running 11th of 12 in the field. As we've hit the halfway point of the race, we're starting to push forward through the field. Ethan Flynn running in the 10 spot at the moment. Avern running in the 9, and we jump all the way forward. Watkins and Chantel Hall, that's 8 and 7 respectively on the road. As we'll pick up the next two further up the road here. Memphis Knowles trying to put the pressure on Michael Jones, who finally got dropped off by Tommy Lawton and Joel Wheeler. And you could tell that was going to happen at some stage during the race. He just did not seem to have the pace to hold those guys off, especially throughout the race distance. But Tommy Lawton has found some solid race pace with this Intrepid kart. He's even got it out front of Brandon Duncombe here. So Tommy into the 2 spot. But the gap that they have released Aiden Deckers by is probably insurmountable at this stage. 2.2 seconds. Brandon Duncombe actually has a bumper dislodged on the kart. The 29 machine, that rear bumper is off the back of the kart. So that is potentially going to be a mechanical black flag for the youngster. And a heartbreaker in the final here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Just for the bumper to be half off. I'm not entirely sure on the full ruling. I have seen in circumstances where it's only partially kind of dropped down. They don't call it. But it's up to the stewards, really, with Aiden Deckers out front leading the way here, the 33 machine. You said it before, making the step to the Flat Out Karts camp here in 2022. Having a good run of it as well. Last time by, he set a 33.2, still faster than anybody else on the racetrack. He has a hot lap of the race of a 33.1. And leading out 2.3 seconds the gap now for Deckers as he comes down the line. 2 laps to go for Aiden Deckers out front. What a change of pace this kid has experienced after changing teams in this year. Take nothing away from what he was doing with other teams, but sometimes the little changes can just affect your attitude and you can really make an impact on your own driving and your speed. And it could be something revolutionary on the karts as well, but he's definitely found something in the new year with the new combination, and it's working for him at the moment as Deckers comes down the line. It's 2 laps to go this time by for Aiden Deckers. We pick up with Tommy Lawton, who just cannot match pace with your race leader right now. A solid drive, though, from Tommy. He's not really been there. As a 3rd and a 4th for his highlights of the heat races. But he's in the hunt. He's finding himself in the middle of the podium, in 2nd at the moment. Some 2.9 seconds off the back of Aiden Deckers out front. Joel Wheeler, your pole sitter from this morning's qualifying session, has a best of just a 5th in the heat races so far today as the sun re-emerges in the late afternoon here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And Wheeler looking like he's happy to pick up a podium here as a consolidation for the day. Aiden Deckers, though, out front on the final lap, coming out of a Greco for the final time and making his way towards the checkered flag. Bunbury City Kart Club, make some noise and put your hands together. Your first winner of the day here at the Coastal Classic, Aiden Deckers, takes out KA3 Senior. And he is your winner for KA3 Senior Championship here in Bunbury for the Coastal Classic 2022. Thomas Lawton takes out 2nd, and Joel Wheeler on the podium this afternoon in 3rd for KA3. Michael Jones just missing out in 4th, and Memphis Knowles rounding out your top 5. But it's all about this man. Aiden Deckers, your winner today. The 33 flat-out karts Arrow X6 chassis taking out the top honours in your KA3 Senior Championship class here in Bunbury. rolling around and getting in formation, ready to rock and roll. Cadet 9's on the racetrack as we descend into finals madness. Coastal Classic 2022 here in Bunbury. Chase Saxfield starting on the front row has been the young man to beat all day long. And I would predict that that will probably carry on true into the finals here. He starts alongside Taj Mcdonnell on the front row of the grid. Joining behind them, Emerson Watson and Valentino Giorgella. Valentino rocking the beautiful fluoro wheels. That's something different, and I like it because we need a bit more of different in karting. He's loving the fluoro orange. And behind them, Ben Keane and Cruz Priolo with Josh Panizza lining up at the back of the group here. 7 of them here in Cadet 9s, the youngest category of karting in Australia. Going racing here as the lights go out and send us underway. Chase moving across to cover the line, and he gets away to the point. Taj Mcdonnell slotting into second, Emerson third. Valentino dropping into P4 from Keane, Priolo and Panizza further behind. And that is how we start things off. It is Chase Saxfield already opening up a little bit of a gap on his first flying lap of the race. 16 long, grueling laps for these young Cadet 9s. They'll earn their sleep tonight. They've done a lot of racing. It's been a long day for the kids. We were up at the crack of dawn racing at 7:30 this morning, and it's almost some 10 hours later. We're still racing. It's been a big day and capped off by a big race for the final, the one that counts for the overall for the weekend here. Cruz Priolo on screen at the moment, rocking the number 8 BRM chassis. And some of these kids, so young, and they just love every minute of it. You see them come in after the race, and they've got a smile from ear to ear. They're just out here and having fun. As Valentino has dropped to the back of the group, Cruz up into P5 now ahead of Josh Panizza in P6. Having a good little battle of their own here. The 8 and the 9 machines going to go side by side. Cruz looks across just to check on Josh. Gives him a bit of breathing room as well, but slots across and hangs on to the 5 spot. Ben Keane a little bit further up the road at the moment in P4. As we pick up your leaders. This is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th right now. Taj Mcdonnell, Emerson Watson, and Ben Keane all chasing each other around the circuit up into the Greco hairpin. Chase Saxfield has already disappeared out front. He's got so much pace in that kart over the rest of the field right now. Oh, Emerson getting a bit of a swapper on through the right-hander onto the main straight. Emerson looking in control at the moment. Trying to just bide the time, pick a moment, and get past Taj. And be right there for the 2nd spot. Ben Keane behind them in the 4. Looking to try and step up for a podium if they can. And having a crack at it. Meanwhile, Chase Saxfield making his way onto the main straightaway as these 3 come out of the Greco hairpins. And we are 12 laps to go here for Chase Saxfield out front. Chase leads with a hot lap of 36.6. Best lap of the race. Lapping a 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. And we've lost one. Where did the other one go? We lost Emerson. Emerson finding trouble here and dropped off earlier. So we have lost Valentino Giorgella from the race, unfortunately. And it looks like Emerson found trouble in the previous laps. And that leaves us with Chase Saxfield out front by himself here, the number 3 KF kart. Leading things out all by himself at the moment, heading across the top end of the racetrack. Chase is such a determined young character. Super kind and easy to talk to for these young kids. But he's doggedly determined to just get on the racetrack and be the fastest out there. He'll find a way as he leads this one out now with a fair old margin over the rest of the field. 9.5 seconds over Taj Mcdonnell in 2nd. And now Ben Keane into 3rd. Cruz Priolo up into P4. Josh Panizza rounding out your 5. Emerson Watson down in 6. as we hit 10 laps to go last time across the line. Chase Saxfield leads the way here for your Cadet 9 final. Emerson now trying to fight back through the field as we continue to run down the laps. We're in the second half of the race. And Emerson onto the back of this pack with Cruz and Josh right now, trying to put the pressure on and fight back through. Cruz and Josh just glued together around the track. See if Emerson can find a way around. And we'll have a quick peek as to where our race leader is. There he is, Chase Saxfield. Still whipping around the track and having a good time. Out to a 14.5-second lead over Taj Mcdonnell back there in second. Got the tip, we're going to go chuck an extra 10 kilos of lead on Chase's go-kart for the next event. Here's the battle for second and third. Still raging on at the moment. Taj Mcdonnell just always having enough in hand to hang on to the spot for second on the road, just in front of Ben Keane right behind. And young Ben putting the pressure on. Doing everything he can for these youngsters in the Cadet 9 ranks. This is where they learn, this is where they adapt, and they start to grow, not only as drivers, but as young adults, and they can start to figure out what they want. And the camaraderie, the friendship, and the maturity that these kids can put on is just great. Love every minute of having these kids out here racing with us in the cadet ranks, Cadet 9s and Cadet 12s before they progress into the juniors and go racing as they get a bit older. A little bit further behind, Emerson has dispatched of Josh Panizza and now is looking for a way around Cruz Priolo. Cruz hanging this great inside line through the left hand as Emerson on the outside, though. Not sure it's going to work out there. And we'll tuck back in behind the BRM card of Cruz. But Watson doing it around the outside. That's how you get it done. And Emerson now up into the 4th spot with 4 laps to go. Not going to be able to really catch the podium that's running away from them at the moment. Taj and Ben out there in 2nd and 3rd, but great piece of driving to get it back up into the 4th spot after that issue earlier in the race. And Cruz and Daniel still getting into each other. Oh no, Daniel's off the road and through the grass. Oh, and that leaves him off and parked up. That's heartbreaking there for Dan. Oh, sorry, Josh Panizza. What am I saying? Panizza off the road. And man, that hurts for these youngsters. They take it seriously. Meanwhile, Ben Keane has finally found a way around Taj Mcdonnell and goes to 2nd. Dan coming in here to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I agree entirely. Well, that releases Cruz Priolo by himself in the number 8 BRM kart as he makes his way up towards the Greco hairpin. We'll pick up on 2nd here. Ben Keane going by our canteen and commentary position here in Bunbury. Taj Mcdonnell behind in 3rd. And Emerson back there in P4. Chase Saxfield coming down the main straightaway now. Not far off putting a lap on young Cruz Priolo. Chase hits the line, and it's a last lap board for Chase. 1 lap remaining for your race leader. As we'll pick him up going through the midfield. There is your leader, Chase Saxfield. Absolute dominant display in the Cadet 9 ranks. And as they hit the main straightaway, the checkered flag will come out. And Chase Saxfield will pick up the win in a dominant runaway drive in the Cadet 9s. Put your hands together, Bunbury City Kart Club. A dominant display from the youngster. Ben Keane bringing it around the top end of the racetrack. And will run it down to the line to pick up second. With a great drive to pick up the 2 spot. Taj McDonnell will bring it down the line to wrap up your podium in third. No rest for the wicked. KA3 Junior out and rocking at the moment for their final. Already well and truly into it. Into it by about 4 laps already as they came across the line. Lachlan Clee getting out front here. This has been interesting. Connor Payne has been shuffled back a bit further than he would have liked to be. And Toby Maiolo finding some speed into the second spot. Blake Carboni in third, Payne down in 4, Ashton Sprague in 5. And Nash Ferraro with some work to do. Through the field, he finds himself in 6 over Chase Wildman. Kay Davey, another one further back in the field that he's like to be all day long. But how this gap has come to be, as Toby Maiolo comes down the line. So forgive us for the confusion for a moment as our timing system lies to us. Toby Maiolo is your leader. Working things down with 6 to go. Yeah, it did take me 10 laps to figure that out. As we get down the line, Maiolo leads at the moment. Blake Carboni in the second, Ashton Sprague in third from Payne and Ferraro. Vince Adams, Fallows, Davey and Wildman. Clear's in there as well. He's between Davey and the 2 of Fallows. Down there in the 10 spot. With 5 laps to go. Next time by here for Toby Maiolo. Waiting for the right time of the weekend to peak. There's only one race you need to win, and that's the final. And Maiolo is proving exactly that. I mean, throughout the day, he hasn't even featured in the top 5, I don't think. I may have missed a race, though. But he's absolutely in charge out front. He's built himself a commanding lead to the tune of about 1.3 seconds over Blake Carboni, who's under pressure here from the 17. As we follow Lockie Adams, actually under pressure from the 17 of Todd Vince. They've just been switching around and changing places. Adam and Vince fighting it out for 7th and 8th on the road. Meanwhile, Carboni under pressure from Sprague at the moment. Fighting it out for the remaining podium positions, 2nd and 3rd on the road. Connor Payne behind in the 4th spot. Please forgive the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen if you're watching live online for Four Star Media's broadcast coverage here at the Coastal Classic for Bunbury City Kart Club. It is the green man on screen, Toby Maiolo, leading the way. And coming down the line, it will be 3 laps to go for young Toby. What a machine this young kid is. He's got plenty of speed underneath him, and he just chooses when he wants to bust out those kinds of laps. Behind him to fight for 2nd and 3rd. Carboni and Sprague through the middle section of the track. followed by Payne and Ferraro. Now, Payne and Ferraro were two of the quickest on the track earlier today. In fact, Connor Payne was very, very quick to start the day, taking a heat race win earlier on. Ashton Sprague, currently sitting in the third spot, was your fastest qualifier from this morning's qualifying session. Looking for a way up the inside, and it's down at turn one, and that has really hurt his momentum. He had a big look up the inside of Blake Carbone. Now he's going to be under a world of trouble because Connor Payne has decided he wants in on this last-minute discussion. And Nash Ferraro just might have a couple of notes to add at the very end. Making their way across the top end of the track for the second to final time. Mayolo comes onto the main straightaway, and it says 2 to go for Mayolo. Timing will change to last lap. And it is on for the second and third place positions. Sprague gets up the inside of Carbone, tries to cover off the inside. And it's on for the remaining podium placings. Mayolo leading the way around the final lap, though, as they head up towards the Agreco hairpin. And Toby is going to scream away with this one. An epic win on home turf. Behind him, it was on the final lap, though. But down the straightaway, Bunbury City Kart Club, make some noise for Toby Mayolo, your winner in KA3 Junior. Ashton Sprague home in second. And Blake Carbone in the third spot. A great result. Fantastic racing from your KA3 Juniors. It is Mayolo, Sprague, and Carbone, your top three. Ferraro 4, Connor Payne in P5. There's your results. Please ignore the top result if you're watching live online. KA3 Junior in the books here at the Coastal Classic at Bunbury City Kart Club. On now with WA Open Performance. Getting ready to rock and roll here. And we've got one failing to start through the middle of the racetrack. And he's standing around looking for help, seeing if someone can get him along. But I don't think that's going to happen. We've just got 4 lining up as they get ready to go. It is Will and Preston, the 4 of Smith, and the 78 of Chambers. I don't see Hall out there, and it looks like it's Daniel Stewart that's parked on the sidelines waiting for a mate to come and help him out. So I wonder whether they're going to give him a hand and get him going in this race, or whether he is going to be out of contention. And with just 4 in the race for WA Open Performance in the final. Open Performance, this fantastic category of WA karting where anything kind of goes. And you can go race it Used to be the category where we would combine what was originally the Leopard engines with a really lightweight, as they've gone lights out and racing. We used to have Leopards with twin Rotax rotaries combined with the foundations of what were the shifter carts, the 125cc Pro Gearbox machines. Used to race all over the state in open class before WA Open Performance got organised, got together and came up with a category that allowed you to race with all different kinds of weight breaks. But now the class dominated by twin engine machines. As you can see, the four of them you have coming down the main straightaway. Preston leading the way with the twin TM MF3 powered machine. Twin Rotax is on board for Nathan Will. Twin again here for Brad Smith in the 4 machine. And Matt Chambers, yes, you guessed it, a twin. And the crisscross of the exhausts. The only class left in karting and in WA that still runs the steel rear bumpers. And I believe that's purely because they don't have enough real estate to run the wide plastic pushback bumpers, due to the real estate that's taken up by all that exhaust, especially that on Nathan Will's kart. It just looks entirely out of place with 2 Rotax exhausts stacked on top of each other as they make their way around. Brad Smith, the fastest on track right now, 33.09, but he's under pressure here from Matt Chambers, who chucks one up the inside of the Agreco hairpin. Preston leading the way here from Nathan Will in the twin Rotax powered machine. Chambers about to put on a display of how wide he can make a CRG. What would be great would be to get one of the, I think the Slovakian manufactured BSR, Blue Shock race packages that are a lithium battery electric go-kart combination. I think they make 32 horsepower. And they can run for a race distance, not like a half an hour, 45-minute race distance, but they can run for a decent amount of time. And with the instant torque output of those combinations, let them loose in open performance and get someone to go spend the money on one of those, because the running cost of these electric combinations is coming down and significantly cheaper than the running cost of trying to build 2 Reed rotary engines and keep them running in tip-top shape in a WA Open Performance combination. It would be cool to see some electric combos out here and racing in Western Australia. We've seen the likes of the Linda forklift-powered go-kart videos and the Bosch electric racing series. I think it was Bosch did a combination for a while. There's a big move there from Matt Chambers. And now Nathan Will's giving him a what for as well. Chambers loves to back it into the corner and show you how it's done. Meanwhile, Blake Preston skipping away with it out front, a 32.45. As he leads this one out, Nathan Will fires one back up the inside, Matt Chambers, and it's rare to be able to do that because not many people can say they got one back on Matt Chambers pretty quickly. As Preston leads this one out, now out to a 1.7 second gap over Nathan Will. As we run through the laps, 6 completed, 7 completed actually, 9 to go. It'll be 8 this time around for Blake Preston. As we descend into the darkness here in Bunbury, the lights are going to start to become more prominent from the lighting towers around the track as the sun is completely all but dipped off to the west end side of the circuit here at Bunbury City Kart Club. To the left of your camera vantage point from where we sit in commentary. Preston just always looks in control of this kart. Doesn't look like he's pushing it too hard, just likes to get around and whip it around the circuit in a decent fashion. Spends the day just tuning it up and looking after the tyres underneath him. And having a good time. Meanwhile, Nathan Will, the front of that thing is trying to pull itself off the earth as he comes off the corners. The Rotaxes make a solid amount of horsepower for their combination and seriously working hard at the wheel trying to keep it in check. And holding out that second spot from Matt Chambers back there in third. Brad Smith in the fourth. That's your 4 runners with 6 laps to go here in WA Open Performance for your final. Picking up with a few laps to go here as it's turned relatively processional here in WA Open Performance. The one to watch right now, Nathan Will and Matt Chambers fighting it out as they come onto the main straightaway. And down the line, 3 laps remaining as Blake Preston continues out front by himself, leading the way over the rest of the field. Will still hanging on to try and keep Matt Chambers at bay. And a bit of a role reversal for Matt Chambers because he's the fastest on track and trying his hardest to find a way around Nathan Will. Usually it's somebody else trying their hardest to find their way around him. But Preston onto the main straightaway. 2 laps remaining here as he comes down the hill. He'll be relieved to see the checkered flag after 16 grueling laps here at Bunbury City Kart Club. These karts are no easy feat to handle. With a huge amount of weight that they have to maneuver through the corners, you think a regular racing kart's enough, or you've got a whole extra engine and all the extra fuel you have to carry for it, plus the stopping power needed with all 4 wheels being braked, and the power management you have to keep at bay under your right foot as Preston comes down the line. 1 lap to go. He's 1 from home here as the last lap board comes out for Blake Preston here in WA Open Performance. The 84 Twin TM MF3 powered Swiss Hutless machine making his way around the center of the circuit. And up towards the Agreco hairpin for the final time. Preston in charge once again here in this class. He's a master of WA Open Performance. And onto the main straightaway, he's done it again. Blake Preston takes out Open Performance here at the Coastal Classic. Make some noise, Bunbury City Kart Club. And he'll get the back end out for you and try and do some wheel stands coming off the hairpin. Preston celebrates in style with a good win here in WA Open Performance. Nathan Will hangs on for second ahead of Matthew Chambers in third. And Brad Smith wrapping things up a few laps ago here with just 3 drivers finishing for your WA Open Performance final here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Back on track as we get ready to go racing. Tag 125 Light. About to get underway here at Bunbury City Kart Club. A solid field for our 125 Light drivers. And one man who's finding hot form once again. Surprise, surprise, he goes by the name of Kip Foster. He'll start on the pole spot here alongside Ash Morrissey. On the outside front row, Jesse Elliott and Jack Caiullo starting right behind them as well as we come down the main straightaway, but is a no start. No start here. Bree Rhodes and Aiden Deckers starting out of P5 and 6. Robert West and Connor Clifton in 7 and 8. Mason Fraser will join Lincoln Drew in 9 and 10 with Liam Kane and Shay Thompson 11 and 12. Declan Blaine and Christopher Smith 13th and 14th on the grid, with Stephen Scoble and Isaac McLean in 15 and 16. Noah Lineker and Flynn Thompson will line up in 17 and 18, and Nicholas Smith due to be lining up at the back of your starting grid. It's a solid field, 19 on the entry list. I think we've only seen 18 racing. But Tag 125 Light is back, and in a big way. It's good to have these fields here in Western Australia. As Foster sets the starting pace, bringing them around onto the front straight. Watch for the lights to go out to send us racing. Some of them a little bit out of order, but we are underway. Foster moves across, trying to hang on to that inside line. Oh, one off backwards. And that's unfortunate. That looks like it was Connor Clifton into the dirt on the opening corner, and his race will be done. He's going to have 15 and a half grueling laps of watching from the sidelines here for your 125 Light final here in Bunbury. Foster getting away from the field, though, over Morrissey back there in second, Elliott in third. And they're struggling behind as Jack Caiullo really struggling on this opening lap. He's finding it hard to get up to speed. He's lost 4 spots already from that starting position and is down behind a couple of very, very quick young drivers. Watching the back of Stephen Scoble work his way through. 2 more caught up here. The 86 of Noah Lineker caught up. And it looks like that was the, was that the 66 or the 93? So Flynn Thompson not taking to the track that one. I think that might have been the 94 actually if Christopher Smith missed it as we panned away from it. But it is Kip Foster leading things out down the line. Got the new homologation NASA panel on the kart as he drags this entire 125 Light field up to speed around the Bunbury City Kart Club. Sparks out the back of Isaac McLean's kart. That's a cool look here. The 33 Formula K kart. But it is Foster leading the way down the line. Robert West back there in the 4 spot, trying to hang in and stay in touch. Ashley Morrissey second on the road. Jesse Elliott third. West is the quickest on the racetrack right now at 32.8. And you can see Foster opening up a gap over Morrissey now, who's opening up a gap further. Back to West now, who's moved up into third. Elliott dropping down into the 4 spot. Robert West, your pole sitter from this morning's qualifying, is starting to really make his presence felt. He's moved up into third and putting some pressure on the guys up front. Could it have been that West was just trying to conserve some tyres, save the best to last here as we descend into the night here in Bunbury? Coming down the line, it is 11 laps to go here for Foster. Look at Westy, though. He is closing that gap. Last time across the line at 32.55. He's being beaten on pace, actually, by Morrissey, but he's opening up a bit of a gap over Elliott. 32.7s for Jesse Elliott last time by. Bree Rhodes and Aiden Deckers fighting it out. Just rehashing the days of fighting it out as juniors. Doing it all again, this time with yellow plates on the back of their numbers. Bree currently hanging on to the 5 spot. Deckers in P6. And Deckers, after taking out KA3 Senior tonight already as your winner with the 100cc air-cooled engines. Doing double duties between KA3 and 125 Light this weekend. A lot of racing to try and do in one day as well. Qualifying, 3 heats and a final, then do that twice. 2 qualifying, 6 heats, 2 finals. Aiden will be well and truly earning his sleep tonight. For the youngster, currently running in the 6th spot ahead of Lincoln Drew in the 7. Jack Caiullo down to 8 after starting on the 2nd row of the grid. A fall that Jack Caiullo was not hoping for. Just ahead of Isaac McLean in 9, Liam Kane, the young kid from Collie. Behind him in the 10 spot. Then Fraser, Thompson, Scoble, Smith, Declan Blaine. 15 remaining, running on the racetrack. We lost Christopher Smith and Noah Lineker early on in that lap 2 incident down here after turn 1. And Connor Clifton off the racetrack at the start of the race. As Kip Foster just goes the fastest lap of the race. We're watching this little battle here. Jack Caiullo, Isaac McLean and Liam Kane. This for 8th, 9th and 10th on the road as they come out of the bowl. And into the middle of the racetrack. About to cross the halfway point of the race. It's 8 laps to go. Last time across the line, so we are into the second half. And look at this. Robert West is actually starting to just chip away at the gap to Ash Morrissey. Last time by, he circulated just marginally quicker. The gap down to 5.5 tenths of a second now between Morrissey and West. So it is interesting to see that West is starting to try and close the gap for second. He's at the fastest qualifying time in this morning's session. Has only managed a best of a 5th in the heat races, though. Finding a bit of form as the conditions start to go cold in the evening here in Bunbury. Last time by it was 5.5 tenths. This time by it's just a tad under 4 tenths, 5 tenths I should say. And in the process, Bree Rhodes has been dispatched by Aiden Deckers, who now finds himself with the task of passing the former Australian champion of Jesse Elliott. Deckers makes it look easy up the inside at the Agreco hairpin. And Deckers now up into the 4 spot. And checking on the pace of Deckers. Will need a lap to get his true indication of speed. Last time by a 32.4. 2 tenths of a second slower than the 2nd and 3rd place drivers. 32.2s for Morrissey and West. Foster is controlling the pace out front. 32.28 last time by for Kip. He holds a 1.8 second advantage, I should say, over Ashley Morrissey across the top end of the track. 4 laps to go for Kip Foster as he comes down the line. And leads this one out in fine form. Morrissey behind, now Deckers. Hot lap in the race, here we go. Aiden Deckers is on the move. A 32.099 for Deckers. He needs to make up 1.5 seconds if he wants to be on the podium tonight. That is a big ask. But can he chase down Robert West in the closing stages of this race? He would need West to start slowing up. Now West lost a 1/10 of a second on Morrissey last time across. And Deckers pulled in the better part of 2.5 tenths of a second. This time by, it happens again. That gap comes down to 1.3, but there's just simply not enough time for West to get it done as we follow this battle between Caiullo, Kane and Fraser fighting it out throughout the middle of the circuit. Kane getting up the inside of Caiullo. Fraser getting them both up towards the Agreco hairpin. Good piece of driving there from Mason. Trying to make some late race charges here. 2 to go this time across the line. And Aiden Deckers continues to close down the gap to the back of Robert West for 3rd, but he's just run out of time and too little too late from young Aiden. We check in with Ash Morrissey, currently sitting in 2nd. Behind him, Robert West in 3rd. Behind them, Aiden Deckers in 4th. But your leader, Kip Foster, down the line. 1 lap to go for Foster. In control of this race from start to finish. And he just has to finish this lap to finish what he started. The West Australian champ, the man behind the namesake of the KF Kart brand. as it comes out of the Agreco hairpin for the final time. Across the top end of the circuit, Foster once again proving he is at the pinnacle of WA karting. Foster wins 125 light here in Bunbury and takes out the Coastal Classic. Makes some noise here, Bunbury City Kart Club. Kip Foster is your winner tonight. Ashley Morrissey home in second. A great drive from him. Cool and consistent all day long. Robert West, a solid drive in the third in the final tonight. And just missing out on chasing that podium. Aidan Deck is a great drive in the closing stages to be P4. Jesse Elliott, P5 over Lincoln Drew. Bree Rhodes, Mason Fraser, Liam Kane and Isaac McLean. Your top 10 here. Tag 125 light for the Coastal Classic. Run and done here at Bunbury City Kart Club. As the darkness continues to reign in at Bunbury City Kart Club, Cadet 12 are rolling out for their feature of the day. The last one to get it done here for the Cadet 12s. A solid field with some amazing racing we've had so far today. Connor Mayer and Cody Coleman will start on the front row of the grid to see them down to turn 1. And it's going to be exciting to see what they can do. Turning them up as they come onto the main straightaway. Lights go out and we are racing here for 16 laps on the board of Cadet 12s. Down through turn 1 they come pouring. And it's going to be Mayer leading the way from the start here. Cody Coleman back to second. Chase Webb in third. So 3 of the flat-out Karts entries. 1, 2, and 3 on the racetrack right now. Young Diago Stewart into P4 and Campbell Thompson drop into P5 as they head up towards the Agreco hairpin. Casa Grande tagging onto the back of that battle pack at the moment. Anything can change over the course of the next 15 laps here in Bunbury. It's a sub 40-second lap here for the Cadets. And while it may feel like quite some time to go racing, we're going to be run and done before they know it here for the Cadet 12s. Picking up on a couple of the energy course karts here. It's the 8 machine of Ryan Warner trying to put the pressure on the back of the 39 of Zach Medham as they come out of the middle section up towards the Greco hairpin. Just ahead of them, Riley Curry in the 31 Ricardo Kart as we shunt forward through the grid here. Diago Stewart with his hands full at the moment. Meanwhile, Connor Mayer out front. Look at the gap he's already putting on the field over Colmer back there in second. Mayer was like this in Cadet 9s. Almost on debut, he was this fast and has found himself trying to repeat the same kind of form in the Cadet 12 ranks. Cody Colmer back to second now. Diago Stewart third. Thompson 4. Chase Webb rounding out your top 5. Now Webb up the inside of Campbell Thompson, getting it done on his mate. And he gets the job done as well. They head across the top end of the track. Now setting his sights forward on Diago Stewart as they come down the line. 12 laps to go. Stewart now looking for a move on Cody Colmer. Gets the job done at turn 2. Webb getting antsy. He wants to find a way through to put the pressure on and see if he can chase a second place result. Somebody needs to do something about Connor Mayer though. He is just storming away from this field up towards the Agreco hairpin. And this great battle going on. Not even in this pack for the podium positions, but further back as well. The 7 card of Alex Hills holding on from Bo Casagrande. Now Zach Casagrande, Graham Bernardi falling off the back of that group. I want to see the battle further in front of them though for the podium positions. As they are still fighting it out, and it looks like Campbell Thompson has gone to the back of that group. Diago Stewart hanging on for second at the moment. Chase Webb has now grabbed second. Diago Stewart down to third. Then Colmer and Thompson as they come onto the main straightaway. 11 laps to go. We'll pick up the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth on the road. While Connor Mayer is thinking nothing about these guys. He is out front and doing his own thing. Lapping in the 35s. He's the only driver in the 35s. And stretching the gap out. He's now 3 seconds clear from Chase Webb back there in second. Diago Stewart hanging on to third and under pressure from Colmer and Thompson. So Webb has given himself a bit of a gap now. You can see that gap there from Webb back to Stewart. Colmer has been dropped off to the back of that group and is falling back into the clutches of Alexander Hills in the 7 Tony Kart. Meanwhile, this young man, Connor Mayer, continues his storming form here in Bunbury. Stretching that lead out, 3.4 seconds the gap. It's getting nigh on 6 o'clock here in Bunbury City Kart Club. There's just a little bit of light left in the sky from the sun dipping over to the west here in Bunbury. But we're almost under entirely electrical powered lights here in Bunbury. We could probably turn them off. No, we couldn't. It's too dark. And run into the darkness. That's the 77 of Bo Casagrande trying to find a way around the 7 of Alex Hills. That's in the fight for 6th at the moment. Just in front of them, Cody Colmer sits in P5. Campbell Thompson P4. Diago Stewart in 3rd. On Chase Webb further up the road in 2nd. 3.6 seconds off the back of Connor Mayer. He doesn't have the pace to challenge Mayer, but he certainly has a bit more in him than the rest of the field behind. Diago Stewart looking a bit like a cork in a bottle right now, as they are scrambling to find their way around him now. Colmer and Thompson just in front here, and Stewart has been dropped by Thompson. Now can Campbell get away? We'll see if they really do have that kind of lap speed that we think they might over the likes of Diago, because he was really backing up that group of karts. As they head across the top end of the racetrack into the second half of the race now. Chase Webb all by himself in second and down the main straight. Campbell Thompson now into third. He's already trying to open up a bit of a gap over Diago Stewart as they come through turn one, past the commentary box, and trying to lead out over this pack of snarling go-karts, while Connor Mayer just continues to stretch out the legs on a cruisy Saturday evening drive here in Bunbury. 4.2 seconds the gap Connor Mayer has over Chase Webb. That is stonking as we run it down to 6 laps to go for Connor Mayer last time across the line. The move's starting to happen now as Diago Stewart under pressure, trying to hang on. And he's trying to hang on for fourth at the moment, because Campbell has broken away for third. And Diago really scrambling. You can see the gap just opening up in front of him, and he can't do anything about it as they stretch away. It's Mayer from Webb from Thompson. And it's big gaps as well. 4.7 seconds the gap from Mayer back to Webb. This man on screen right now, young Chase Webb, the 33 machine. Another 1.3 seconds back to Campbell Thompson. Campbell's lapping quicker than Chase. And with 5 laps to go, mathematically it's possible he could catch him. Last time across the line he pulled out a 36.0. Chase with a 36.2. As we follow along for a moment, the 22 with Charlie Oakley whipping around the circuit here. Charlie's having fun out here tonight. You see the dew start to form around the place as it descends into that cold, dark night here in Bunbury. And the track gets that sheen about it. But you know it's slippery fast, as they've got the blue lights on for Charlie already. But Connor Mayer is not quite there yet. They are starting to lap their way through the field, though. Aaron Smith just going a lap down to your second and third place drivers of Chase Webb. He's about to lose out the lap to Campbell Thompson down the main straight with 3 to go this time by. And there is your race leader, the 43 of Connor Mayer. The flat-out karts machine doing an absolute solid job of it here today. He's been unstoppable once they got up to speed. Even Nash Ferraro was impressed earlier during Heat 3. We had him on for a bit of a chat and a guest commentary position for Nash as a former Cadet 12 West Australian champ. Impressed with the speed of young Connor and looking forward to when some of these guys can step up into the junior ranks and race with the bigger kids. Well, they'll be the bigger kids by that point. The youngsters that find themselves in juniors right now. Behind them, Chase Webb was the first to break away from the pack and get out into second place. Campbell Thompson trying to follow him through. The gap has come down slightly. Thompson trying to hunt him down, but with the last lap board is out, not much more they can do at the moment coming down the straightaway. 1 to go here for your top 3. Mayer, Webb and Thompson. Then Diago Stewart in 4. Cody Colmer in 5. We'll pick up your race leader, Connor Mayer, making his way around the circuit for the final time here in Bunbury. One final lap after many, many laps have been turned here today in the Cadet 12 ranks. Qualifying kicking off at 7:30 this morning. 3 rounds of heat races and finishing with a 16 lapper under lights. Connor Mayer takes out Cadet 12s here at the Bunbury City Kart Club for the Coastal Classic. Here's your Coastal Classic winner. A check over the shoulder to see the 5.8 second gap back to Chase Webb behind him. Confirms that he's dominant today here in Cadet 12. Chase Webb home in second on the podium, and Campbell Thompson will round out the top three. Diago Stewart in fourth, and Cody Colmer rounding out your top five. There's your official results for Cadet 12 for the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Tag 125, restricted, combined, out and rolling around for their warm-up laps. It's been pretty hot to trot here as they get underway. We lost our camera for a moment there. Lights went out and we are racing. Aaron Premius from the pole spot trying to bring the field around, but he got pipped at the start there. And I think it's Lewis Rossi getting away in the BRM kart, the 55 machine, leading out front. He's trying to take Adam Owens with him as well, the 88 machine. Trying to go through. Carlos Del Toro has a man with a fair bit of work to do as he gets it sideways up at the Agreco hairpin. You can just spot the teal green of the Formula K kart off in the distance at the top of the racetrack. He's currently sitting back there in P5, but it's Rossi leading the way. Owens in second. Then Premius in third. Shane George in P4. And Carlos Del Toro in the 5 spot. Behind them, Chris Preston, Alfie Guadagnino, Cosimo Vozza there in the 8 spot. Peter Rubin in 9, and Nathan Lee rounding out the 10. Darcy Vanitas making a comeback through, trying to get into it as well. Jeremy Guadagnino in the 12 spot. Josh Melling in 13 over Carl Gray. Brad Van Rompuy, Josh Michael, Colin Gray and Brad Melling, your running order. We pick up with Lewis Rossi down the line. He's moving over to the center of the track. I'm not sure whether it's trying to be defensive, not knowing that they're a fair way behind him. or there's the old driver's trick. You look over your shoulder and you instinctively start steering in that direction. As he was checking over his shoulder a second ago on Adam Owens behind as Del Toro getting caught up, and he got checked up and they've all helped him, and Carlos is out. Can you believe it? I think he's dropped the chain and Carlos Del Toro is out of the race. After all that effort to make a comeback through the field, and Del Toro is done. And Shane George has been dropped back through the field as well. He's dropped down to P9. He got caught up behind Del Toro in the middle of the track, and that cost him dearly. We follow on the 14 Intrepid Kart of Darcy Venitas at the moment, trying to put some pressure on the back of Cosimo Vozza. Cosimo with this Maranello kart. Beautiful blue helmet on it too. Nathan Lee just ahead at the moment in the comp kart, that 66 machine from the Eastern Goldfields Kart Club. Now looking up the inside of the KF as they come down the hill. The 16 machine, or the 18, Alfie Guadagnino. He's got 16 and he's taped up the join to make it an 18. Guadagnino hanging on to the 4 spot now. Aaron Premius a little bit further up the road in third. And now Nathan Lee up the inside of Guadagnino. Up at the Agreco hairpin, gets it done. Alphonse drops down a spot. Nathan Lee from Kalgoorlie making his way through as Aaron Premier sends the fast lap of the race. And charging his way forward, Brad Van Rompuy actually just set in the fastest lap of the race. How about that? Young Brad all the way down in 13th on the road right now, claiming the title of the fastest man on the racetrack so far. Lewis Rossi in the BRM kart leads away. As we follow this battle, Venitas in the 14 machine, the Intrepid kart, just looking for a way around Cosimo. She's buried under his rear bumper, and the hard part about that now is she's struggling to find a way around, and Cosimo is not making life easy as Guadagnino gives away a gap, and they both filter through. So Guadagnino losing a couple of spots now in the KF kart and struggling just in front of Shane George, who's making a comeback drive after he got caught up behind the stricken Carlos Del Toro. I think he must have dropped a chain. That's shocking. Just dropping a wheel over the edge of the racetrack, and that hurts. Oh, they're into each other, and Venitas into Vozza. And that causes them all to bunch up now. The 41 of Chris Preston finding his way through, just getting a bit excited on the steering wheel. Peter Rubin finding his way through as well, the 52 Tony kart. Vozza and Venitas getting caught up, set off this chain reaction that has invited several more drivers into the fray, but they are so far off the back of this battle now. They slowed up so much in the moment. And now this sees Nathan Lee, the young kid from Kalgoorlie, fighting his way forward. He's in with a chance of a podium here. He's 4th right now, just 2 karts behind this one. As we watch Adam Owens a little bit, currently running 2nd. Behind them sits Premius. Your race leader, though, Lewis Rossi, stretching it out front. 7 laps to go. Rossi leading the way by 1.5 seconds over Adams Owens in 2nd. And we see this here. Lee putting the pressure on the back of Aaron Premius for 3rd. This is a fight for the podium. And Premius, who's had 2 heat wins today, was 3rd in Heat 3, only managing to be 3rd in the final so far, and he might just have that taken away as Nathan Lee continues his charge. Last time across a 33.957. He backs it up with a 34.095. He's half a second a lap faster than the leaders. They're all faster than Lewis Rossi out front, so Rossi is in a bit of trouble right now. 1.1 seconds the gap with 6 laps to go. They're lapping 4/10 faster. The battle for the podium is on. This is going to be red hot coming to a close. Darcy Benitez back there in P5 is now the fastest on the track, but she's 5 seconds off challenging the lead. This is where it's at. It doesn't look like much, but Rossi is giving away time like crazy. Nathan Lee needs to find a way around Aaron Premius for the podium, and they all need to close up to try and fight it out, because Lewis Rossi is just giving away time. 34.4 last time by for Lewis. Owens with a 34.2. Premius a 34.1. Lee a 34.0. Now, if they're smart, which they're drivers, so it's questionable, they could work together and close the gap, but that would require Nathan Lee to be at the front of this group. And at the moment, he can't find a way around. So what looked like it could have been a red-hot barn burner all the way to the end might just be an absolute fizzle. 4 laps to go last time across the line. Rossi leads, Owens in second, Premier's third, Nathan Lee in the 4th spot, and Darcy Benitez is the quickest on the racetrack at 33.8 for Darcy. She is stonkingly quick, but she's miles off this after getting caught up with Cosimo Vozza earlier on in the race. And Lewis Rossi has just decided that he didn't want to entertain that idea of having the others catch him. And the gaps kind of fizzle out, but Benitez took half a second out of the top 4, just that last lap gone. And now Premius getting involved in this battle here with Owens. Owens loses 2 spots, and that puts Nathan Lee now into the podium spot, with a chance at making a run to second as well. This could still be on here in the closing stages. 2 laps to go for Lewis Rossi down the line. Premius in second. Nathan Lee back there in third. He looks to the inside. Thinks better of it. Tucks back in behind Aaron. Blue lights are on for some lap traffic getting involved in this battle as well. This is not where you want to have some lap traffic getting involved, because Lewis Rossi is right on top of the lap traffic. Now second and third, Premius and Lee are on top of it as well. They're trying to fight their way through. Colin Gray, they're fighting over each other, and Premius goes over. They got checked up on the inside of the lapped cart, and that puts Premius out of the race for the podium. That has got to be the most heartbreaking way to see it happen. Lewis Rossi will lead the way. Nathan Lee in second. Adam Owens will grab the 3rd spot here on the final lap of racing. It was 1 to go last time across. Man, oh man, what a way to lose it. But Lewis Rossi peaking at the right time of the weekend. He won Heat 3, and he backs it up again down the line. Lewis Rossi takes out the Coastal Classic, taking the win here at 125 restricted for the 55 BRM kart. Nathan Lee from Kalgoorlie makes it into second in the dying stages, and Adam Owens loses out at the end there. Darcy Benitez claims a podium. Benitez on the podium is the fastest lap of the race as well. What a great recovery drive from Darcy, all the way up to third in your Tag 125 restricted final. What a race that was here at Bunbury City Kart Club. More of that coming at you. KA4 Junior coming out on the track next. counting down until we get underway with KZ2 for the night. KA4 Junior on the racetrack right now, getting into it for their warm-up laps. And a solid race we are set to see. 16 laps on the board here for the KA4 Junior field. Bailey Reardon and Connor Radford on the front row of the grid. Bailey has been unstoppable today. We'll see if he can carry that solid form into the final tonight. Ben Hall and Jordan Klee on the second row of the grid as they come onto the main straightaway, but they are not ready to go racing shortly as they'll get slotted back into formation. Lucas Kalsic-Chen and Noah Byrne on the third row of the grid with Mason Walczak and Nate Somerville on row 4. Aidan Tempany and William Kalsic-Chen on row 5 with Rocco Kame and Chloe Summers on the 6th row of the grid. Lachlan Dunn and Ryder McKay on 13 and 14 in row 7, and Ethan Atkin and Zach Luca will line up on 15 and 16. A solid field. Good to see the KA4 junior ranks doing very well indeed here in Western Australia, as they're in formation and heading up towards the Greco hairpin. Anyone inside the first 3 rows of the grid could potentially win this race. It all comes down to how they've got it set up for the final and how they're going to rock and roll under lights here at Bunbury City Kart Club. There's someone going the wrong way, facing the wrong direction in the formation lap. That is not a good look. And they've gone lights out. They're sending them racing. It'll be Bailey Reardon leading away from the pole spot here. And he'll take a gaggle of karts with him. Oh, we got a couple over and turn around down at turn 2. And that was a big one down there at turn 2. They have gone and we have gone to red flag conditions. We are under red flag here in your KA4 junior final. So the field has gone under red flag conditions with an incident at turn number 2 in your KA4 junior final. We will take a moment and assess the situation. We'll let you know as it comes to hand with an incident on the opening lap here at Bunbury City Kart Club. We are going to go for a restart here. Thank you for bearing with us here at Bunbury City Kart Club. The first aid officers are attending to the incident. We'll tell you more when we know. But they are being tended to at the moment. And our field have been sorted out in order. The red lights have been turned off. We are back under a yellow light around the circuit. And all indications tell us that we will be due to get back underway in just a couple of moments. So sit tight. Enjoy the evening. We'll have more for you very shortly here for your KA4 Junior Final here at the Coastal Classic. So the field have been released and we are about to get back underway. I'm not entirely sure whether we will go for a full double file restart. It does look like that because the incident did take place on the opening lap of racing, so I believe it is a full restart. As they come down the straight, the lights go out and we are back underway with a restart here for the KA4 Junior Final. And, oh man, that's very, very wide. Connor Radford sending it a little bit too hard down into turn 2. Loses a couple of spots as he was up the inside of Bailey Reardon. And Bailey will assume the race lead. Now under pressure, though, as they're heading up the hill. And Ben Hall wants a crack at this now. He's seen his opportunity. Young Benjamin finds himself in the second spot and fighting forward to see if he can make something happen here as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. Jordan Klee into that third spot, trying to put the pressure on as they come down the straight. It is Reardon from Hall, from Klee. Oh, they're all getting into each other in turn 2. Radford now in this fight as well. This is going to be uber tight. And we did lose a fair few go-karts in that opening lap incident. And more of them off the road up at a Greco hairpin. Klee and Hall both feeding off the road. And they're out of the fight for the top few karts. We did lose Walczak, Summers, Dunn and Luca. There's another one parked on the sidelines at the top end of the racetrack. And Bailey Reardon leads the way. Connor Radford up to second now with a gap to try and make up to chase down Bailey out front. Coming out of the Greco hairpin. We're still watching this battle here between Jordan Klee and Ben Hall. They're fighting now over 6th and 7th. We can jump forward and pick them up as they come down the main straightaway. We'll pick him up a little bit further up the road here as we follow along the 20. William Kalsic-Chen trying to chase down Lucas, the brother, currently holding on to the third spot on the road. But your race leader, Bailey Reardon, already starting to clear out over the top of Connor Radford. Connor is setting a hot lap, though. Last time by, he was marginally quicker. This time by, though, Bailey opens up by 0.4 of a second. That previous lap alone, Bailey Reardon leading the way here over Connor Radford. Bailey's just been untouchable today, stretching out those heat race wins. He claimed a third in Heat 1, wins in Heats 2 and 3, and just no one can touch him here in the final. The restart after that opening lap incident. Zach Luca didn't make it around to the start and will drop down as we are left with just 12 in the race. With 11 laps to go coming down into turn 2. The battle of the brothers for the podium will be an interesting one. The Kalsic-Chen family fighting out for 3rd and 4th. And this is the fight for the podium here. Lucas v. William. Who wants to be the bigger brother today and fight it out for the podium? How good it is to have these two racing in KA4. They did this in cadets, racing against each other every time they come out on the track. And they're going to do it again in juniors. They're already moving all over the straight, racing it out here. William looking at the inside on brother Lucas, trying to find his way through. But Lucas will still have the advantage in 3rd. Connor Radford, 1.5 seconds off the back of your race leader. But we'll stay with these in the battle for 3rd at the moment. The closest battle we have on the racetrack right now. Only a 1/10 of a second separated them as they hit the start-finishing line lap time last time across. And down the line, it is 9 laps to go. Looks like Lucas has a bit of an advantage this time by. And the gap sits at 0.3 of a second. But William will be waiting for his moment to make something happen. You always want to beat your family, and especially if it's for the last spot on the podium. How hungry that makes you is incredible, as Lucas with a little bit of a problem. He dropped a wheel coming out of the left-handers. This is Williams' chance. Lucas lets him go easily, by the way. Didn't even contest it up into the Greco hairpin. They want to be mindful because Ben Hall is ready to pickpocket them both for the podium. He got caught up a little bit earlier on the back of Klee, and that really hurt him. He's not in a chance to make the top 2, but he could have an opportunity for a podium here if he can just get something done about the Kalsic-Chen brothers. Now he looks to the inside, and Ben Hall picks up Lucas. Lucas now down to the 5 spot. Ben up into P4. Can he chase down William with 7 laps to go? Tucked in behind Lucas for a moment. He gave away a bit of time. We'll check on the gap as they come down the line. William hits the line. Then Hall. The gap between them sits at 0.6 of a second. We'll see if Ben Hall really has some lap speed. Last time by, he gave away about a 1/10 of a second. And heading up into the Greco hairpin. Hall doing whatever he can to try and close this gap at the moment onto William Kalsic-Chen. He really wants that podium. He wants to prove himself in this field as he continues his growth in this class after being so quick in Cadet 12s last year. This time across, Ben Hall, 34.25. William Kalsic-Chen, 34.42. So Ben closing in a little bit, 0.6 of a second the margin as they came across the line. Reardon still leading. Radford now 2.3 seconds off the back of the race lead. And this is the battle for the podium now. William looks over his shoulder, checks on Ben, goes, oh, he's a bit closer. Starts to panic a little bit more. Down through turn 1, 0.4 of a second is the gap now with 5 laps to go. The race is all but decided up front, but the battle for the final podium position is on. Ben Hall is closing this margin. William thought he might have had it easy getting one up on his brother, but Ben fancies getting them both and parking the 98 flat-out karts machine on the podium tonight here at Bunbury City Kart Club. It's the Coastal Classic 2022, shaping up to be a thriller here in KA4 Junior. With just a couple of classes left to go before we get into the West Pro Series, KA2 and KZ2 to wrap up the night. A quick check on second place, Connor Radford having a drive by himself, 2.8 seconds off the back of your race leader, Bailey Reardon. And further ahead, Reardon by himself at the moment. But now, let's follow this, the battle for the podium. As Reardon goes by, 3 laps to go. Radford goes by. In second, this is a battle we want to see coming to the picture. Kalsick, Chen and Hall across the line, 2.5 tenths of a second. Benjamin Hall is just eating away at this margin right now. He's got 3 laps to try and make something happen. He needs to be about a half a kart length closer to get involved in this fight and stand on the podium tonight. Otherwise, it is going to be a Kalsick Chen party in third. Hall looks much quicker coming out of the Greco hairpin. That sets him up for a good run across the top of the track and onto the main straight. Down the line, 2 laps to go. William looks over his shoulder again, starts to really panic now. Hall is within 2.2 tenths of a second. Needs to make it happen in the dying moments here. As Reardon leads, Radford in second, but Hall wants to make it happen. He's better coming off the left-hander. Kalsick Chen runs it a little bit wide, but Hall is doing everything he can to just keep the lines clean. Stay in touch and force a mistake in these final laps. He's going to have to push pretty hard now. Coming up to the last lap, it's 1 to run down the main straightaway, and William has opened up a gap. William has responded and is not going to let it happen easily. Second place of Connor Radford on screen at the moment. Just couldn't do anything about it, and is going to settle for the second best tonight here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Meanwhile, your leader, Bailey Reardon, look at the gap he has had as he brings it around and onto the main straightaway. The checkered flag out and awaiting for him to arrive. Make some noise, Bunbury. Bailey Reardon's your winner in KA4 Junior. The number 95 machine, unstoppable under lights here in Bunbury. Connor Radford home for second. And running it to the line, William Kalsick Chen hangs on and stands on the podium tonight over Benjamin Hall in fourth and Lucas Kalsick Chen rounding out your top 5. That was certainly a race. KA4 Junior bringing the goods here after a red flag incident at the opening lap. There's a look at your results. Bailey Reardon, your winner tonight with the fastest lap, capping off a big day of racing. We are back. Tag 125 heavy on the racetrack and getting ready to go racing. Progressing through the night into the finals here at the Coastal Classic. We're bringing you all the action live on Facebook. Thanks to 4-Star Media. Make sure you go ahead and like and enjoy the coverage. And at the end of the weekend, make sure you tell Bunbury City Kart Club how much you love the coverage so we can come back and do it all again for the WA Kart Championship coming up later this year. It's going to be a ripper of a weekend. It's descending into cold darkness, though, here in Bunbury. And when I say cold, I really mean cold. We contemplated moving the commentary post out to next to the fire for a little bit, but there's not too much longer to go for tonight to wrap up a big day of racing. We started at 7:30 this morning with qualifying. We've almost been going for 12 whole hours. And our main man and proprietor, Colin Balshaw, will be doing literally 12 hours tomorrow. He's over at Bathurst doing the 12-hour as we are set on the grid. 125 heavy, ready to rock and roll. We lost one in the formation lap, which is never a good start. But we are lights out and racing. McPherson trying to get away here. Fraser got the better of the start, so McPherson dropped back pretty quickly indeed. And through goes Alex Stefanovic into second. Now, he's had a decent start. Does he have pace to hold up his end of the deal, though? Meanwhile, Mason Fraser, or Hayden Fraser, I should say, getting away pretty decent from the front row of the grid. Stefanovic into second, McPherson third, Troy Stones-Clark in fourth. They're all trying to get away pretty good and break away from this pack. Fraser doing the best of it here at the end of lap number 1. He leads out from Alex Stefanovic, the 22 Parallel Kart, over Shane McPherson in that 92 Esprit Kart. Robert Hooper showing as your leader at the moment. He'll get dropped down the order as he filtered through behind the pack and registered a lap before they'd actually completed a lap. So don't mind the timing screen on the left-hand side of your race vision right now. We are keeping a track of Hayden Fraser, your race leader, from Stefanovic and McPherson. Troy Stones-Clark back there in the 4th spot. A gap back to Brad Smith in P5. And now that will reset properly. Cooper Cuts in the 6th spot. Looks up the inside of Brad Smith. They're going to go side by side through the bowl. Love this corner for this kind of racing. And Cutsy gets it done. A great move in the BRM kart. Getting one up on Brad Smith, who's a fantastic defensive driver in his own right. And Cuts puts a little feather in the cap and moves on, trying to chase down your top few karts out there. He's got to chase down Troy Stones-Clark in P4 if he wants to have a chance at it. Meanwhile, it's Fraser from Stefanovic, McPherson and Stones-Clark down the line. 2 laps completed. 3 completed, actually. 13 to go here in Tag 125 Heavy. A big thank you to all of our sponsors bringing us the action. Thanks to TNN Sheet Metal, Steeling Works Australia, Eco Resources, Hot World Fabrication, MJB Industries, OJG Engineering, Onto It Graphics, Piancentini and Sons, Bunbury and Bustleton Air, Diverse Plumbing, MAS Equipment, and Project Building Supplies. As we follow Alex Stefanovic into second at the moment. Got himself a great start with the Parallel kart. And charging forward to try and put some pressure on the back of Hayden Fraser. Stefanovic is the fastest on track at the moment. He just goes purple with 32.882 that time by. He lapped just about 0.2 of a second quicker than Fraser out front. So young Stefa might have something to say here. He's been sitting back relatively quiet throughout the day. But really, the only time you need to speak up is the finals time for Tag 125 Heavy. Stefanovic only, not even featuring in the top 5 throughout the course of today's heat races. Maybe he does like the cooler conditions a little bit better. Maybe they set his kart setup, as he's doing a mighty fine job of it right now. 32.813 that time by. Shortens the hot lap a little bit further and closes down that gap. It's now 0.3 of a second off the back of Hayden Fraser. Sits Stefanovic in second. He's opened up a bit of a gap over McPherson back there in third. A gap further again to Troy Stones-Clark in 4. Then Daylight, or should I say Nightlight, back to Cooper Cuts, rounding out your top 5. It's a race in 2 at the moment. Hayden Fraser leading the way. Alex Stefanovic in hot pursuit. He lost about 0.06 of a second then as Hayden Fraser goes purple this time by and setting the best lap of the race at 32.762. And 32.8 there for Alex Stefanovic. Gave away some time. So Fraser responding to the pace advantage of Stefa. trying to do what he can to hang on to that race lead as they're racing through the Greco hairpin at the top end of the track, across the top end before they make their way down the main straightaway here in Bunbury under lights. Racing around this joint under lights. Such a pleasure for our WA karting fraternity. Brad Smith hanging on to it at the moment in front of Nathan Terrell. They're fighting it out for 7th and 8th on the road right now. And bringing it across the top end of the track. Good battles happening all through your field here as you can see Smith bouncing in the seat, just gathering a few sparks from underneath the cart. Terrell looks to the inside down the main straight. Gets the job done nicely. Smith isn't going to fight him for it. And Nathan Terrell now up into the 7th spot, but a long way off the back of Ryan Barron holding down P6. Meanwhile, we'll zone in on Cooper Cutts in the BRM kart. He's currently 5th on the road, trying to close down the gap to Troy Stones-Clark in P4. On screen now as he brings it around the final corner onto the main straightaway. There's Shane McPherson, currently holding 3rd on the racetrack. Doesn't quite have the pace to match the guys in front of him. As you just saw, we'll go to the front and we'll grab Alex Stefanovic, trying to put the pressure on the back of Hayden Fraser as they lead the way. 9 laps completed last time by, 7 to go. Fraser was marginally quicker last time across, 0.07 of a second quicker to be exact. The gap sits at 3.5 tenths of a second last time across the stripe. We'll see what it is this time. Stefanovic looks marginally closer. Are my eyeballs calibrated? Yes, they are. 32.66 for Stefanovic. New fastest lap of the race for Alec. Hayden Fraser a 32.718. The gap comes down to 0.3 of a second. It's a cat and mouse game of hundredths of a second here in Tag 125 Heavy. And I'm living for it if Alex Stefanovic can get one up and put the pressure on the back of Hayden Fraser and force a fight for the race leader in your 125 Heavy final. 5 to go. This time by down the line. We're 11 completed and 5 remaining here. It's a race in 2. Fraser and Stefanovic. Nothing between them that time by. In fact, Stefanovic closes down even further. 2.3 tenths of a second. You can not even see the difference he is making, but he is closing the gap little by little, bit by bit, inching up onto the back of the 26 of Hayden Fraser. And trying to put that pressure on. Nobody else is going to be able to catch them unless they start fighting over it. And that is what Shane McPherson is hoping for right now. He's back there in 3rd, just wishing that Stefanovic would send it. Slow them both down and bring him into the fight to try and race it out for the win. Now Alec has to start to think about it. He's got an older, probably a wiser head on the shoulders of Hayden Fraser in front of him. This youngster needs to try and make something happen here. The gap comes down less than 0.2 of a second last time across the stripe. What can Alec do here in the Paralympic kart? Hayden's a quick young kid. And Alec is merely just younger, trying to make it happen. He got off the final turn a little bit slow here. That might have been one of the extra nails going into the coffin right now because he gave away some time and it went from 1.9 tenths of a second to 3.5 tenths in the space of half a lap with only 3 to go last time across the line. Stefanovic has to really dig deep now. Try and pull out some pace to make this happen or it's going to be all she wrote. And the second step will be the best that he can do tonight. And meanwhile, Hayden Fraser just picking it up as he goes. He was 3rd in Heat 1 after being the fastest qualifier in this morning's session. 2nd in Heat 2 and progressing again. He won the 3rd heat of the day. Leads away with 2 to go in the final. And Cooper Cutts having a big look up the inside of Troy Stones-Clark. Gets it done for P4 here. A good move from Cutsy. But Shane McPherson is simply too far gone for a challenge of 3rd in these closing stages. Coming up to the final lap now. The last lap board is out. We'll go to the race lead. Here they are down the line. 1 to go for Hayden Fraser to hang on to the race lead here. One final lap of opportunities for Alex Stefanovic. Time is a ticking, my young friend, to try and make something happen here. As he's pushing the envelope, heading up towards the Greco hairpin. Fraser leads. Stefanovic trying to get it done. 2.3 tenths of a second as they head across the top end of the track into the final corner, though. It's going to take a big send, but he's not going to make anything happen here. Hayden Fraser down the line. Bunbury makes some noise. Fraser wins the Coastal Classic here in Tag 125 Heavy. Alex Stefanovic home in second, and Shane McPherson in third. That is your podium in Tag 125 Heavy tonight, under lights here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Tag 125 Restricted Masters on the racetrack and getting ready to go. This will be a fun one. The veterans of WA karting, 16 laps on the board. They're going to be happy to see the finish of this one. It's been a big day. They'll be feeling tired. They'll be ready for the amber beverage waiting for them in the pits. Adam Gandossi and Craig Ryan on the front row of the grid here. Jamie George and Lloyd Nicholson on row number 2. Lloyd's going to be one to watch here from the second row of the grid. Watch that bright yellow helmet. He's got plenty of pace. He can try and make it happen in the final. He's got plenty of laps to get it done from the second row as the lights go out and send us racing. Gandossi gets pinched on the inside. Oh, we got a spinner and sparks. And they're all scrambling everywhere. Nicholson caught up in the incident. Watson spinning at turn 2. We've got a TB card off the road. Fink is off the road. Someone did the cut through the oval, I'm sure. My goodness. Pandemonium here in the opening stages of your 125 Restricted Masters final. Craig Ryan was pretty much the innocent one in that. He was on the outside of Adam Gandossi coming around turn 1, and in my eyes, he drove away from the incident unscathed, and he is going to get a big, big gift of some on-track space here. Jamie George into the second spot, Ben Bonden into third. Would you believe a first-turn incident from the veterans of the sport? Now Greg Van Rompuy sitting in the 4th spot. John Hill in P5. Adam Gandossi was backwards, showering the field in sparks, and somehow is pressuring John Hill for P5. John just sticks a hand out the side and lets him go. So Gandossi trying to fight his way through now. What can Gando do with it? Unbelievable turn of events here for your final. The GoPro footage on Gandossi's kart would be interesting. You'd see a lot of the sky, and the GoPro footage of anyone behind with the spark show that was coming out the back of that Tony kart. I want to see that on YouTube tomorrow. Greg Van Rompuy in the number 7 machine sits P4 on the road right now. The fairways off the back of Jamie George and Ben Bonden fighting over second and third. Here they are on screen. Jamie hanging on to second. Ben is pushing the envelope, trying to stay in touch at the moment as they come down towards turn number 1. Meanwhile, Craig Ryan is just taking the bit and running with it. You give him an inch and he will take a mile. He's gone purple just before he was denied by Lloyd Nicholson. The last time across, he opened up 2/10 quicker than Jamie George and Ben Bonden. Craig Ryan is opening up the gap. 1.5 seconds it sits right now after a few laps. We'll keep an eye on that gap for the race lead. Nicholson is going to be mounting a very, very spirited, and when I say spirited, I mean angry, drive to try and get back into the podium. This man would probably feel a bit hard done by today. He was first in Heat 1, 8th in Heat 2, drove it back to 2nd in Heat 3, started on the second row of the grid, and just got entirely caught up in somebody else's incident. Coming out of turn 1, he is down in P6 right now, closing the gap to the back of Greg Van Rompuy, who's been dropped to P5. Gando's into P4. Adam Gandossi is mounting a charge. He's got 3.5 seconds to try and make up on these guys, though. Last time by, 34.6 for Gandossi, 35.0 for Benjamin Bonden. So at 0.4 of a second a lap, it's still going to take the better part of 10 laps just to get in with a shout of the podium. Behind him, though, Lloyd Nicholson is hunting. 34.0 for Nicholson. He's lapping 0.6 of a second quicker than the race leaders right now, even with a bent out of shape NASA panel. Nicholson in the 29 kart on screen at the moment is on a big hunt, mounting the charge to try and get back to a podium and salvage something from tonight. Sometimes the most rewarding races are not the ones where you win by a mile, but they're the ones where you overcome the challenges to get it back on the podium. A little mistake here from Gandossi, and Nicholson is hot on his heels coming down through turn 1. 10 laps remaining. Sparks from underneath Gando's kart. As they come through the middle of the circuit, Nicholson now in hot pursuit of Gandossi. Last time by, 33.7 from Nicholson. He is flying, bouncing across the curves of the right-hander and charging up the hill. As they hit the main straightaway, it's 9 laps to go. Nicholson checking over his shoulder. Now he's buttoned up behind Gandossi. He's getting stuck in this vortex right now. They are still catching the leaders in the fight for second and third, but they're still 2 seconds off the back of them. This is going to be a great finish here. 9 to go, and you've got 2 little battle packs happening. Meanwhile, Craig Ryan is Gorn gone out front. The big sauce might take home a win tonight. 2.5 seconds clear of George and Bonden fighting over second and third on camera right now. Down the main straightaway with 8 to go. There's your race leader, Craig Ryan. He is out of here. He doesn't need to be given a second opportunity. And he leads by 2.8 seconds now over the battle for second and third. We'll try and check out this battle for second and third if we go back and check it out, because this is going to start to get real tasty. George and Bonden fighting it out for 2 and 3. Gandossi and Nicholson are trying to close the gap. There's second and third. There's fourth and fifth. They are catching. And this is on for the race. Jamie George hangs on to second at the moment. Ben Bonden in third. Behind them, you can see the hungry eyes of Adam Gandossi, the WA champ, trying to chase him down with Lloyd Nicholson pushing him along. They are matching pace. Check out the lap times. George and Bonden, 34.8, 34.7. Gandossi and Nicholson, 34.3, 34.3. They are catching at 5 to 6 of a second a lap. There goes Nicholson up the inside of Gandossi. Now he's within a shout. He's been released, and he can hunt down the 2 in front. The race for the podium is on. This could all end in tears yet. We've seen it happen before, and I'm sure there's 100 people in the stands saying, shut up, we want to see him race. 6 to go, this time across the line. Craig Ryan has this one practically in the bag. With 10 completed and 6 to go, Nicholson is now hunting the back of the podium. He's hot on the heels of Ben Bonden, forcing the issue as they head up towards the top end of the racetrack. Watch for the move at a Greco. It's going to be late if he goes this time by. He will tuck in behind the number 12 Arrow Kart. Now is the opportunity for Gandossi to close up the gap to the back of these guys, while Nicholson is bottled up behind them. They are half a second a lap faster than the guys in front of them, but you have to try and get past. 5 to go now. Nicholson can't find a way through. Bonden is driving a defensive race because he can hear him. Like a little annoying mosquito in the back of your brain, you can hear Nicholson behind him. And he's going to be on it. Now he goes up the inside. Nicholson sends it on Bonden. He goes to third. A brilliant move of the right-hander. Lloyd Nicholson grabs third. He sets his sights forward. Onto Jamie George now. The lead is not going to happen tonight, but can he get up to second onto the main straightaway? 4 laps to go down the line. Nicholson in pursuit. He's going to look to the inside. No, he won't. Tuck back in behind. And we'll try and force the issue as they head through the middle. This is the fight for second on the road right now. Benjamin Bondon back in P4. Adam Gandossi behind him in P5. Nicholson just trying to wait for his moment. He knows he's not going to get many opportunities at this. And if he bags it up, they are going to pounce on him. Tucking in behind Jamie George as now Jamie's running a little bit wide on the main straightaway. Nicholson checked up. He's given away the advantage. Bondon is hot on his rear bumper right now. 3 to go this time by. Here comes Adam Gandossi. It's a 4-way fight for second. Currently it's Jamie George holding it down at the moment. Nicholson in third. He now looks to the inside. George tries to switch him back. Can't get the momentum on the exit. Nicholson goes to second. Great move there from Lloyd Nicholson. Grabbing the 2 spot. Now he's going to open up a bit of a kart length or so gap. Look at that. He's already opening up the taps over George. So with 2 laps to go, Nicholson in second, George in third. Now Gandossi up the inside of Bondon to grab the 4 spot. And Gandossi could be eyeing off a run to the podium here in the closing stages. It's going to be mighty tight with a lap and a half left to go. Your leader, Craig Ryan, is just praying for that checkered flag because he's starting to feel it. The joints start to complain. The neck starts to groan as he head through the corners. Down the line, he will see last lap, 1 to go, and he sees sweet reprieve from this race, but he leads by 2.8 seconds over Lloyd Nicholson in second. Your leader, Craig Ryan, through the middle of the circuit. Behind him is Nicholson, clear in second now. George is under pressure for third. Gandossi trying to put the moves on and see if he can get close enough at the top end of the circuit. Meanwhile, Craig Ryan bringing it across the top for the final time. Bunbury City Kart Club makes some noise. Craig Ryan takes out 125 Restricted Masters tonight at the Coastal Classic. He's a happy boy. Ryan is your winner tonight. A great recovery drive from Lloyd Nicholson to come home in second, and Adam Gandossi got it at the finish. Gandossi, the WA champ, snatched third from Jamie George. And Gandossi comes home on the podium tonight. What a race from the Masters. It had it all. Heartbreak and redemption. Craig Ryan, your winner. Lloyd Nicholson in second. And Adam Gandossi rounds out the podium tonight in third. Turning our attention now, KA2 on the racetrack getting ready to go. This is a higher-powered punch-packing category for juniors. And it's the Guesty boys on the front row going to lead things out on lap number 1. They get through turn 1 nice and clean here. And it's one Guesty from the other. Ethan Traeger parking it into the 3 spot now. Sachin Smithway into P4. Jack Parham in P5. McDonnell has a look up the inside of Stardy, who gets a little bit unloaded. Now Zane Rhodes is in the back of him. And Cooper Lyle tucking into that secondary fight. Look at the gap they've lost already just by fighting on this opening lap. And one of the Guesty boys has been shuffled back to P4 in the midst of that as well. So not a good start for the second of the Guesty boys. It's a 55 of Dylan Guest, wearing his shiny new Exude racing suit, courtesy of the City of Perth titles, on display this weekend. They're good-looking suits too. So Dylan leading the way. Ethan Traeger back to second now. Sachin Smithway in third. Then Sebastian down to P4, trying to hang on. See if Sebastian can climb his way back through the field here in the number 45. Guesty Boys Racing. Ricardo Kart entry, the top 4 breaking away from the field already. But this looks like it could be Dylan's race tonight. He leads from Ethan Traeger in second. Sachin Smithway is setting the fast lap of the race. So a great young driver is Sachin, making his presence felt in this KA2 category. This is his first open event, first round of the West Pro Series for him. And Sachin now into the 3rd spot, trying to put the pressure on the back of Ethan Traeger as we pick up Dylan Guest leading the way out of the final turn and down the main straightaway. They are rocking the hot laps down to the 33s straight away. They are flying around, now dipping into the 32s. Ethan Traeger, 32-3. Ethan is on a mission tonight. Something about this kid, when he gets the bit between his teeth, he just absolutely rips it around the track and can find stuff that other kids struggle with most times. And it's cool to see from young Ethan. He's chasing it hard. The number 63, Eurotech prepared Tony Kart, rocking down the main straight, has a little peek over the shoulder. So does Sachin. They check on the karts behind them. As we go 4 down, 12 to go here in your KA2 final. A big one coming up next. KZ2 for 25 laps of Bunbury City Kart Club for the final race of the day here at the Coastal Classic 2022. Coming up very soon here. But it is Dylan Guest out front at the moment. Traeger is trying to close that gap. Last time across, Guesty pulled out a bit of it. But this time, Traeger pulls it back in by 0.3 of a second. Traeger with a 31.9. He goes purple that lap across. The fastest man on track, the only one in the 31s. Guesty to a 32.2. Now look at this. Sebastian Guest, one of the fastest that time by. Sachin did a 32.0. Sebastian a 32.1. Dylan was actually the slowest of the top 6. So your race leader might have gone a bit early and is starting to run out of puff, leading the way by himself. And this could see a big challenge that is going to fall the way of Sebastian Guest, because he needs these guys to fight and slow each other down to bring the 45 machine back into the fight. It's bad for his brother, though, because Dylan is the leader. He's going to be the victim of this fight. I can almost guarantee you that. As Ethan Traeger starts to close in onto the back of the rear bumper of the 55 machine. Sachin is there as well, just waiting in the wings, waiting for the moment to arrive when he can pounce on these guys. Sebastian's sitting back there in 4th, just needing something. You can see the frustrated body language in the kart as he bobs his head down in a vain attempt to gain an aerodynamic advantage. Sachin that time by new purple lap of the race, 31.865. He's now the quickest on the racetrack by some margin. Dylan and Ethan going 32.1s that time by. Sebastian at 31.9, so he's buying his way into the fight. So is Jack Parham, 31.9. So is Nick Stardy with a 31.9. This is going to get uber close. And look at him now down the straightaway. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Separated by next to nothing down into turn number 2. And Ethan Traeger gets the job done at turn 2. Traeger leads the way here in your KA2 final. We've got to stay on top of this. Your 4-kart battle pack for the race lead. Traeger leads. Dylan Guest in second now. Sachin Smith way back to 3rd. Sebastian Guest right with them in P4. Can Traeger have the pace to open up the gap? Look at him motor away from them. Ethan Traeger is on a mission tonight. Absolutely on the move. Dylan Guest back to second now, trying to hang on to it because Sachin is going to be pouring the pressure on. He knows he's going to get a move on because Sebastian's right there as well. Last time by, Sachin and Sebastian both lost a load of time, dropping off into the mid-32s, while Ethan staying pretty solid in the low 32s. It was a 32-1 last time by for Ethan Traeger. And I think he might have had the wool over their eyes in this one because he is bolted. And now look at this. We're on the defensive. Dylan trying to defend from Sachin. And Sebastian has brought his way into this fight. Now with Dylan defending, this might bring Jack Parham into the fight, which will also invite Nicholas Stardy along. This is going to get real feisty. Heading up into the Greco hairpin. It was 6 to go last time across the stripe. Dylan Guest desperately trying to hang on by the tip of his claws at the moment to that second spot on the road. Sachin Smith way in third. Sebastian Guest back there in P4. Here comes Jack Parham. He's punching his ticket to the podium if he can get past these guys. And we are bumper to bumper. 4 go-karts fighting it out for 2, 3, 4, and 5 on the racetrack, while Ethan Traeger continues to go purple and set the track alight. A 31-8 for Ethan. Now Sachin up the inside of Dylan. They touch. Dylan's back to the inside. Here's Sebastian. They're all into each other. He took his brother out, and Sachin's in there as well. Oh, dear. The Guesty boys getting into each other. And how about that? Jack Parham goes to second, and Nick Stardy follows him through. Sometimes you don't need to be good, you just want to be a little bit lucky. And Parham and Stardy will be thanking their lucky stars right now. Sebastian getting dropped off to the 4th spot as a result of that. With Dylan and Sachin out of the race, Ethan Traeger has nothing to worry about out front. 3 seconds the gap last time across the line. With 3 laps to go, Ethan Traeger. What a drive under lights tonight. He featured with a 4th in heat number 1. He's been outside the top 3 all day long. Decides in the final, it's time to bury the right foot a little bit harder into the pedal and drive it forward. And somehow, by good timing, smart driving, and just a little bit of luck, Traeger finds himself with a massive lead over the rest of the field. 3.2 seconds and growing over Jack Parham in second, Nick Stardy in third. Sebastian Guest back there in the 4th spot. Now Seb took 2 wins in the heat races and a second in heat 2. This is going to be a bitter pill to swallow if he can't even get it on the podium tonight after getting caught up in that incident with his brother and Sachin that put those 2 out of the race. Sebastian is sending it hard. He's going to be hoping for the fact that Stardy can slow up Parham a little bit because they're coming around to the last lap board. Traeger down the line, 1 to go. Now Parham, Stardy and Guest down the line on their final lap of racing here in the KA2 final. This could all come unstuck yet in the fight for the remaining placings. Ethan Traeger is GORN gone, but this battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th has to come to a head. Until they hit the line, it isn't over. Parham from Stardy, they're too far back. Nothing's going to happen, and that will be how they stay as they head into the top corner, unless it's going to be a big send, but it ain't going to come. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ethan Traeger as the NASA panel comes off the kart. Your KA2 winner tonight. Look at the relief on him. That is a happy young man driving a broken-looking go-kart and celebrating a win tonight in KA2. What a final it was. Ethan Traeger takes home the KA2 honours. Jack Parham on the podium in second, and Nick Stardy brings it home in third tonight. Make some noise for your KA2 drivers here for round 2 of the West Pro Series. Turning on some incredibly entertaining racing here in KA2. it is time. KZ2, 25 laps of 6-speed gearbox, gear plucking action. This is going to be an epic race to round out a big day here at Bunbury City Kart Club. Round number 2 of the West Australian KZ Series is about to come at you. And we are in for an absolute treat. KZ's under light in Bunbury. There is nothing better in West Australian karting than this right here. The field coming around will get lined up and ready to go. Cannot wait for this. We'll try and get the starting grid for you, as I'm just rummaging around to get that. Here we go. Your starting grid. Samuel Ditka will join Jake Claridge on the front row. They are your current series points leaders, with Ditka leading Claridge coming into today's round. It may leave differently, depending on how the points will shake out. Jay Cool and Luca Nietzsche starting on the second row of the grid here. Good to have the Victorian racing with us here at round number 2. Nick Middick and Damon Papa Sergio will start from row 3 of the grid, the BRM and the Willpower Kart respectively. Jaden Pierce making a turn to Tony Kart this weekend will start alongside Joshua Byrne in 7th and 8th on the 4th row of the grid. Jason Lecoq, the lone hypercart out here, will line up alongside the CRG of Bailey Gretsch inside the top 10. Caleb Sumich and Mitchell Perella on row 6. Scott Mackay and Jake Sawyer in row 7. Harrison Oddy and Gianluca Oriama on row 8. Cody Lunan and Daniel Sugar on row 9, with Goth and Roth, Curry and Bender 21 and 22. That'll be one to watch as we get lined up and ready to send them. This is going to be a big 25 laps under lights here in Bunbury. Are you ready, Bunbury City Kart Club? Because we are go. Dicker gets the better of the 2 starts. Escorts Claridge out to the outside of the racing line. They're all coming through turn 1 and gaggling to try and get some track position. To the point, though, Dicker gets through. The rest of the field following their way behind. Claridge back there in second. A gap back to a BRM, it looks like, in third. So that'll be Middick fighting his way through if it is. And it looks like he's dragging Damon Papa Sergio with him into the 4th spot here. Good starts from those guys. Coyle in the Paralyn kart into P5 as they bring it onto the main straightaway. Dicker leads from Claridge in 2. Then Middick in P3. Have to restart Speed Hive to get the laps to come up properly. Papa Sergio back in P4. Cool in P5. Then Nietzsche. Then Pierce. Then Byrne. As we pick them up, rocking around the track. Someone dropping a wheel off there. That was Daniel Sugar, it looked like, further back in the field, coming off the edge of the racetrack, and that's cost him some time. The 31 of Cody Lunan firing up the inside of the Formula K kart of Connor Roth. Getting those guys caught up, and it looked like Sawyer was getting involved in that one as well. Byrne having a little look up the inside of Bailey Gretsch down at turn 1. Can't do anything about it. And that's Gretsch. Up into P8, Byrne in P9, rounding out the top 10 is Mitchell Perella right now, the 17. Flat Out Karts Willpower Kart machine. And behind them is Scott Mackay in P11. This is a fight for the top 10 right now. Gretsch from Byrne, then we go forward. Pierce on the back of Cool right now. That's 7 and 6, so we go forward again. Luca Nietzsche in P5 in the Tony Kart. Having a decent run now. Up inside the top 5, but it's a long, long race tonight. Meanwhile, Jake Claridge has gone purple for the race. The 95 Energy Course kart sets a new hot lap of the race, trying to close down the gap to Sam Dicker out front. Sam Dicker, your leader, the reigning series champion. Won the opening round of the new season up at Wanneroo International Kartway just a few weeks ago. Brings it down to Bunbury, and it was about half an hour before qualifying was due to start, and the go-kart was still in the trailer this morning. Too busy working on other people's go-karts, he said. He's had a solid run all day today. 2 firsts and a second in the heat races. Jake Claridge was your fastest qualifier in this morning's session. But now Dicker has track position. Can Claridge climb over the top of him? He had a stellar run over in Adelaide at the Australian Kart Championship recently. Drove it to second in the final. And flying the flag representing the West Aussies that are doing big things on the national stage. We have some of the best KZ2 drivers in the country racing our entire series for the West Australian KZ series. And a very desirable series it is becoming very quickly here in the WA. Nick Middick back there in third. Damon Papasergio in fourth. Luca Nietzsche in the Tony Kart now driving forward. Nietzsche goes purple. He's the fastest on the racetrack back there in P5. Just flashing into frame the number 50 with the white and green on the Tony Kart. Now Ryan Bender all the way down in P14 is going fast around the racetrack. Bender hot lap in the race at 31.398. The leaders are doing 31.5s. Nietzsche had done a 31.4. He's the quickest of the top five. And for the reason he sits in position number 5. Jay Cool back there in P6 from Pierce and Gretsch, Byrne and Pirelli are top 10. Down through turn number 1. 18 laps to go. We're a long way from home. As we pick up the back of Bailey Gretsch, trying to close the gap to Jaden Pierce, holding down P7 at the moment. Pierce with eyes locked onto the back of the number 10 Paralyn of Jay Cool, the Victorian. As they head up towards the Greco hairpin. And back down, Jay just sitting back at the moment. Maybe have used up too much tyre or is just waiting for his opportunity, but he's losing touch with the top few at the moment. Nick Middick in third is at the head of this little pack at the moment. Just holding on from Damon Papasergio and Nick Middick. Jay sitting back there needs to start to make things happen. As we check on Nietzsche, heading up towards the Greco. He's got eyes all over the back of Damon Papasergio at the moment. Who's doing exactly the same to the back of Nick Middick in the BRM kart. How's the sparks under the braking zone up into the top hairpin? The racing is absolutely brutal on the equipment here in KZ2. Not just on the engines and the gearboxes, but the way they work these chassis to make them fast around the track. They really put the hurt on the karts. And such is that most components on a KZ2 kart are considered somewhat usable, somewhat consumable. And you just have to deal with it if you want to be at the pointy end of KZ2. Jay Cool had a moment there where he was looking really racy on the back of Luca Nietzsche. Nietzsche working the wheel down the straight. That was awkward to see. He's up over the rumble strip and got a bit of a wobble, and it looked like he just kept wobbling. And the number 50, Tony Kart, he's back there in P5. He's lost touch from the back of Middick and Papasergio as a result of running wide a couple of times. They're starting to open up these gaps and spreading themselves out. The only person who's not letting go of the guy in front of him is this man, Jake Claridge. He's staying right there with Sam Dicker. Not buried under his rear bumper to really make something happen, but just staying in touch at the moment. As Dicker goes purple, 31.34 that time across. Claridge with a 31.50 that time by. It was a 31.4 for Dicker, opening up about 0.08 of a second last time across the line. 14 to go. We're approaching the halfway point of the race. 25 laps the distance here for your KZ2 final. It's Dicker and Claridge, the usual suspects, up the pointy end, followed by Middick and Papasergio. Then Nietzsche, your top 5. Jay Cool in 6, Pierce in 7, Bailey Gretsch, Josh Byrne and Mitchell Perella rounding out your top 10. Ryan Bender goes purple again, now up to P12. He's on a mission here. And he's got Daniel Curry right hot on his heels as well. So Bender and Curry have been charging through the field lately. We pick up on Bender here in the number 6 Birulart chassis. He's the fastest man on the racetrack and putting the pressure on the back of Mackay right in front of him. So Bender looking for a way inside the top 10. He had a bit of a shocker in the heats earlier today. And one poor heat result can really put you on the back foot, especially if you have it in the first heat of the day, because then you start in the back for heat 2 and you've got to make it all up again in heat 3. And it really hurts your progress throughout the course of the day, not to mention burning up the tyres as you're trying to push through the field and race harder than everybody else. Now Bender hot on the heels of Mackay. He looks to the inside. Mackay covers him off in the Charles Leclerc kart. Can't get anywhere with that one, says Ryan. He'll tuck back in behind. He currently sits P12. Daniel Curry behind him in the Ricardo kart after being inside the top 5 on points through the heats. And a DNF in heat 3 earlier sent him way down the starting order for the final. Last time by, Curry was faster, but only a little bit. He needs to be quicker again. It was a 31.8 for Bender, 31.5 for Curry. Your leaders are doing 31.3s, and Bender still can't find a way around Mackay. He's tucked in right behind the Leclerc cart. Now he sends it under brakes into the top end of the track. Bender gets the job done. That really bogs down Mackay and puts him back a couple of kart lengths. So no counter from Mackay for this one. Ryan Bender goes through to the 11 spots and trying to chase him down here. See if he can get inside the top 10. Next in line is Mitchell Perella in the 17 cart. Meanwhile, a check-in of the leaders. Dicker has managed to open up a bit of a gap over Claridge now. And opening up a considerable lead. It's out to about 8 kart lengths as they come down the front stretch. And Sam Dicker might have just put the hurt on Claridge enough that he's opened up this one and can bring it around this final 9 laps of racing. It was 9 to go last time across the line. Up towards the Greco hairpin. Just trying to keep it smooth, keep it flowing underneath you. You don't want to be sliding the kart too much and burning up the tyres too quickly because you'll run out of pace right at the end of the race, especially a long 25-lapper after these tyres have suffered the torture of 3 rounds of racing plus the morning qualifying session. Although that said, I believe they qualified on wets and they did the first heat on wets. So tyres are in a better condition than what they would usually be on an all-dry race meeting. As we watch Damon Papa Sergio currently 4th on the road. Just falling into a rhythm, losing touch with Nick Minnick in front of him. As Luca Nietzsche doing much of the same, just dropping back a little bit into the clutches of Jay Cool behind. Nietzsche here in the Tony Kart, trying to hang on to a top 5 result and get one up over the Victorian. In the beautifully turned out Parallel Kart, that number 10 machine for Jay. Making the trip over to race with us here in round 2 of the West Australian KZ Series here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And our field of KZ drivers spreading themselves out right around the circuit here in Bunbury. It starts to get hard to follow the race a little bit, but it is Dicker out front from Claridge back there in second. 6 laps to go last time across the stripe. And this man, Jake Claridge, after being second in the opening round, just trying to do whatever he can at the moment. The gap sits between them. Can't even tell you, a Speed Hive doesn't want to tell me here the gap by time, but it's a fair margin. 10 kart lengths by the eyeball as they come onto the main straightaway. 5 laps to go. That's 21 laps completed. They are going to be feeling it after this one. Have a look at them when they pull up on the in-grid. You'll see the steam coming off the suits on the inside when they peel the top down and get out of the karts. The blue light starting to come on for some lap traffic as Dicker makes his way forward in this race. Coming up to the back of Connor Roth down the order at the moment. Connor sitting in 21st position on the racetrack. As we look out across the circuit here at Bunbury City Kart Club, there's your leader going past as Dicker down the line. Coming up behind Roth for a lap, behind Claridge, then Middick, then Papa Sergio, then Nietzsche. Nothing changing in your top 5 from almost the moment we got going at the start here. And Connor doing the right thing, jumping out of the way of the race leaders. Doesn't want to impact the result here in the final. And next in line would be Courtney Goff, the number 20 Charles Leclerc kart for Courtney. What am I saying? The 20 in 20th place, the 79 machine. And she throws her hand out the side and pulls it into the in-grid. She's out of the way of Dicker now. And if they gave her the blue flag with the red stripes, that would lock her position in the final. And would classify her as a finisher. But it just does look like Claridge doesn't have an answer for Dicker tonight, which is surprising because Claridge usually has an answer for something. But Dicker is just too strong under lights here in Bunbury. On his way around, 2 laps to go here. We are 24 down and 2 to go here for Sam Dicker. Leading the way, the reigning West Australian champ is having it all too easy out front. Jake Claridge can't do anything about it, just continues to lose time as they come across the line. Their total time stands, it's about 1.7 seconds between them. As Sam Dicker brings it across the top end of the track and starts his final lap, 1 to go. Dicker making his way around. It's been a big day of racing. We started qualifying 12 hours and 13 minutes ago to kick off the day for the Coastal Classic here at Bunbury City Kart Club. And into the darkness emerges a winner for round 2 of the West Australian KZ Series. Bunbury City Kart Club, put your hands together because tonight's winner is none other than defending series champion Sam Dicker. Makes it 2 from 2 rounds in the West Australian KZ Series, taking the win under lights here in Bunbury. Jake Claridge home for second tonight after being the runner-up at the opening round up at Wanneroo International Kartway. And a new driver on the podium tonight this season, Nick Middick. He's no stranger to the podium, of course, but he stands on the 3rd step tonight for the BRM team. Damon Papa Sergio home in P4, and Luca Nietzsche running out the top 5. Jay Cool in the 6th spot from Jaden Pierce in 7. Bailey Gretsch home in P8. Ryan Bender, the fastest lap of the race, and P9 from deep in the grid. A great result and a decent recovery here from Ryan. And Joshua Byrne rounds out your top 10. It's been a big night of racing and a big day of action here at Bunbury City Kart Club for the 2022 Coastal Classic. It's been my pleasure to bring you all the action here from Bunbury and, of course, live on our broadcast. Thanks to 4-Star Media, our broadcasting partner. Thank you so much for joining us, so much for enduring the day and the cold and the wet conditions. We're going to have trophy presentations kicking off very soon here in Bunbury. But for the meantime, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. We'll be shutting it down and calling it a night. Make sure you tune in and catch us next time for the next round. Thanks to 4-Star Media. We'll be back at a kart track somewhere near you very soon.